Mike is one of those that is great at breaking down and asking the right questions.
I'd be shocked
when it comes to debating, right?
Yes, I'd be.
A what?
So I was saying, Mike, out of everyone in this room,
John, like
out of everyone in this room, I think, since you don't follow any of the Abrahamic religions, right? And you said what you are, but when we debate about those religions, you are really good at breaking it down and asking like the right questions.
Yeah, what does that mean though? What does that mean?
Like you have to be there to like see it. Like he just did it with. He just did it with the anarchists. Like
why you gotta blow the white man? Don't blow the white man.
yo, shout out Mike.
Hey, first of all, hold on. How do you know that I'm white, by the way?
Right.
How do you know that?
And other dark hair.
How do you know that I'm white? No. I mean, we be funny because I go back to my word. Do I just sound white? Like, what gives you the white vibe?
I've seen a picture of you, Mike.
No, you have. I'm not.
Yes, I have. This is a long time ago. It's a long time ago.
Wait. If it's what? Hey, check this out. This is real shit. If it is the picture, the very few pictures, it's a bodybuilding picture where I had fucking fake ass dark tan. There's no fucking way I was white in that photo.
What does that mean? Fake ass hands.
I was brown.
Wearing assault soldiers.
I'm a Middle Eastern man. Not Indian, the way you like it, but fucking,
you know,
I'm a fucking Iranian, dog.
That's the thing. I'm pretty sure that Middle Eastern is considered white.
Yeah.
It's an interesting portion.
Check this out.
It's an interesting portion.
No, you're right. Technically,
I know.
yes. But here's how I see it. Like, functionally, I'm not, though. So I'm not going to let, for example, a non-white to determine if I'm white, right? So, to me, the way I say this all the time, if I went to prison, the fucking white boy Peckerwoods would be like, get the fuck out of here, you terrorist, you sand nigger. That's what they're going to call me. So if the whites don't accept me, then to me, I'm not white, right? And I'm not going to let some non-white call me white because you guys aren't white either. Right? The same way fucking you guys or whoever can determine whatever you want within your own group. So all I'm saying is I'm an other. I'm not accepted by any fucking major group. And I'm happy with that.
Can I ask this? Outside of prison, the prison example, I probably wouldn't disagree with, what you're saying in terms of the physical appearance that you would be viewed in prison. But like political views, your political views, would you not consider yourself white?
Yeah, I would say, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I would say it tends to be the more conservative side tends to be more of the less of the minority, if that's what you're saying.
So
yes.
How do we separate that? How do you kind of separate that?
You separate it the way you just did. If you have a plate of food, right? You separate the peas from the steak, right? And sometimes you can have some steak and peas at the same time in your mouth, pause, right? And sometimes you just fucking don't eat the pea. You know what I mean? It's like all you got to do is what you just did.
Which one do you?
You can just say, hey, look, dog. Like functionally, you're not white, but politically, you tend to lean with the whites. Why do the tranny thing? Like a feminine man.
Which one?
No. Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. Because look, this is what I'm saying. Maybe that was too triggering. What I'm saying is that we tend to call feminine men now, at least some of us, women. Why don't we just call them feminine men? So to me, if I align with more of the or less of the minority side, let's just say the white side, I could be a non-white that follows the white politics, even at that extreme, right? You could say both.
No,
what's wrong with that?
How does that align with femininity?
No, it was an example of. It was a poor example. Forget about that. Throw that in the trash. That's going to distract you. So all I'm saying is that you could.
You're only white by law. You're not white by association.
That's a good way of seeing it. Yes, and that's the way it feels too. Throughout my life.
I mean, this is crazy. Not me trying to give Mike his flowers, pause.
But don't give him
about something he's good at. Yeah, he's good at. No. Cartwright. guy, though? Who are you to tell me that I can't tell somebody, hey, you're good at this? Don't come to debate. Like, shut your ass up. Shut up.
He doesn't need your.
I would say psych is
This
real.
is crazy. And then we went from
Any
that
question
to
that's thrown at
she
you,
cutting me off
real.
to her calling Mike White. Like, the fuck?
Technically white by law.
I think she's trolling.
Now, who are you to determine that, though? Like, what are you talking about?
No, there's like a whole
Stupid.
law.
No, there isn't. Does
all
the
these-
law, does the government have like
There's
a
all-
Family Guy skin chart and says these?
It's
groups
not
are
about
white?
skin.
Oh, it's not? What is it about?
No. It's
Right,
about
I said
Middle
before it
Eastern
gets
being
continued.
classified as white. There's a
No,
whole
it was
law
Middle
case
Eastern.
about it.
Just it'll be quick.
No, if it's not about skin, it's about what? That because of region?
Yes.
Oh, this is crazy.
That's just look it up.
Now they're talking about regions
Just-
being. Oh, this is right.
Just look it up.
Yeah,
Just
okay.
just ask the AI. Just look.
And it's in the government. It says Middle Easterns are white now.
That it's been that way for a really long time.
I
That's
would
what
disagree
they have
with you on
other.
Ina America.
That's why fuck the U.S. Census. Anyway, that's a whole nother conversation.
Alright, so King, my ideology's in the chats. If anyone wants to get my ideologies in the chat, feel free to ask ChatGPT what it is. They'll give you the depth meaning of what
total
the ideology is.
freedom,
To explain it?
sovereigntism.
Right.
So pretty
That's
much,
what it is. Total freedom,
Explain
sovereignty.
it.
Yeah.
Have a conversation. Have a conversation. Don't let Chat GPT do your job.
Dude, ChatGPT is a very good.
No, I'm not saying it's not.
Dictionary.
We're having a conversation.
I can explain the ideology. It's going to take too
Hold on.
long. That's what I'm saying. I'd rather you guys just look through ChatGPT and I'll sum it up for you.
Total freedom, sovereigntism, sovereign.
Just copy and paste.
What is the conversation about?
Sovereigntism.
I was
What is
explaining to King
ideology?
what my ideology is.
What is Scientology?
No, my
No,
ideology.
total freedom, sovereigntism. So I'm asking ChatGPT, total freedom, sovereigntism. Briefly explain it, and what is it similar to? What is it most similar
Yeah.
to?
Lord Nas, how do you look at sovereignty?
I'm not going to say. Is that total
Yeah, what-
freedom sovereigntism is a fringe political philosophical position that emphasizes absolute individual autonomy, rejecting nearly all external forms of authority, including government, laws, and collective institutions. It claims that individuals are sovereign over themselves in every aspect and are not morally or legally bound by national or international rules unless they explicitly consent. So the core idea is radical individualism, rejection of
Right.
state authority, voluntarism, taken to the extreme though, private laws, and then often it overlaps with tax protester ideologies from their refusal to pay taxes, get a license, or follow public law. Now, what is it most similar to? So it says here, it is most closely related to anarcho-capitalism, which we talked on, sovereign citizen movements, those, and I think the Moors have that too. Voluntarism, we hear that a lot from Bema or B-Master, if you know B-Master. And then finally, libertarian extremism, which originally I understood that it sounded very much like an extreme version of libertarianism. So that is also confirmed here. So, oh, then one more important note. Total freedom sovereigntism is not legally recognized and has led some adherents into legal trouble, especially when they attempt to opt out of taxes, court rulings, or other civil obligations.
Alright, wait. How about this King? Look up the other one that I sent.
Which one?
Pluralistic anarcho-sovereignty.
Okay, I got you.
Now you're a sovereign citizen, bro? That's great. Man.
No, I'm not.
So
Excellent.
interestingly enough, Mike forgot that I knew him from a completely different room with completely different people. So I think he kind of just had a little shock a little bit. But anyway, yeah, I knew him from a way other time.
Yeah, I think individualism has a you know a set caveat attached to it, and which is sovereignty. So, like, if we look at individualism as not separate beliefs or some sort of ambiguity or some sort of like creation of the self. Like, what is individualism?
Well, individualism is not a
right.
individualism is not in and of itself independent from a rule of law framework. So you can't, so you can't look, especially here in America, you can't look at some extreme radical understanding of individualism apart from what the rule of law sets in place. Because we're a constitutional republic, and republic is always based on a rule of law. The question is, what a rule of law that every individual must follow. So the question becomes, okay, what is that set of?
And
what is that?
And outside of that, it makes it radical.
Well, yeah. If you define individualism outside of a set of rules, then yes, that is what makes it extremely radical compared to other systems. Remember, it's a comparison.
So it's not necessarily
if you're the only
sovereignty.
person, for instance, if you're the only person on Earth, hell, you could be a total freedom sovereigntist, right? You're the only person. It's perfect for if you're the only person on the planet. But it doesn't work as soon as another person or another group is in the picture. It doesn't work. Because as soon as they decide, hey, I want your shit, what the fuck are you going to do?
I mean, you fight back for it, You fight back for the land. You fight for, like, you deliver.
Yeah, but then that takes you outside. Well, that technically takes you outside of that label, because now you are doing things that are not just consistent with your worldview. They're consistent with other worldviews that you would claim, oh, no, I'm not that. And this is what I always try to tell people who who believe in ideologies that are around this, that we're speaking on. Because once you start adopting things that are also within other ideologies you claim you don't fuck with, well, it's like it's like a slippery slope. And I've seen so many people, including myself, leave libertarianism or again any of the leave these ideologies because they literally walk down that line where it's like, hey, I'm this, and then you realize, oh well, I still believe in this and this and this, and I just value these things more. It's well, just leave. That's literally what happened to me, and I've seen it happen to plenty of others.
So, King, have you looked it up or no?
I haven't. Let me read it to you. So it says here, very simple: pluralistic anarcho sovereignty. It is a political philosophy that combines anarchism, sovereigntism, and pluralism, which is the acceptance of diverse coexisting systems of governance, culture, law, or belief. The core belief is that no single political, legal, or moral system should dominate. Instead, multiple sovereign units coexist without a monopoly of force, creating a decentralized, voluntary, and polycentric society. I don't think that works in actuality, but we're just reading what it means. Now, the core principle: sovereign micro entities, no universal law, voluntary interactions, mutual non-interference, and then conflict handled through decentralized arbitration or consent-based protocols. What is this most similar to? This is most similar to what they call panarchism. Panarchism, which is the idea that people should be able to choose their governing system regardless of location, which I actually agree with that. Or agorism, which is a strategy for achieving a free society through counter-economic or voluntary systems. Anarcho-pluralism, which is acceptance of multiple competing anarchist models. And then, here we go, my favorite, crypto sovereignty or network states, which is the idea that digital-first sovereign entities that operate above nation-states protocol, which I actually believe in. I actually believe in that final one. So yeah, the key distinction from total freedom sovereigntism is its focus on absolute autonomy of individuals. Pluralistic anarcho sovereignty allows for cooperative sovereignty among groups as long as it's voluntary. So that's the key distinction.
Yeah,
There
I
you go.
correct it. But yeah, it's that one.
So yeah, I mean, look, I believe so. Although I'm an American and I believe in Americanism, y'all know that well. That's my thing. I do, however, believe we are moving towards some version of what's the movie Blade Runner. So if you remember the original Blade Runner, not the one with Ryan Gosling. Although I like Gosling, he did a good job in that film. But I'm talking about the original one. So if you remember Blade Runner, in that film, essentially corporations, were countries. And I do think we're moving towards that. And the network state or the crypto sovereign state, I think is going to be part of how we get there. And so then that does mean, although I'm an American, it could be the case in the future that I'm also a citizen of some digital society that is global rather than local. Does that make sense, Lord? Like that's what I think sort of comes next.
Right.
So,
I agree.
But it's not just the race to the top of the individual. Now you have to associate understanding with geopolitical other nations ideology that's want to get to the top as well.
I mean, it's not really a top thing. It's more of a, because look, here's the thing, Mark. At the end of the day, in the next 15 years, we're going to figure out this energy shit, right? We're going to figure it out. Whether it's nuclear fusion, there's going to be some sort of energy source that get us as close as we can get to free energy. It's coming. So once we figure that out,
no.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think anything is free.
Of course not. I said close. I said
exactly,
close to. I said
exactly.
as
So
close. I said as close to.
No, but that's not the point. Is
I
that
said as
the
close
agenda.
to. I didn't say it's going to be free.
No,
I said
I'm not
as
saying,
close to as free. That's what I said. I didn't say it's free.
So what do you mean? What do you mean about that?
So the reason why I bring it up is because at the end of the day, we're going off planet. That is the next frontier. We're not just going to Mars. We're going to build Dyson spheres. We're going to build O'Neill cylinders. We're going to build these huge megastructures because once we figure out AI and robotics in building shit, then we can automate the production of those things. Using robotics and AI.
Right. So
the reason why I bring it up, hold on, Mark. The reason why I bring it up is because when these possibilities happen, the idea of a country is going to have to be reformulated, because if Elon and Tesla, right, just imagine, if SpaceX starts shooting people off to Mars, are they American or are they SpaceXian? You see what I'm trying to say?
No. But this is why I try to ask you the question before we got that far. So are you saying that the source to reach, some sort of free energy, this nuclear exploration, energy, is it outside of the Earth?
No. So,
right.
Are you familiar with the Kardashev scale? Type 1 civilization, type 2 civilization, type 3. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, you're talking about like terraforming planets and shit.
Oh, well, yeah, it eventually leads to that, yes, but it's essentially, the original measurement was just the measurement of how much energy or how much of the sun we harness.
So is the source outside of Earth?
No, that's my point. My point is that we're going to figure out how to harness the sun eventually, but before that, things like nuclear fusion and AI and others are going to accelerate towards that. That is what I'm trying to point out, Mark.
Right,
And
right.
the reason why I bring that up is because, hold on, yo, bro, you gotta stop interrupting. You gotta let.
I'm not interrupting you. I'm just agreeing. We're sorry.
Okay, fair enough. But I'll be quick. The only thing I was trying to point out, Mark, is that the idea of what it is to be an American or these traditional countries, it's going to change because corporations like in Blade Runner, once they start getting the power to print currencies, which is coming with crypto, and then also having, you know, resources over the production of robots, spaceships, X, Y, and Z, those things are going to lead to us becoming more than just citizens of traditional countries. In the future, we might be Teslians, or we might be SpaceXians, or we might be Blue Originians, you know,
Or
whatever the
Amazon.
companies are. So I guess in that sense, that's when like total freedom sovereigntism and these other like obscure political systems, I guess that's when they become relevant in some sense. Like once we start traveling to other planets and niggas start, living there instead of living here. That's when those ideologies become relevant. So
Leave the lesbians out of this. They did nothing to you.
Because I would like to watch lesbians having sex.
Oh my god. They're multiplying. Jesus Christ. Alright, now we got a stage of normal people. Let's do it. There's serendipity, nerd. What's going on?
Hey.
I opened a room, I put a weird title, and the weirdo showed up. This George fella, I don't know if I've seen him around the app, but I don't think I've ever heard him speak before, and now I know the reason why.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna be the only cocksucker in my relationship.
Right? As it should be. As it should be. Do you think there's an age in which sucking cock kind of ages out? Not necessarily for the woman, but like maybe for the woman too. But like if a guy hits like 70, 75, you still gonna go down on that wrinkle thing?
I don't know. I'm not there yet, Rod.
I mean, it's hard to.
No, you go ahead. I want to get your opinion on when you're gonna stop sucking.
Listen, it's hard to say. I'm not there yet either, Serenity. But if the couple's still sexually active at that age and they still want to get it in,
Right.
I don't think I don't see anything wrong with.
I don't see anything wrong with it. I'm not there yet. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. Like when it ages out, I bet you the men that go down on other men, they probably have a higher age threshold. I imagine that it's gonna start being less attractive to the woman when the male enters that age where he can't get and maintain an erection. You're not gonna just sit down there for fucking for a pity party and just suck on a limp cock. That's not going to happen. So maybe you'll have to push them into medication or something like that. But yeah, I think that's probably when it'll stop. Is when the man can't maintain an erection. I think that's.
I agree with that. At that point, it's like, what's the point?
Right.
Yeah, and it's probably just like he probably wouldn't want the blowjob any more than you'd want to give it at that point. I would imagine I'm getting to that age where I hear dudes talking about it, and I'm just like, oh man, quit fucking jinxing it, man. Like, but it's gonna happen at some point. It's an inevitability. I don't know how I feel.
go ahead.
I don't like taking medication to solve problems, and so yeah, I'm gonna probably. I think like I've heard that like hip exercises help to keep the blood flow going, so I'm gonna start that routine.
Any exercise does.
I was watching YouTube.
Hold on, Tim speaks as an expert here because he sucks a lot of old guys' dicks. Tim, go ahead.
Any exercise increases your blood flow, brothers. any exercise. So exercise. That is the moral of the story.
Go ahead, Dr. Jordan.
So I was watching a video on penis size, girth, and length. It was in depth. I think a urologist was hosting the podcast. It was a little disturbing, to be honest with you. So I don't know what to tell you guys.
Wait, why was it disturbing?
The number of people who are going in to get their girth increased. I just thought it was a little bizarre, but whatever. That's not my problem. What do they call it? There's a porn star who goes by the name Girth Master, I think. Yeah, Girth Master.
Girl, I'm glad you gave him the side eye because I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's a thing. I guess it would be a thing. That's why I gave him the side eye.
No,
What?
thank you. No.
Guys are having surgery to.
Yeah, these are average guys getting like 5 inch. Well, they do it in centimeters, right? So they're getting like the idea is to get like 5 inches around, which is kind of 5 inches. I don't know, but they're trying to build girth, which I thought is bad. I always assumed penis enlargements were elongation, but it seems like most of them are getting girth enhancement.
Yeah, they want to fill every inch of those walls, huh? I get it.
It's not length. Length, size. The ladies want to feel full. They don't want they don't want no long something up inside. They want a lot of the nerve stimulation.
Ken, are you a homosexual?
So that's what are you?
Well, don't get offended. It's a viable lifestyle. People could choose that if they want. Well, what
Are you? No, brother. Stop asking these questions, brother.
did I hit a nerve there? I'm sorry. I didn't realize you're. I didn't realize you're still in the closet. I apologize. I retract my question. Respect.
I don't roll that way. A woman me deal with woman. All right. Been married to my wife.
Oh.
She's a woman.
Does she know you're gay?
I have 5 kids. Does your wife know you are gay because you're asking gay questions, brother?
So now you're a homophobe.
So now you're a homophobe.
Do you always repeat everything I say? Repeat everything I say?
Yeah, I have to, because he's. I don't know why he asks his dumb question.
Ken, I got one last question for you.
I have one last question for you.
When is the last time you sucked a cock?
When was the last time you saw a man's penis, brother?
A man's penis.
Yeah.
That's just a woman's.
Yeah, when's the last? I'm asking these questions. You see, that's how the conservative mindset. Just weird.
Oh, 10. I can't wait to hear what you have to say about this topic. You and I have come a long way on this app. Remember we used to fight in the chats and I had to block you for a while. Then I unblocked you because I want to come in your flat earth rooms and listen to you rant about the flat earthers. I'm kind of getting along in your flat earth rooms, I think. So I'm going to go ahead and add you. Finally. You don't have to add me back. But we're getting along these days. I hope we can keep the vibe going, 10. Right? I'll be back in your next flat earth room to hear your thoughts about that clip I shared today, because I know you probably have a lot to say.
Oh yeah, I saw that clip. Yeah. I mean, remember, aircraft, they fly the Great Circle routes. The Great Circle routes are like straight routes. So that's why they stop in the room to get refuel. You can't fly on Earth. You don't fly just like that. Like if you're lined up with a destination, you don't just fly straight to that destination like that, because that's the longest route. You have to fly over the Great Circle routes.
Okay, we can talk about it in your room. We don't have to hog Mojo's stage and make it about us. You did? But I'll be back because I know some of the people in their space don't like me because they don't like the energy that I bring with the flat earth drama. So I'll be back. I'll be back to troll you, Ten. But I mean that with love.
But are you a flat earther though?
No, I just enjoy the conversation.
Right. Yeah. You're smarter than that. Although you're a conservative, I mean, it's not good.
Yeah, that's why we used to have our problems because you didn't like the fact that I was a black conservative.
Right.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes tonight as this conversation kicks off.
Black conservatives is a paradox. You cannot be a black Republican. That's crazy. That is they don't like you. Why are you in that party?
I don't care what they think. I don't know who they are. I don't live my life for they and them. I'm an individual, sir.
A white people party that's come to the party.
Okay.
They don't like you. You see what they're doing to people of color?
No, Tim, what are they doing? What are the white conservatives doing to the people of color?
All right. There are illegal people from Sweden and England here. They're not getting sent to El Salvador. Only Spanish people.
Are foundational black Americans being shipped out of the country, Tim? Are they being
Not yet.
And they won't be. And they won't. Nobody's coming for the black Americans, sir.
Which illegal white country person has been ejected from the country? None. So watch out. They don't like you. Leave that party alone.
I'm the new Harriet Tubman. I'm starting the new underground railroad for all you Negroes who think that Trump and the conservatives and the MAGA is coming to your house to round you up.
Right.
I mean, I don't understand. We have so many black people who claim to be about that life. They claim to be about that fuck around and find out life. They claim to be trap kings and queens. Their sons and nephews allegedly are shooters. I don't know. But nobody's ready to hold it down when the conservatives and the MAGA cult come and to take you to the plantation or the concentration camps. So listening to some of the black liberals on this app and beyond, I've decided that we need a new underground railroad. And I have positioned myself to be the Harriet Tubman of the New Age, the Negroes from the New Age MAGA plantation. Will you ride with me? I will protect you. Are you ready? Will you ride with me?
No. We are going to fight against them. This is civil war. We are fighting against.
You don't even live in the U.S., you weirdo. You're like in a third world shithole.
Buffalo soldier, big man. I'm a Buffalo soldier. What do you?
Yeah, I'm gonna save the blacks. Don't worry. I'm gonna.
Buffalo soldier. I come here to fight the black people against the white Republican Party. They don't like black people.
Tim, so you really believe every conservative? I'm sorry, Mojo. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask Tim, what do you think of white Democrats?
They have sense. White people. Those white people have sense. The other white people in the Republican Party are broken. They are not. They're unlike us. They are not like us. Yes, look. Okay, where did those racist Dixiecrats live? They lived in the South. The South is red.
Hello, D's. It's Dr. Edward Smythe here, the Times Square Shark. How we doing?
We are top big man. Alabama red, Georgia red, Florida red, Missouri red, Mississippi. That is where those racist Dixiecrats were. Jim Crow South.
Diaz, are you talking into a hole? Can you get out of it? We can't hang up. So the topic is conservatives and progressives inferior to liberals. We would say conservatives are certainly superior. Roger being more superior than all of them. There we go. In the club, it's a great sound system, in fact.
Are you at the club while listening to Clubhouse?
I mean, in my Porsche, you could call it.
Well, okay, I'll do that.
You must not be surrounded by any babes. I can't imagine you're on a babe at the club.
No, I'm in the mountains. I'm in my place in the mountains.
What are you at, a rave?
No, I'm in my Porsche and I'm listening to my fucking music, man.
It's so cool.
So you interrupted 10, and I wanted to hear him go off about blacks and conservatives. Why did you do that? Now he's
I mean, the thing is, okay, but why don't you hear me instead? Because I'll give you the real answer. You want the real answer?
No, I want to hear from the Black Heather.
Do you want the truth, or do you want someone who doesn't know it?
No, I wanted to listen to the Black Heather go off about black American conservatives.
All right, as you.
Well, he's gone now, Times. Every time you come up to a stage, you just, you know what I'm saying?
Well, can you imagine me in reality? Do you know what the fuck I do to reality? I crack it in half. Tonight, we were at dinner, and Kate and I, and we went to this place in Vermont.
It's funny. I was able to handle the bisexual guy that wanted everybody's father to be a sperm donating PhD. We survived 10, but I don't think we're going to be able to survive that guy.
That's awesome. I was waiting, Roger. I was hoping you were gonna send him down.
That was just weird.
He's totally tanked up. Roger, I've been wanting to pay you a compliment all week. It's Mitch.
What's up?
You know, well, it's just that you've been so patient and kind. Like, I remember when you used to stir everything up, but it's like you've mellowed out so much, man. And I just wanted to tell you, pay that to you as a compliment. I don't know why, but you've just been really cool and really patient.
Well, I appreciate the compliment. I would say that I am more calm these days. I would maybe contribute it somewhat to Xanax, but yeah, much more calm.
Or maybe it's just not worth. Maybe it's just not worth the, worth the smoke.
When I want to get riled up, what I do now is I'll just go to a room that I'm not moderating, where I have no control over the moderation, can't stop people from talking over me. If I want to fix of just that insanity, I'll just go to a different room. So there's ways to get whatever fix you're looking for on this app. I like to think of this as somewhere, this is kind of the halfway point between the really deep conversations and the really fucking just retard central. We're the halfway through point. This is where the midwits we join up.
Listen, I mean, when people listen to you, they can figure out that you've actually read a few books. People don't read anymore, and I think you get frustrated because people don't read. They just say things, and they're kind of they don't. And you're a pretty smart guy, so I think it used to really irritate. You used to take people down and flants, and now you're kind of well, what makes you think of that? And then if they really irritate you, you just kick them off the stage. So anyway, I give you kudos, man. I respect the new kind of patient guy. I mean, I'm a doctor, I got to be patient when I got 10 crazy people in a room.
Yeah.
So
well, if I had patience, I'd be a doctor.
Hey, Nye, how's it going?
Dr. Mitch, I have to say, I think it was last week, you came to my room and you came up on stage, and we were talking so much, I think it was about UFOs and Jesus, I'm not sure. And I didn't get a chance to acknowledge you, and you left. And I felt a little bad, because I'm like, Dr. Mitch came into my room, and he came up on the stage, and I didn't get a chance to say, what's up? So, what's up, Dr. Mitch? Thanks for stopping by briefly.
No, that's kind of you. You're somebody I have a lot of respect for. The whole thing, I think this is the wrong argument, this thing about, I think we've been brainwashed into this two-party thing. I'm not buying it. I think everybody should be judged on their own merits, and people in politics, maybe they disagree. Oh, you got a wasted vote. But this idea, basically, my bird's eye view is, if people love government and they love being governed and having somebody else manage their money, they move to the left. And if they don't, maybe they're more business minded, they move to the right. But I'm kind of a libertarian of sorts. I think the government that governs best governs least. Everybody should be judged on their own merits, and maybe that's too utopian for the way things are set up. But yeah, that's just my view.
Well, I sometimes think if folks want to, be critical thinkers, they lean more conservative. And then if you want to be a purple-haired, tripped-out tripper that complains and whines about everything, then you lean more fringe leftists. And I make a distinction between progressives, liberals, Democrats, and the fringe lefties. So I don't want to put all liberals and leftists in the same box, and progressives. That's why I distinguish with fringed out trippers.
Well, the smallest guy always screams the loudest, so people with the most extreme viewpoint are the ones that are going to be waving, or maybe they're paid, right? Like the paid protesters. They're paid to wave a flag. So there's a lot of that going on over there. So that's all I have to say about that. Getting some cool messages down on the.
Yeah, it's a real competition heating up here on who the coolest doctor is. Dr. Jordan, Dr. Mitch, or Dr. Responsible.
That's funny. I'm not trying to be cool. Listen, if somebody has an issue, or medical malpractice case, I'm a good guy to talk to. Other than that, I'm just me. We're border on nerdy, overeducated. It's interesting, Nye, that thing you said about people like that victim mentality. Yeah, I think the 2020s are the decade of the victim. Like, I've got friends that run colleges. They tell me anytime they don't hire somebody, they act as if they're being discriminated against. And the problem with that is it hurts people that really have problems. It dilutes the people that really need exceptions.
100%. I have relatives that I spar with often because they have the victim mentality. As a matter of fact, they think that's the default operation mode for blacks. And, I get called things like Trump Ed and Coon Ed because I always explain to them I don't have a victim mentality. White people haven't held me back from doing a goddamn thing, pardon my language. You know what I'm saying? I understand that systemic racism exists, oppression. I don't minimize the history of the plight of Black Americans in this country. But in 2025, in this age of the robot and AI, folks talk about Black fatigue. My Black fatigue is listening to Black folks complain about being oppressed, and the white man's doing this, the white man's doing that, and we're all victims, and we can't get ahead, et cetera, et cetera. So I get it. I've had to stop speaking to certain relatives. They can't come to my house because if you want to name call me because of my political position, you cannot come through my door. I treat you like a vampire. You're not invited in. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. So yeah, victim mentality, and it's not just blacks, obviously, and of course not all Black liberals feel that way. From my perspective, I see a lot of that with left-leaning people in general. The saying goes, as I'm sure many of us have heard, many of them stand for nothing, believe in nothing, and yet whine and cry about everything. They're triggered by everything.
Well, I just jumped back in the conversation, took a shower, but I think there's I think the attribution bias is a universal human, characteristic, right? Or behavior that we attribute our successes to ourselves and our failures to others. I think that it's more about, if someone's had a lot of luck and success in their life, they're going to attribute success to their own skills. And if they've had a rough time, they're going to attribute it to other people. So I think it's hard to get around that kind of basic cognitive bias. Really cognitive distortion, to be honest.
So
I like that.
Getting to the title of the room, conservatives and progressives, are they inferior to liberals?
If you're talking about classical liberalism, the answer is yes. But I don't know how many people are going to know that, Roger. You know, you're more well educated than the average.
Well, I don't know if it's that. I mean, like, I can tell you what conservatism was birthed out of, and I can tell you what it's traditionally, stood for. Progressives, I could tell you the same thing. Liberals have probably gone on the biggest journey in terms of like where they started and where the self-identified liberals are today. But in the classical liberal tradition, conservatives and liberals both believe, at least once upon a time they did, in individual freedom. It seems like they're not quite as staunch defenders of individual liberty as they once were. But progressives have never. That has never been a value of theirs. They've always. This is where the split with conservatives and liberals So when progressives began their bullshit about 100 years ago, it was to challenge the idea that individual liberty is the most important. And they would make the argument that you need a government that is going to ensure this idea of equality and equity. And these are terms that you hear a lot today, like equity. And ultimately what it is it's a shifting of the values where individual liberty, becomes dismissed and equality becomes the value that they most believe in. And as Milton Friedman once said, if you put equality in front of liberty, you get neither. And if you put liberty in front of equality, you get large heapings of both. And I tend to agree with that. And so I think progressives are the group in this country that are behaving the most outside of the American tradition and the Western tradition of seeing the importance of protecting individual freedom. So that's why I think they're the worst. That being said, I think liberals are better than conservatives because they're always ahead of the curve. Traditionally, the classic liberals, they're the ones that would, they would advocate for rights in a pretty staunch way. And conservatives are more like the group that comes around later to say, hey, that worked out for a long time. We should uphold that tradition. And so it's like liberals kind of like over time, their ideas become the favored idea of conservatives, and progressives are just kind of on their own little.
Well, you also have to break it down. Are you talking about economics or are you talking about social policy, right? Because
I'm referring to both, but I'm far more interested in the economic side than I am the social side. I think the social side should live outside of government, and whatever the cultural norms and the cultural subcultures might be, let it be, just as long as you have a government that can uphold don't let those individual freedoms that people are embarking on impede on our freedom. I talk a lot about John Stuart Mill, and he had said You should be free to do what you want to do as long as you don't harm other people. I think if we just use that as the guiding principle, I think we'd be fine. We'd have to also increase our level of tolerance to go, oh God. Like, I remember when I was a kid, like, it was like, oh man, we're not going to San Francisco because, San Francisco had this going on. You can't go down to San Pablo Avenue because, that's where all, like, the drugs and the prostitutes were at, right? And so, like, it happened and you were just tolerant of it or you avoided it, but you didn't necessarily have like some plan to go stop people from participating in what they wanted to participate in. Like, I think, I think the gay part of town needs to exist. I think the prostitution side of town needs to exist. We just don't want that in Central Park. And the downtown area should be free of that. And certainly the suburbs should be. But there's got to be like a place where that shit lives. And I think that's where we need to increase our level of tolerance. But we can also, with that tolerance, say, look, you can do that shit, but do that over there. Because we don't want to see.
It's my opinion. If we give these new age liberals too much leeway, soon we'll be a society of damn furries. What do they call these people that think they're animals? Furries shitting in litter boxes in public. Yeah. They already want to put the tampons in the boys' bathrooms, Tim Waltz. It's just too much. The new age liberals are just going too far. They're just too far left for me. Give them too much of the yarn, right? And we'll be a nation of perverts. All deviant, all your bedroom deviant, perverse natures and activities and thoughts will be legalized and pushed to the forefront. And if you don't get along, subscribe to it, co-sign it. They'll come up with new words to shun you and dox you and cancel culture you. I don't know what happened to the Liberal Party. That's why they're so fractured. That's why they're progressives, leftists, Democrats, and MAGA's the same way. You have the Republicans, conservatives, and MAGAs. Everybody has these titles, right? Somebody said we need no party. I probably would agree with that. Was that you, Dr. Mitch? I might agree with that.
I think people are more comfortable following than they are leading. And I think that it's real easy for them to just choose a side and not really give it to, what is that? Identity politics has become the thing, and politics is all around us. It's consuming us so much. I think we don't really have an idea of a lot of things that are going on because everything is a lawsuit, a policy. It's like a lot of chaos right now, quite frankly. And I don't know, there were a few other things you said that I wanted to comment on, but they slipped my mind. But yeah, interesting times. It's interesting times. Information travels fast, and there's a lot of different forms of corruption. And a lot of them have been closeted. They're things that haven't really been in the sunlight, and they're coming out. So I know because I work in the legal system as an expert, and man, I've seen such crap. This is nothing new. Having, a lot of different, just the power of judges and stratification. Talk about the black community. They just round people up on a street corner and just say, we're going to put you in jail till you plead guilty to something. It was insane. They're still doing it in inner cities. They're still doing that. The law enforcement needs the statistics. The prosecutors need the stats to advance their careers. We'll get there, if we get rational people leading us, but those aren't usually the people that want the job. It's people who have a financial interest or, some fringe philosophy. So anyway, I have hope for the world. Just need more people like us. I mean that the kindest, less egotistical way.
One of the reminders I think people need is that eventually we're all going to die. The human race someday, here's a reality check, will be extinct someday. Something you don't grow up thinking about. You kind of think that life's kind of a long journey and whatnot. But we're going to be extinct. It will happen. And we're probably the only species, I'd have to check with Dr. Jordan on this, that is going to be responsible likely for our own extinction. If you go and look up like what's the most likely cause of extinction right now, they say AI is the most likely cause. Then there's things like, like a meteor can hit. If you wait long enough, like the sun can burn out. Like there's a lot of things that eventually will get to us, but chances are either through AI or a nuclear war or something like that is how humans are going to go extinct. And I think it's very interesting that we have this sense of superiority over everyone and everything because we can think, but yet what we think to do is to create the very things that are going to cause us to no longer exist. It's fucking bizarre. What do you think?
I actually think about this a lot, Roger, because I do science. I'm always trying to predict outcomes. And one of the biggest problems we have right now is that people aren't modeling the outcome, but they call me Dr. Doom because if you draw the timeline and the progression of about a million things that we're doing, every one of them leads to human extinction on the planet. It's like, it's stupid in a way. It doesn't have to be, but you probably know about Freakonomics. It's kind of like they took away plastic bags. They started charging for them in downtown San Diego, and the homeless people were using them for sanitation, and they had a typhus outbreak because nobody was smart enough to think, what happens if we start charging for plastic bags? We get rid of plastic. Yeah, and you also get rid of people's simple... Anyway, that's just an example of people not using their minds to think forward. As a doctor, I think if I give somebody a medicine, what's going to happen 2 years from now? Like the average person is not taught in our educational system to think like that. It's think like, how can I get more followers and make more money? Well, it doesn't matter if there's no world to live in. So, you might want to factor in a little bit of, human preservation while you're at it.
Dr. Mitch, I have this theory that a lot of humans are just really miserable and unhappy. They don't like their lives. They don't want to tap into their emotions. They don't want to nurture their emotions. I think they are going to welcome the emergence of man and machine. I mean, as we know, Elon Musk has that Neuralink, and if it ever hits mass, I know it's been tested on a handful of people, but once it becomes available to the masses, I think, in my opinion, we'll see a lot of miserable humans wanting to upload to the cloud. They want to be part of the cloud. The cloud is their God. The cloud is their religion. And so it is my hope that I live long enough to see the AI takeover of humans, or at the very least, the UFO invasion. One of the two will happen. I do hope I live long enough to see it. And when that moment comes, I'll be ready for the rapture. Lord Jesus, amen. But also I want to say something, Dr. Mitch. You said something earlier. I think you said chaotic, and I'll say this really quick and land. I think part of the reason why society, especially here in America, modern society is so chaotic is because a lot of people, we always hear people talking about they want to be on the right side of history. And so many people are conflicted right now because they don't want to think for themselves. And I think something you said about we don't have adequate leaders. They don't know who to listen to, or they're listening to the wrong people. They want their so-called leaders to tell them how to think, how to live, how to fuck, how to drink, who to pray to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they want to fall in line and obey, and that leads to chaos, because then when we come together in spaces like this, or church group, or social groups, everyone's to argue and spar over individual ideas and not respect individual ideas and listen to learn. We have the society of people who are like, well, if you don't agree with me, I don't want to deal with you. I mean, look at how Trump has divided families, whole families and friend groups, breaking up, separating, not speaking because if you're MAGA or you're Trump. If that's not the biggest mind fuck of the 21st century, I don't know what is. I'm done.
Something that I want to agree with Dr. Mitch on, which is kind of interesting to me, academics are among the most siloed people, right? Like in my former field, people, are still trying to save subspecies of endangered wildlife that live in a remote area that really have little impact on the world, but their whole world revolves around this, right? So it's kind of a corollary to the notion that if the world's not around, what does this matter? Well, these people are treating the world as though it's still going to be around when they kind of need to be focused on social issues that are save our species first. So I'm just amazed at how many of these academics think, and that is something that needs to be addressed in higher education.
Man, this is a great topic. Sorry if you guys don't mind. I give my 2 cents. Otherwise,
Yeah, well, you can only give us 1 cent with that fucking broken English of yours. But go ahead and
all right then. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, man. You know, that's the thing, man. Some people sometimes argue that free market competition, like sometimes it's a key driving innovation and efficiency in the healthcare, man. Sometimes it doesn't work, man. It hinders the benefits, you know, in this world. And people like sometimes government, you know, should provide, you know, support, you know, to make sure, you know, vulnerable groups aren't left behind. You know, unfortunately, they don't. You know, balance between innovation and access is not there. You know? Many feel sometimes, you know, they shouldn't come at the expense of access. You know, and that's universal healthcare. You know, unfortunately, you know, overall, we haven't been very, you know, decent with our plans and what we think about what is healthcare and what we want to care about. We are just a bunch of people now who are, it's just teamed. It's just me against you. It's just animosity we have between each other. And I believe it makes it easier for corporations, you know, to make money. Because that's exactly what they want. They want us.
Hold on. Why would a corporation?
We missed the point.
Hold on.
Yeah, all right.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Why would a corporation want to do anything other than?
That's exactly my point.
Well, is it?
And you answered it.
Well, but that's what.
You answered that.
But that's why they exist. So what?
Yes.
What else do you think they should be considered?
All right, but don't you think there are certain fields that it should be money driven, and some other like healthcare should be much more like.
No, I like the profit.
Culture driven.
Hold on. No, I like the profit motive in medicine, and here's why. If you don't have a profit motive, then why would somebody go through all that study to be a doctor? Why would we come up with the latest, greatest drugs if we're not going to be able to profit from them? I think the problem is.
All right.
Hold on. The problem is that you and others like you believe that the world owes you something, that you're owed something, and I don't think that that's the case. So I think that if you get sick, you should pay for your doctor bill. Or you can find do-gooders that have a private charity that can help you. I don't believe it's the government's job to pay for your doctor.
Fair enough. Fair enough argument. And let's go back to history. Not history, but the data we have. Veterans in America, they've been in war. PTSDs, broken limbs. They have. I'm not talking about if the war is right or wrong. I'm not talking about that, but I'm talking about they came back home now. And you have a lot of injured people coming home. Drugs. Homeless. What can you say about that?
What can I say about homeless?
Does your same concept apply to that, or it doesn't?
When it comes to veterans, I see it slightly differently. I think that the veterans were called upon and were promised that, hey, if you go do this for your country, we're going to put you in a nice retirement plan that's going to get you.
They never asked for that. They went to war because their families are there. But they came back home.
Hold on.
And they dealt with people like you.
Don't speak while I'm speaking, or you're not going to get a chance to participate in this conversation. You said something, and I'm replying to it. Now, why would you now speak while I'm speaking? What the fuck is going on here? You know who closed the fucking bases in the United States? The bases that had military hospitals? Do you know who closed those, Hussein?
I don't know, man. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, I'm telling you that I believe that veterans are a different story because of what we ask them to do. Because we're literally asking them to risk their lives in some cases, I think that we put them in harm's way for bad reasons. But in concept, they're supposed to be able to protect, from foreign foes. And so if we're going to ask them to fight for us militarily, I think that contract should be honored, that we're going to take care of them once the conflict is over. The problem is that we've since destroyed the military hospitals that were on all the bases because we've gotten rid of the bases. Do you remember which president got rid of all the?
That's not my question, man.
Oh, okay, got it. So you don't know. All right, carry on. Just go ahead. Just say words.
It's not my question.
Let's just go back to saying words. Let's just go back to saying
words. All right. Who? Obama?
No.
Biden?
No.
Clinton?
It was Clinton.
Democrat.
It was Clinton that closed all the bases.
Well, I understand.
But you brought up veterans. Why did you not bring up that shitbag Clinton for closing the?
But you know my point. You got to answer my point.
I didn't. I don't know your point. All I know is that you brought up veterans, and I indicated to you what happened to the veterans and their access to health care. But you don't seem to even know that and don't seem to care about that. So it tells me that your entire point is completely disingenuous. But go on.
Well, I guess I made my point. Everyone knows. Everyone here who's listening knows your point and my point. So I'm good.
Oh, that was fucking stellar.
But I do worry about central planning, though, like that maybe poverty and high deficits and these types of things are designed to keep people scrambling. A large segment of the population. I do wonder if it's by design.
Dr. Mitch.
Yes, sir.
I always had the question, like in my head, is when people are pleading allegiance and they go to war or they go to whatever it is, with any sense, business-wise, school-wise, friendship-wise, it is the same. You always go in with the notion that I'm going in here and I'm putting myself out there. Everyone knows that. And we are in here, all of us together. So when I'm out of it, obviously there is a certain kind of a respect that you should have, in a sense, that you are a hero, that you went out. A lot of people stayed home. They didn't want to do nothing to do with it, especially when veterans, warriors go out, go to a war. they had no idea about, and I never blame the soldiers. These are really courageous people. I blame governments. I don't blame. Listen, let me finish my point.
No, I have a question.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point first.
Absolutely not. I have a question for you.
All right then. Okay.
I have a question. When soldiers came back from Vietnam, who were the people that were spitting on the soldier?
That's the thing you don't understand, man. I don't know you that much. I know you a little bit. We talked to you 2-3 years ago.
You say I don't understand, that you don't understand.
But Trump wasn't president. I like Trump. I'm a Trump fan. So we're good in that sense.
I'm asking you. I didn't vote for Trump. I don't know what you're talking about now. But I'm asking you. You made the point.
I think that was exactly right.
You made the point about we should respect the soldiers when they return home. And
Absolutely, you should.
And I'm asking you, who were the people that spit on the soldiers when they returned home from Vietnam?
It's the hippies, right?
Who spit on the soldiers? Tell me that. I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know. I have no idea.
It was the American left. It was the American left that spit on our soldiers.
The hippies.
I have no idea. And that's look, man. This I don't care, but I respect the real men that went out, left their kids, left their families, mothers, sisters, wives, went to fight the war.
So why did they spit on
loyal men. I have absolute respect for them.
Hold on. Why did they spit on them?
It doesn't matter which war they are in. If it's wrong or right.
Retard. You're a goddamn.
No, but you don't get it.
No, I
don't get it.
I do get it, actually.
You don't get it. These people are patriots, man.
Yep. And
these guys, these people who left you are a bum, not them.
Yeah, this guy. What the fuck is he on?
He's articulating. Honestly, I think
I wish he would just download Duolingo. That's learn the language, man. For fuck's sake, or just spend some time in the goo and just we'll do simple ones. I'll get Johnny in here to do an English lesson for you. That's fucking painful.
Oh God. I have sympathy for people who are inarticulate, Roger, because your brain goes like 1,000 miles an hour. Like I said, you were very patient. You let him go for about 15 minutes before you cut him. It's a lot.
Well, it's just fucking weird. It's like okay, you said words. Now let's talk about the words you said. And then all he wanted to do is circle back to the same words that he said. It's like, can we advance the conversation? Like, what is the inference of the words that you're speaking?
Just the frustration that, I think he's frustrated that he doesn't see people serving, being treated properly when they come back, and that just being a microcosm of the way that government treats its citizens in general.
Yeah, government sucks, but this guy not going to city council meetings, he's doing nothing to fix it. This is the other problem, man. Everybody's got a fucking a complaint, right? Whether you're left to center, right to center, smack down in the middle. My biggest beef is these motherfuckers that are on this app talking all this shit about who the best leader would be, what the best leadership qualities would be, but they don't even fucking get involved. There's no involvement whatsoever. And then they mock the people that do get involved. Dude, we were talking about it earlier. Marshall, the only guy on the app on the Republican side that's truly fucking involved in local politics, and Republicans in those rooms at early Clubhouse used to chew him up, spit him out, because they didn't like some of his positions. The fact is, he did more work in the last 2 presidential cycles than the entire conservative Clubhouse put together. Fucking.
And they're still not nice to him.
Serenity's here. Hey.
That's
What's
serendipity.
That?
Jesus Christ. Dr. Mitch, come on. You get with your fucking background in education, can't read? Come on.
Can't read?
Serendipity. That's serenity.
No, oh God. Yeah, okay, Drew. Okay, serendipity. It's very serendipitous that you are here tonight.
There you go. What are you gonna do? Call me Maha next?
Exactly.
Hi, Connie. Is it Connie? It's Connie, right?
Yeah, it's me.
Connie's one of those people. I met Connie recently on here. She's very sweet, but she makes no sense at all. But I love it. I love it because like she'll say some shit and then you can tell her that's the most idiotic thing I've ever heard, and then she'll be like, well, that's just an opinion. Like I was saying, it's just the nicest person. Like you are.
Everybody's got their opinion, but some of it, trolling, just whatever.
I think you might be one of my favorite midwits on the app.
I'm aiming to be that.
There we go.
My whole life goal.
You had me at serendipity. I'm not going to live that one down. I do tend to read serendipity, but the thing is, when you come up on my screen, it just says SEREN. So excuse me for that. I feel stupid.
No worries. Dr. Responsible calls me Serenity all the time.
I think
that's because Dr. Responsible legitimately can't read. Dr. Mitch just made a mistake.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Sorry, Connie. I cut you off.
Pretty good. Just trying to get ready for bed. I did some exercises, so I'm just trying to wind down and go to bed.
Did you do some Kegel exercises?
No, we're working on my neck. It's a little stiff.
Mojo, Dr. Responsible, I don't know what the name is for when someone gets on stage and makes kind of their inaugural pitch or speech for a given night show or whatever, but I have to tell you, Dr. Responsible tonight was in Matt Cool's room, and he launched, it was a diatribe, but he launched into an introduction, or really just commentary that was hilarious. I wish we could get him in here to talk about it, but I don't know where he comes up with this shit, but it was good.
What was it about?
It was basically his take on, well, I think Nye was in there. Were you in there?
Wait, what was the conversation?
When Dr. Responsible came on stage, it's not that I agree with him, it's the way he said what he said was just, it was about Trump, and it was just funny. It was just funny.
Wait, did JB come in and kick him off the stage? Was it that room?
JB was in the audience. It was Matt Cool's room. Some people just drop the mic at times. Like, it's almost like he had a script in front of him because it was unusually it was colorful, and it was just really. Sometimes he does it well. Sometimes Pepe, even though I disagree with him, he sometimes does the same thing. Sorry for that tangent.
So, do you all think who went to a Beyonce concert? Do you all? I was reading something where one country performer said that's not country.
It's definitely not country.
And I was like, well, no, she's gonna have to mix. I think her country to her is when she slows down the string instruments and she sings slower, And then I was like, I don't know. It's usually more Scottish people that descendants of Scottish people that are more, country. So I just was like, I'm just like, I mean, that's just her spin on it. But I'm glad that she got people out to look at that sphere and and dialogue about it. That much I'm glad about the cowboy, the cowgirl. That much I'm really glad about.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to say goodnight, guys, before I didn't want to just leave. But Roger, thanks for doing this all the time. Nye, always great to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Come again, Dr. Mitch.
Thank you so much.
See you, Dr. Mitch.
Night.
Have a good night. Yeah, Connie,
Is he really a doctor?
Dr. Mitch?
Yeah, is he really a doctor?
Yeah, he's one of the few.
Yes, he's one of the few, for sure. And not only is he a physician, but he gets well compensated to be a real expert on many cases. So, means he really knows his stuff.
Wow, that's good. That's good. Because it's just like with lawyers, they're like bow ties. Every lawyer ain't for everybody. That's good that he knows his stuff and he's real versatile. So I was looking at some articles for ICE, and have you seen like any articles that you disagree with as far as deporting de facto immigrants out of the country? People just for some strange reason or another haven't been able to get the paperwork together, and it's reasonable because they have 11 million people that they need to process, so they have a gruesome backlog.
Yeah, but better late than never, right? Look, if you're not here legally, bye-bye. I think we're being too nice. I think the return trip home is the wrong plan.
Yeah,
I think
on your tax dollar.
Well, what I think we should do is, and this might even cost more, but it would definitely send a message to future would-be illegal immigrants, is when we catch them, I think we should put them on a rocket and we should send them to Mars. That's what I...
Oh, he's building an even larger facility. I think it's going to be in the Everglades, too.
Of course, because I have an unhealthy obsession with UFOs and space aliens and et cetera, I disagree with Mojo putting them on the rocket because I'm like, why do the illegals get to potentially have the opportunity to make first contact with otherworldly beings? It's a possibility if we put them on Mars. And you know what? I'm a protest.
Well, I have a reason for it, and I appreciate your pushback, but I do have a good reason that you might agree with. Pioneers get slaughtered, and settlers prosper. So the next wave of people that go are the ones who will actually settle Mars.
Okay. I'm with that one. All right, very nice. Okay.
Well, I wouldn't be doing it ever since I made a mistake and flew to Boston through Rhode Island, or was it Rhode Island through Boston? Anyway, I would be doing it because the food in that airport is trash. It tastes worse than old TV dinner. And then I wouldn't be doing it is because I didn't get one of my teeth pulled, and they had to go beyond 33,000 feet in the air. They went 36, and it drove me crazy. So I won't be going. But you all can send me fan mail back. Tell me how things are going.
Connie, the last time you were in here, I was listening to you speak, and I think you were speaking about your Native American genealogy or something, your bloodline. And I'm really not trying to be funny when I ask you this. I'm asking legitimately because I'm working on a project about dreams. You don't happen to know any dream interpreters, any shaman by chance, do you?
I do know a shaman on meetup.com. I do know one.
Oh, you can find a shaman on meetup.com?
Yeah, I pimped my cousin. I found out where he was going to be playing the fiddle at with his other string musicians, Gaelic music. And so I actually did a meet and greet at one of the Irish taverns in the area. And so meetup.com, they have 10 million people. They said, right now you're the hottest organizer on the app. I was like, and I got an upset stomach. I couldn't even make it. And I had took off for work and I couldn't even make it.
Well, I'm gonna reach out to you on the back end.
Yeah,
And
I
tell you
do
about the
know
project.
one. What is that? I think he does that Viasco book, the 5 Agreements or something. He goes through that like nothing.
The 4 agreement?
I think it's 5 Agreements. Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, I do know one.
Yeah, I had that feeling. You were giving me that vibe that you're somebody I need to tap into to pitch my project to, because you might know the people that I want to interview for the project. At least, yeah. So
I'm in quite a few. My largest Facebook group that I created is 21,000, but I'm in quite a few Native American Facebook groups, and when they hit the highlight at the at highlight, then I'll be able to see what they're doing. But they not pressed for people, because they'll say like, well, put your name in city that you're from, because you can go if you're not gonna be active. You can go. So yeah, I built that, but I felt like it was a ministry to me. So
Connie, let me ask you this: do you know anything about the Association of Descendants of Nancy?
Yeah, because that's my 4th great grandmother. Yeah, because I was digging up some information, and it came. See, they are the Lenape Indians that sold New York City to the Dutch. Yeah, that's where they come out of. And then before that, they're the original Cherokee out of Mexico, Aztlan. Where is it? They call it Aztec.
Fascinating.
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna welcome Dr. Adams and Cam to the room. If anybody has
But
any
like I
comments
haven't joined it, because like when you turn 60.
What are you doing?
When you turn 60, you're kind of like, well, what do I have to offer people?
What's happening?
So that's all.
What is happening?
I know about it, but I ain't doing nothing.
What are you doing? Okay. Like I was saying, I was welcoming Dr. Adams and Cam to the room. If anybody has any comments on the title of the room.
I'm at the gym.
Any big backs?
I was actually trying to get some more clarification. Like, what do we mean conservatives and progressives inferior?
Yeah, we're talking about U.S. politics. Conservatives and progressives, are they inferior to liberals?
Liberals as in like what they mean by like what an actual Democrat stands by?
Well, what Democrats stand by is not rooted in classical liberalism at all.
No, I mean like what it should be, what they should stand by. What I should have said. I'm sorry.
Well, tell me, what is it you think they should stand?
I believe they should, be more so like, how can I say this? It changed so much because when we first got here, when my ancestors were brought here, the Democrats were the ones that were like in charge, enslaving us or whatever.
The scallywags that promise you everything and deliver nothing.
Yeah. And like the Republicans were more so the ones that were fighting for like the government should be like more regulated and stuff like that. And then I believe they call it the Great Switch or the Great Change or something like that, when it like after the Civil War, like all the Democrats became Republican, all the Republicans became Democrat and stuff like that. And are conservatives and progressives inferior to liberals? In its true essence of in the true essence of liberals, I would say yes. And say that because we're getting too caught up on like the small things, and then the major politics are, well, the things that we should be deciding are what's getting in the way, and we are getting caught up in who's conservative and progressive, and we're too focused on being conservative versus like being for the value of your party. You see what I mean? Versus, you know, trying to be the extreme of your party instead.
What is it you think that progressives value?
I think they value feelings more than they value morals. And I think conservatives are valuing morals, or what they believe morals are in a religious way of speaking, too much. Like the whole nuclear family and stuff like that. Like if we're going to be living by what the Constitution and its amendments are supposed to be, then we shouldn't be focused on the nuclear family and all of this other stuff. Like we should be focused on how are we going to make our country better to live in for its people. Like we focus. I feel like the conservatives and progressives are focused on attacking each other than they are more so attacking the problem. How about that?
I think it's just a bit of trolling to the high supreme.
Trolling?
Gaslighting. Because if you go on Twitter, I have to get up out of there. Man, they go for it. They be showing the libs. Like, they had one guy on The Bachelor, and, you know, he said he didn't pick anybody because he couldn't be his true self and he was in a dress. You know, they just showed just the most outrageous, flamboyant, you know, stuff that the liberal Democrats, you know, go for. Like, what else? I would say the worst they ever showed were small children at the school of Satan. And, you know, my kids went to public school in Montgomery County, and you just couldn't take pictures of them in school like that. You had to go through the proper procedures. Many times I signed saying, if he's included in the background, you may use him.
Hey, can we try to do this when we speak? Let's make one point and, you know, maybe maximum two, and just kind of, instead of like just drifting off.
I'm not drifting off. I think they like the gas. They spend too much. The Republicans spend too much time gaslighting instead of trying to get their fellow comrades to be on the same page, because we're headed down a slippery road. The government might close down soon.
Oh, wouldn't that be a blessing? So I still haven't heard much thought around. Does anybody want to take a stab at what the difference between progressives and liberals?
Oh, yeah. Your progressives are your social justice warriors. Like, that's what they care about. It's social inequalities, and they're your entitled peeps that want the government to make everything easier for them. They're not really very economically motivated. Like, their politics are more about it's DEI politics, honestly.
It's definitely a big part of it. I think the main thing is they want to weaponize the government to get to the world that they're looking for.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, right, that for equitability instead of equality.
Yeah, and I would push back on the equality part. I don't think that we are equal. I think it's a foolish notion to say that we're equal. I think what we need is, and what we have, is equal protection under the law. But I think equality, you know, when people talk about equality of outcomes, That's a hard no for me. So then they'll say, well, what about equality of opportunity? And I think that's even a stretch, because
I agree.
sometimes you have prerequisites. If you don't get to try out to be quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. Like, you have to have talent. You have to be a known quantity. You have to know. You have to have the skills to be in that elite group to even be thought of for consideration. And so, no, we shouldn't institute laws that create an opportunity for somebody that doesn't deserve it. We should only care about equal protection under the law, making sure that rights are protected. And so, unfortunately, what we've seen with progressives, and you can see this best in the feminist movement. I think that first wave feminism was led by liberals. The idea was, hey, we want the same rights that men have. And then the second wave of feminism was like, no, we want better rights than men, because this is where you get these arguments of like, oh, well, certain groups had a head start, and ergo, we need to change the laws in such a way that it gives favor to this particular group or that particular group. So you want disproportionately advantageous laws, which it's just silliness. It's like, if you recognize that setting up the country in such a way where where white male Protestant heterosexuals were the benefactors of your interpretation of the law, and you could reject and say, well, damn, why didn't they let everybody else participate and protect everybody's individual rights? And then and that's what the liberals want. The liberals always fought for, we need equal protection under the law. And what progressives want is they want to be treated special. They feel like they need to rearrange the pressures on certain identity groups. And so progressives, in my opinion, they're probably the most illogical people of ideology that I've seen outside of anarchy. And so if B-Master comes in here, we'll shit on her more than anybody. But I think progressives are the bottom barrel. And sadly, conservatives don't really have original ideas. All conservatives do, and it's not for nothing, but they take an examination and they look at the world through a particular lens, and they say, well, institutions are worth preserving. And then they say, hey, whether it's traditional family values or free speech, whatever it might be, they'll say, hey, these are the things we want to protect. But the people that gave us those rights in the first place were the radical liberals of their day. And so I think we should maybe consider going back and looking at what inspired the radical liberals that founded the country, and look at British Enlightenment, and what did that really mean? What did that really look like? I think we could learn a lot if we just kind of retrace our.
So you think, Mojo, if I heard you correctly, the progressives, did you say at the bottom?
Yeah, the
bottom of the barrel?
Yeah, the progressives are like the fucking, they're that stain around the rim of the toilet.
Well, that's interesting, because I agree with what you and, hold on, let me get the name right because I only see half of it. Serendipity said, but I kind of feel like the progressives, aren't they more, and I think both of you kind of said this, but I could be wrong, they focus more on, don't they kind of want to act like a collective in their pursuit for justice?
This is correct. This is their pursuit. See, what they believe is that equality is justice. And what liberals, in the classical sense, believe is that liberty is what gives you justice. And so I would make the argument that the pursuit of equality is part of the problem, because, and so you're right in calling this out. What they want is collective rights. They want collective protection rather than individual rights and individual protection.
I think I'm on the fence, because I almost feel like the progressives working collectively is more advantageous for society, while advocating for individual freedoms I don't know, that kind of leads to this emotional state that many liberals have worked their way to, as Cam noted. So I feel like I'm on the fence with this. I almost feel like the progressives is more, I don't know, I'm on the fence, to be honest.
There's not a lot of substance progressives, though. There's not a lot of substance from. They're looking for collective rights for special interest groups. They're not looking for collective rights for the country as a whole.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, now I understand. Okay, yeah. All right, I got it. So I agree. I think the liberals are probably team liberal, to put it simply.
I think the biggest mistake rhetorically that conservatives have done, and they've done this over at least the last 30 years, is terms like liberalism is a mental disorder. I think they went after the wrong group. I think if they would have targeted their ire towards progressives, because good classical liberals will tell you that some of these progressive values are fucking very dangerous. And so I think there could be a partnership between classical liberals and conservatives. There'd still be some argument and some differences, but at least in terms of wrestling back, the foundational principles of individual liberty. This is something that the problem with conservatives in certain instances, though, is that they've got some puritanical roots that cause them to come up with ideas where they want to legislate based on their own value system, and sometimes it's out of step. The progressives are a wacky bunch, though, because what they've done is they've tried to steal the Puritan take of conservatives, but their puritanical roots, their finger wagging comes down to like, you must the demands they have for income equality, for example. These are the types of people that will emerge, like this knucklehead in New York that wants to tax the rich, right? Now, I think if you're going to have a taxation, it should hit everybody. But the progressives want to attack the rich because they believe that income inequality or wealth inequality is this thing that they can fix. So they're going to put their hand on the scale and they want to redistribute the wealth. So they want to take the money from people that figured out how to navigate this system to get the money, and they want to just take the money and give it to people that have failed to navigate the system and not have the money. It's a very bizarre.
Which makes me wonder if some of what you said is the reason why we've heard, or maybe I should say I don't say we and assume everyone's heard this, the past year or so, we've seen longtime Democrat leaders or left-leaning people abandoning the party because their viewpoints in politics no longer align. I'm wondering how much there is a divide between the progressives and the liberals that's forcing some liberal leaders specifically to either go independent or switch conservative. I wonder how much infighting there is between these groups that we don't see in the.
Well, we see it play out at the national level. We see guys like Fetterman, who had probably the best stroke ever. Ever since his stroke, he been speaking since, and I think maybe a near-death experience brought him back to his principles as a liberal. And I think you're unlikely to see them join forces holistically with quote unquote conservatives. Going independent probably will be something that they'll do, unless of course they're looking for higher office. If you're looking, if you're a congressman or a senator and you're looking to become a president, then in the system we have, you need to participate in the two-party system. So maybe you could flip-flop there. That being said, the flip-floppers don't really get embraced all that much. What we should be hoping for, though, is just for us to just prove out that that the progressives are the weak link, and that they're the ones that are driving the country to hell in a handbasket. And think about where their policies come from and what countries have tried the policies that they have and the outcomes that are a result.
So is it safe to say that liberals kind of view progressives and their ideology as unrealistic?
Well, liberals in the classical sense would have a fundamental disagreement because of progressives rejecting the idea of individual rights and in favor of collective rights. Classical liberals, I mean, are the ones that gave us the very notion that that every man should be.
So, to answer kind of the question of the room, then, hold on, I'm getting a message. Let me close this. So, are conservatives and progressives inferior to liberals? I do wonder if conservatives are viewed, if conservative policies and politics tend to be more consistent than progressives and their policies and vision for the country. And so,
I think conservatives for the longest time were very, very consistent. I think what's happened with the MAGA takeover is that you found out that even long-standing traditions of defending free market capitalism have been abandoned, and so these folks that that believed in free trade once upon a time are now opting for this nationalistic approach. They'll do absurd things. Like a true conservative would never, and I mean never, support tariffs. A true conservative would absolutely fucking just take the fucking bullet to the head before supporting tariffs. But now we have people under the Republican banner that are like, well, China's been kind of kicking our ass here and there, so let's fight dirty with them and fuck it. And then when you walk them through that, like, hey, you're abandoning free market capitalism, and they're just like, yeah, but those Chinese, we gotta fight those Chinese.
Look at Temu and now Amazon. I saw a nice waist purse that I liked, and they were asking for $15 for transit, to move it. And then Temu, they just put it back in your credits and then throw in some more free gifts. I mean, they are just really taking this, to the hilt. But you've been copying everything from Microsoft to Mercedes-Benz and paying a little bit of nothing to move your products. America's been buying a ton of stuff outside and very little regulation and support for, homemade products inside. So, they'll get over it. But it hurt me though. But I put that bag right back because I was like, I'm not paying the shipping fee. Y'all gonna have it can't go on like this.
Connie, did you vote for Trump or did you vote for...
Not only did I vote for Trump, I was invited to the inauguration, but I didn't go because my job wouldn't have understood that. That was way over their head.
Wait, so what do you mean your job wouldn't have understood?
If I would have said I'm not coming in, because I didn't have that much seniority, so I don't even know if I had to leave to do it. Because, said the end of the year and stuff like that. And, they wouldn't have been able to wrap their head around that at all.
I'm sitting here listening to this, and I'm thinking to myself, we have all these terms, and this is just a ramble thought, and I'll make it really short. We have these terms, conservatives, progressives, liberals, and as we've been discussing in this space today, these terms they seem to have evolved what they mean over time. And I'm wondering if the next 4 years, especially under Trump, if these terms are going to be redefined. What is it going to mean to be a conservative, progressive, and liberal in about 4 years? Because it seems to me that the progressives and the liberals are going to be perpetually depressed over the next 4 years as we live out Trump's presidency. So it'll be interesting to see how many people continue to flip-flop and how these terms and these political parties change or evolve. I don't know. I'm just talking, Mojo. There's no question there.
What do you think is going to happen in the midterms, Di?
Well, you know what? I've been talking about this with people, and I think, for some odd reason, everybody's so riled up about Epstein, the files, and Trump not releasing the files. And folks seem to think that because of this, the Democrats are going to sweep the midterms. It's possible. Trump said to his base, what did he say? He said to his base, to his loyalists, if you believe I'm on the Epstein list, don't support me. Or if you believe in the Epstein, that's some variation, if you believe in the Epstein list, if you won't accept that it's a whole hoax, don't support me. Which I think is a slap in the face to his voters. So that could probably have an impact on the midterm. But I hate to say this because, I'm a former lifelong Democratic voter. And the Democratic Party, I like to use the term that I read online once, I didn't abandon the Democratic Party abandoned me. And I feel like folks who abandon the Democratic Party might jump back on the bandwagon come midterms. So it is possible, with many people feeling betrayed by Trump, especially his loyalists, and then of course loyal Democratic voters who are they've been pissed since he was sworn into office, will make a point to get out there and vote so that the Democrats can get Republicans and conservatives out of there. It's possible. I'm leaning towards the possibility that the Democrats will sweep, but I'm hoping not, for various reasons.
Well, I always voted for the best person, so it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. And, I would have loved to see Hillary or Clinton in the New World, over here in North America, South America. I would love to see those two win, have at it. But, I had to do...
How do you determine who the best person is when a lot of these politicians, when they are... they lie, when they're campaigning.
Of course. But I just pick if you understand the fight, so much has happened so that you could vote, that you've got to get out there and have a voice. Even if it's nobody to vote for, you got to pick somebody. It's like a straw pick. So that's the thing, and like people were really cruel with Elon, but I would, even on Clubhouse, but I would leave the rooms because I knew that because I got those tickets, someone would I don't want to say watching me, but people were paying attention to the climate and the energies you bring, and I was like, I might want to go to the inauguration next year too. Yeah.
Historically,
go ahead. No, please go ahead, man.
I was just going to say, historically, it's not what I want to see happen, but historically, when a single party gets both the executive and the legislative branches, generally in midterms, the other party takes control. So I expect that the probability is that Democrats will sweep.
I don't know about a sweep, but they have another. So what you just said is correct.
Yeah.
Americans like having some balance, and when they feel that a party has too much power, the middle of the road voters like to break that up. It happens quite often. But Trump has an even bigger problem, is that before his reelection, when he would advocate for and endorse candidates, they haven't done well. This whole MAGA movement, quote unquote, it doesn't do well as a whole. The only thing, the top of the ticket performs well, but nobody's looking to have your average Joe Schmo behaving like Trump and advocating and co-signing for Trump policies. what they like is they like Trump because they feel Trump is different. And so he just doesn't have the kind of appeal that extends to other candidates in other races. And so I think in the midterms they are in trouble for sure.
Well, I just like to tell Democratic voters, you know, when you get out to vote in the midterm elections, to Connie's point, you want to vote for the best person. But Connie, you know, and I like to tell Black voters this specifically, please, please, please do your homework about these potential, you know, congressmen, and see what I mean, it goes without saying, obviously, but so many of these politicians are so far gone with their ideology, right? They want to make everybody happy. They want to cater to every special interest group. And sometimes who we think is the best party may not, their ideas, their policies, their ideology may not align with our moral coding. You know, they want to trans the kids. They want to put men in women's prisons and sports, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Tampons in the boys' bathroom. You know, Democrats seemingly, I know folks like to always bring up the Trump grab him by the pussy, but Democrats seemingly, especially under Biden, the past 4 years of Biden-Harris, I don't think they like women, right? And so whoever we vote in, they're going to be the policymakers, you know, they're going to be writing policies that impact all of us, as we know. So I think it's important not to just vote for who we think is the best person, but who actually likes women, who likes the American people, who's going to help all of us, not just advocate for illegals. And I don't know that we have strong leaders in the Democratic Party right now as far as the midterm. So, this, you know, I'm thinking about the vote blue, no matter who mentality that many of us have, which I think gets us in trouble. Connie, what do you think? Connie's not there.
Well, speaking of vote blue, no matter who, Dr. Jordan, are you still every bit as enthusiastic about your Democrats as you've been in the past? Dr. J? Well, fuck's sake, they've all fallen asleep now.
That's crazy. Y'all must be on East Coast time.
I'm on East Coast time.
Dr. Jordan's in LA. I don't know what the hell's happening here. All right.
What happened?
Oh, there he is. You were asked a question, sir.
I didn't have any questions.
I said you were asked a question.
What was I asked?
Are you still enthusiastically supporting Democrat?
No, I'm very moderate. I see the hypocrisy, and I'm not so strong on Democrats, but I'm definitely not a Trump. You know, it's like Alexander the Great. You know, along comes someone to shake up civilization every once in a while, but the question is, do you want to be alive during that time period?
Would you argue that's what Hitler did?
To some degree, not quite as much as Trump, though. Actually, he started a world war, so yes.
Yeah, I would say his impact was pretty profound.
The reason I hesitated is because much of the world stood by and let it happen. Whereas with Trump, he's impacted the world economy in ways that everybody is engaged. And I say that as a Jewish person, so I was very much, aware of the Holocaust.
You ever watch these movies that show the Russians fighting the Germans in World War II? Like Stalingrad's one of the movies, but there's multiple movies that cover it. Have you guys ever watched any of?
I've seen the German ones.
Yeah, so when I watch that, I'm like, oh man, like, I hope they all kill each other. Like, it's just like, normally in a movie, you like pick who you want to win the battle, and when I see like the Russians and the Germans fighting each other, I was just like, oh man, I hope everybody died.
Gene Wilder wrote a book about, the comedian wrote a book about being a German, I think it was being a German soldier. Maybe it was a Russian, so I have to go back and look. I read it though. It was not a comedy. It was not comical. It was based on a historical perspective.
Well, if if the Democrats sweep the midterms, right, then of course the political intrigue will be heightened because, clearly we can expect them to push back on so many of Trump's policies, not agreeing, not passing bills, advancing bills. So, I look at politics oftentimes as being heightened drama, just another form of entertainment. I mean, it's serious, of course, because these laws and policies impact our lives. But the Democrats have such hatred for Trump. So if they sweep during the midterms, this is going to be, man, the next 4 years, 2 years, it's just going to be insanity. It's going to be a bloodbath.
Oh my gosh.
Of course, there's this, what is she called? She's a psychic. Popular psychic on YouTube. Her name is Sloan Bella, I think. And she's been kind of accurate with some of her predictions over the years. She's accurately predicted, Diddy's downfall from before the raid, the arrest, the trial outcome, just as an example. Not to be grim and a mood killer of the room, but she believes that Trump is not even going to survive 4 years. That there's going to be another assassination attempt on his life. I'm sure the Democrats will be happy about that. And that it will be successful. I'm not trying to put on my tinfoil hat here, but, one of those things that make you go, like the song in the 90s,
I don't think that's actually that far out of the realm of possibilities.
Well, yeah, considering how so many of these fringed out liberals are just so angry and can't carry on life because this man is in office, and they feel like they can't be content until he ceases to exist. It's very disturbing. It's a level of mental illness that is worthy of a case study. Of course, I'm not sure we'll get that case study. So I'm reading on Twitter right now. I don't know how true this is, but it claims Trump has fled to Scotland to get away from the Epstein story. But I guess when he got there, he was bombarded by press asking him about the Epstein story. So that's quite interesting.
Yeah, it's like I've always said that, the pain of losing a loved one is something I've seen, so I know how Trump must have felt when they killed Jeffrey Epstein.
Wait, Necro, repeat that. What'd you say?
I said that, the pain of losing a loved one is something I've seen, so I know how Trump must have felt when they killed Jeffrey Epstein.
You know, I think it's funny when Elon Musk posted. What did he post? Because I made it my Twitter banner. Let me go to this. It said, Elon Musk wrote, "Wow, I can't believe Epstein killed himself before realizing it was all a hoax."
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, what did you just say he said?
He said, wow.
This is Elon, right?
Yeah, Elon. I made it my Twitter banner because I think it's just perfect. He said, "Wow, I can't believe Epstein killed himself before realizing it was all a hoax."
Yeah, that's right. I remember.
Yeah. But it's kind of true, right? It's kind of comical because it's a hoax. Too bad Elon didn't know it. I mean, excuse me, too bad Jeffrey didn't know it was a hoax before he allegedly locked himself in prison. This is entertaining. It's comical. This is comical.
He's actually had some really great one-liners, I have to say.
Yeah. I remember somebody posted a meme where, because Musk did a poll about whether he should step down as CEO of Twitter, and majority said yes, and somebody said, Elon Musk counted all the mail-in votes.
So, I follow Elon, and he's been seemingly quiet as of late. When him and Trump parted ways, he was just tweeting, just rapidly going crazy. And then, from my perspective, once there was like this chatter among conservatives in MAGA that Trump, if he doesn't shut up, Trump would deport him, and take away some of the incentives that his American-based companies receive. Elon has been seemingly quiet and not trolling as much. I don't know. Anybody else is following him? Do you agree or disagree with that? I feel like he's taken a seat back, especially when folks were saying, "Hey, listen, Elon, Trump is litigious. He will sue you if you don't be quiet." Especially, Elon was saying things like, obviously when he said Trump's name is on the Epstein list, but then he also alluded to drama and tension within Trump's family, as if he was going to spill some savory tea about what's going on with the Trump household. And then I don't know if anybody pulled his coattail or got in his ear and told him to shut the F up or he'll be sued. But he seemingly has shut the F up and taken a back seat to complaining about Trump. But that's just my observation.
Yeah. I just think Elon Musk, of course, he definitely does have the pressure that if he knows that since he's parted ways with Trump, he has nothing now because he's not a part of the MAGA movement anymore. And so MAGA, he's lost all the support from MAGA. So.
Wait, you're saying Elon has lost the support from MAGA?
Yeah, pretty much, because, he's I mean, I already knew that it was going to be something that, didn't sit well with MAGA, the idea of the South African, making America great. It's why Steve Bannon was having his feud with Musk. So.
I disagree. I don't think that he's necessarily lost all the support from the MAGA base.
Well, the thing is, hold on. Let her finish, please.
I agree with you. I've followed like that whole thing back and forth, and I agree with you that Elon has taken a back seat and he's sitting down, but and that he's kind of backed off on it. I don't necessarily think it was because of Trump's threats, though. I don't know. I think there's something else going on. Trump and Elon threatening to sue each other is like pocket change to both of them. The government contracts maybe had a little bit to do with it. And I'm not entirely sure that part of that banter back and forth with them wasn't to intentionally publicly distance themselves from each other. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but I don't think it was just that Elon backed down. His ego's way too big to have just backed down due to pressure of.
Well, right now, Elon, I'm not sure where he's housing his spacecraft, but he's working with T-Mobile so that you can get coverage when you're not around the tower. And coverage in D.C. is very difficult. So they're around towers, and there's not a whole lot of trees in the city. And so, I've been trying it and it works, but the other day, as soon as he announced it, it wasn't too good. Maybe he had too many people flocked on. I don't know. But I think, with his son saying smart stuff, I think his son the little 5-year-old may have told him what to not say or say, but I just think that he decided to stay as long as he had arranged to. Geopolitically, Maryland's attorney general, because state attorney is criminal, attorney general, he is basically countersuing Trump for every change that he's making in benefits. So Elon backing out, it just allows him not to be a part of any suits like that. And like where I worked at, every Tuesday, not rain, but even if it's pretty hot, there were two places. One main place they would be at in front of the Tesla car dealer, talking trash about a Nazi car, all kind of stuff. And so he's probably tired of it. But he didn't deny that Trump's on the list. He said he just shouldn't have said it. He shouldn't have been the one to say it. I yield my mic.
Well, serendipity to your point, and I know you didn't say this exactly, but it's what I was thinking about as you were speaking. Trump is a master marketer, PR guru. Obviously he comes from a television background, and so it is possible that him and Elon sparring online could have all been PR. And I think you said they were sparring, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, to distance themselves from each other.
Correct.
It's possible, yeah. I agree with that. I think it's possible that also Elon kind of backed down from his Trump insults because of the optics.
Yes.
See, I don't know that I agree. So I think somebody said that he was losing touch with MAGA, and perhaps he recognized that that's not a base he wants to fall out with, even though, from what I understand, Elon is a longtime Democrat. but he only supported Trump and put his money behind Trump because he didn't like the policies coming out of the Biden-Harris. But I also feel, I don't know that MAGA is disillusioned by Elon because, doesn't the MAGA crowd have a high appreciation for rich white dudes and has a very forgiving heart?
No, you gotta remember, what's the two little black girls, Diamond and her.
Silk. One of them passed away.
Yeah, Diamond and Silk. It was a tapestry of a lot of different things. It's just that they each both offer kind of crazies. But like I was canvassing and I got a call to make sure I locked my door because they were going to come in and, rape me and stuff like that.
Who told you to lock your door because they were going to come in and rape you? And who was coming in to do the rape?
We don't know because I would have locked them up or did my street shit.
But who said this? The liberals, the Democrats?
The people that I traveled out of town went to do the canvassing for. So I was like, I need extra security. The kind you have to call ahead for, you get billed to get the bill. And so then I said, I'm not doing canvassing for neither one of them. I'll send money to the best candidate. And I've always did that, voted, with my heart. For what I thought was supposed to. A lot of people say because I talk a lot. Well, I'm kind of moody though, but sometimes I do talk a lot. And they said I should run because I could make a difference. And they said the good thing about you, get your message out, whether you win or not. And I was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That does. Because I thought about it. I said, even Barack said that. Barack, he gave us a thank you message when I had canvassed for him. And he said, you guys are so smart. Your head is much on tighter than mine was at your age. And I believe you can do anything you want to do. So, yeah, I think if that's something someone wants to do, they want to run for office, they should. At least you'll get your message out, whether you win or lose.
Well, I don't know. I've had people tell me because of some of the political views that I've shared on social media and in some articles that I've written, that I should enter politics. But I'm going to be honest with you. I never will for things. A, I have no doubt that Negroes would have me assassinated. Negroes specifically, because I don't have the victimhood mentality. And B, I don't think Negroes would listen to anything I had to say because I don't have the victimhood mentality. So,
well, you know what? Somebody didn't like what was going on at work, and people was like, they noticed that the Latin people, they were like, and I said, for good reason, people need to know that they're going to be able to make it to work on time, blah, 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 blah. And so one person said, well, where's your people at? Because... I got a lot in common with probably everybody in this room. But, the last time somebody was in Aslan, Mexico, was prior to Nancy Ward's foundation. You see what I'm saying? So, I was like, sometimes your people is your people. It's got nothing to do with language. It's got nothing to do with... hereditary culture or nothing like that. But people was like, because people be looking at the black people at work, they be like, why? And so that was my people for that day. Because we both shared the same concerns. Like that. So yeah, I totally get it. But then you don't want to do Jackson 5 either, where they put a person in your life to oversee the money that's going out. You see what I'm saying? You do want some organic, not somebody to bring you something. So, but if you're trying to really serve the people, that's a great message, whether you win or lose. But a lot of politicians, I'm not going to say they lie. Something happens where they're not able to hurdle that campaign promise.
Yeah, if they're Democrats, they have to join the Democratic, as they say, the Democratic plantation, and do think and speak.
It is
like
a plantation. They was harassing me about doing more canvassing while they gave their buddies the best rental cars and already had given them a hotel room, and then I said, but why didn't y'all have a celebration dinner? They said, because we didn't think he was gonna win. Because they sat back and listened to the naysayers, because Fox and CNN, they withheld his results for a long time. I was like, shit, they didn't call out Virginia, because I was down in Newport News by the ocean. I was like, this is a big voting block. I don't see no.
Hold on. Can we keep the shares very short and stick to one point?
That is one point. And I didn't see not one Mitt Romney. I didn't see one Mitt Romney
welcome
poster up. So that's the thing pretty much, is that you can do it now if you want to. You can do it. Don't listen to the naysayers. You can do it. And I'm showing you who has inferior and superior behavior, because I was on the front line. I only talk about what I'm on the front line for, and I already showed you. So how would you like if I told someone, if you got a call that you were going to get, Mojo, you were going to get raped? That's inferior behavior. So yeah, they can get like, it's beyond any type of trolling I would ever do.
Really? Yeah. Oh, sorry, Necro. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's interesting in why I actually would disagree with you on that. The fact that you have to play the victim mentality to win the black vote, because I think both extremes have their fair share. You have people who believe that this very small minority like the Candace Owens who believe that, who really like white power. And then you have, of course, but then you have like the people who are like on the fringe left who believe that essentially are the victim mentality. But most black people, I don't know, just it could be like just my experience from but what I've seen with a lot of black people I've encountered is that they themselves have become sick of things like the race card or things like the victim mentality, because they see it as unproductive and nothing but a distraction from the issues that are really affecting them. And that's why to me it's like, you really just have to win. It's like, in general, it's like, you're white or you're black or you're Hispanic. It's like, people are concerned about what are the issues that are affecting them the most. And so, it's like, it doesn't matter if, like, in general, it's like moving beyond the issue of race. It is like they see that really the identity politics is unproductive, essentially. So.
Well, I'm glad we're evolving, Necro. And by we, I mean, black voters. So I appreciate you acknowledging that you yourself are seeing that many of us are tired of the symbolic gestures and all this in the same scare tactics that a lot of Democrats use. And I'm thinking scare tactics, as Connie was saying, that somebody called her and said she's going to get raped for campaigning. That to me just sounds like loony liberal scare tactics, right? Who in the I won't even go there. But yeah.
Gildas, what do you have to say about the title?
Oh, okay. I'm just landing here. Are conservatives and progressives inferior to liberals? Okay. No. Like liberals as in like leftist liberals or like classical liberals?
Well, I would say that the progressives are the lefty liberals.
The lefties, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, everything's inferior to a classical liberal.
Amen. Amen. You guys want to hear something interesting? So, Elon's talking about starting the American Party, which I'm 100% for. It's a response to the big, beautiful bill. And trivia question for you guys. Does anybody remember why the Libertarian Party was started by David Nolan back in 1971? Anybody?
Wasn't it started in reaction to the Vietnam War?
No, it was started in reaction to Executive Order 11615, which is where Nixon decided to take us off the gold standard, or at least limit converting dollars to gold. He also instituted wage and price caps in this executive order. Very powerful executive order, but if you look at the parallels, and these are 50 plus years apart, it's Republicans not acting like fiscal conservatives that give birth to another party. And so this is the thing that's interesting to me, the parallels. So in the 70s, you had, just kind of like some radical, folks that were, they were fiscally conservative Republicans that were hanging out in, Colorado. And then when Nixon gave his speech with the executive order, the conversation started about forming a party. And that's how the Libertarian Party began. And now we have somebody with the resources. So you had a bunch of broke academics that probably sat around smoking too much pot, started the Libertarian Party in 71. And now you've got, one of the smartest people that's ever lived, that's one of the richest people that's ever lived, that's fed up in a similar way, that wants to start some. I'm not suggesting that they're going to have more success than the Libertarian Party, but they certainly have advantages in the early going, considering the resources that will be available to them. So I'm excited to see what Elon can do. The answer to this, really, though, and what would kill the American Party, which would kill the Libertarian Party too, is if Republicans were to just return to their conservative roots. If they would, there's certain things that are debatable, but there should be some things in the playbook that are just, look, these are the values that we don't budge on. And I think that with MAGA taking over the Republican Party, everything has become up for debate within that party, and really then the debate is squashed when Trump decides, hey, this is what the party stands for. And so I'm hoping in a post-Trump world, Republicans can recognize that the biggest strength that they have in their messaging always has been fiscal conservative principles. And if they were to stand strong on that, no matter if the economy is doing well, the economy is doing bad, don't give in to the other side. I mean, wage and price controls with Nixon was such a bad idea, such a worse idea than even what Trump's doing with tariffs. And tariffs are a bad idea. But the point is that the Republican Party is what ends up fracturing when they don't adhere to their fiscal conservative principles. So if they want to remain united, somebody's going to have to step up and remind them of that.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about earlier about how the fact is like essentially on how I don't listen to the disapproval ratings of Donald Trump anymore because it creates the illusion that essentially the Democrats do have an upper hand, which is not true.
Well, why would anybody listen to ratings? I mean,
but why would you think that Trump having a bad quota means they're doing better? It's not always correlating. Sometimes people are just sick of someone's shit it's not meaning Denver doing better.
Is my microphone not working?
You're annoying, so.
Oh, so my microphone was working. What are you be drinking tonight? Is it Jim Beam or Jack Daniels?
Sick of your shit, Roger.
So what are you drinking? What is it?
Sick of your shit. That's what it's called. It's Roger Sick of Your Shit. You should have gotten the royalties from it.
I'll bet you're the type of person that cuts up hot dogs and puts it in mac and cheese.
That's fucking disgusting, and fuck you for deeming me that.
So, Carrie, are you single wide or double wide?
I'm 3-bedroom house with about 150 square, or not, 150 square feet backyard and front yard.
Interesting.
It's really a pain in the ass because it's a big ass front yard and backyard, but like there's this ditch on the front street that makes the sidewalk all crazy. And while it's a public sidewalk, I'm still legally liable for it, and I have to pay to fix it.
Nobody cares. Carrie.
No, it's good old property fucking reality shit right there.
Carrie, how much have you had to drink tonight?
Not enough to give a shit what you think.
Yeah, but if we were to say 1 shot, 2 shot, what would you
Dude,
say?
can we get back to like intelligent conversation? I know you try your damnedest to veer away from that and just try to like be argumentative.
No, I'm just trying to establish a baseline of how drunk you are. I'm just trying to establish
you're making
a baseline
money
of how
off
drunk
of this. Bro, we've known each other for a few years now, and I know who you used to be, and I see who you are now.
So I'm gonna
And
guess
in
7
some way, you're monetizing on this, or else
7
you wouldn't be
drinks.
such a fucking dickwad. Because you did not used to be this kind of fucking dickwad. You used to be a reasonable human being. And you are not like that anymore.
Thanks.
What is going on?
That's a fucking compliment to you?
Yeah. I just want to get back to the simple question, then we can move back on to the topic of the
No,
drinks.
you're trying to
How
sidetrack.
I'm just trying to ask how many drinks you got. Listen, the only reason I asked this, Carrie,
question would be,
Carrie, the only reason I'm asking is if I have a baseline of how much you've had to drink, I'll understand a little bit better on how I want to engage with you. Has it been 5 or less shots, or 6 or more?
6 or more.
I haven't taken any shots.
Oh, what have you been drinking tonight?
Are conservatives and progressives inferior to liberals?
What do you think your blood alcohol level is right now?
I don't mean shit.
All right, let's take guesses. How many drinks do you think Carrie's had? Put them in the chat.
I think her blood is 1.
This might actually... Hold on, though. Are we doing drinks like per hour, or are we doing blood alcohol level?
Well, why don't you just tell us how many
we
drinks
need
you
a
had?
level.
Double agent says 6 doubles. So that would be...
Oh, that's horrible.
Well, let's see. 1/4 ounce is technically a shot. So let's see. So a double would be 2.5. And if you've had 6 of those, we're looking at... yeah, that's a lot of fucking alcohol, Carrie.
Exactly.
So how much have you had?
That's horrible. That's nowhere clip.
And what brand cigarettes are we smoking?
Special blend Marlboro Red 100s.
I see.
And mind you, my papa was the Marlboro man back in the day, so, you know, put a little clout on that shit. I'm sorry, I just seriously just talk like a 20-year-old.
Didn't he die of AIDS? What, too soon?
Now I'm Googling this. The Marlboro man died of AIDS? Is that what you're saying? I gotta Google it.
Yeah, I mean, fact check me on it. That's fine.
Yeah, look who we have in like who's speaking. a guy who was not able to answer my question last time about whether or not he thinks U.S. prisons are rapey enough.
This is true. This is the great debate between Necro and Tiger. Tiger, did you want to answer Necro's?
No, I didn't hear it. I'm not interested.
Nobody heard Necro other than you.
Oh, see, he did die of AIDS, right, Nye?
Yeah, he died in 1996.
Who died of AIDS?
I'm sorry
I
for your
literally
loss,
just
Karen.
said.
Christian
My
Harris,
grandfather was one of the Marlboro men, and then Roger said, "Oh, he died of AIDS." My grandfather did not die of AIDS.
Well, then he wasn't the Marlboro Man.
Have you ever seen a fucking Marlboro commercial? There's at least 5 guys that walk horses over the fucking ridge.
I guess you don't understand who.
My papa at one point.
It's not the Marlboro Men. It's the Marlboro Man.
Oh my God, y'all are so retarded. Y'all don't even understand the nostalgia of fucking smoking cigarettes when it used to be cool. Now we're just all killing ourselves.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a joke and a serious comment.
Listen, I prefer the people that do it expeditiously. If you're going to do it slowly, Carrie, I have no interest.
I remember when smoking was cool.
The problem is
when
I have
drinking
really bad luck, Roger. So if I tried to kill myself expeditiously, I would fuck it up somehow. Like, that would be the one thing
Did
I
you
felt
not
like.
hear Liz talking?
She didn't
Liz, go
care.
ahead.
Didn't care. I remember when smoking was cool, when you could drink and drive, and a cop would just like give you a pass. Seatbelts were optional if used at all, and yeah, like we didn't. Cup holders were called your thighs.
Liz, I love your cup holders.
I thought you might. So what did I miss?
We were talking about how many drinks Carrie has had. We were talking about how rapey Tiger is. And then we have a topic for the room, are conservatives and progressives inferior to liberals? And then somewhere along the way, we just learned that Carrie's papa has died of AIDS.
I'm sorry about your papa, Carrie.
Yeah, she made the claim that her papa was the Marlboro Man. And then when we mentioned that he had died of AIDS, she had no idea what we were talking about.
Well, you know, it was a hard time to be gay back.
Do you know why gay men wear mustaches?
Why do gay men wear mustaches, Marge?
To hide the stretch marks.
I was going to say something a little bit more sinister and inappropriate, but I'm glad you came off the mic first.
What were you going to say?
I hesitate to say it.
Do it.
I was going to say, is it to keep the smell of the pussy on their mustache all day?
Oh my
Just
God.
as a reminder.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Dude, what was it about these gay men in the 70s and 80s that had these big, thick cock sweepers? Like, it was just the weirdest trip.
Cock sweepers?
I think he's referring to the giant mustache he has. It like sweeps everything off the ball, so you don't lose any cum.
A cock sweeper, like, you know, like the big thick mustache. It looks like a broom, looks like a big push broom.
Oh, okay.
You mean like a profile?
The cock sweeper.
That's the most awesome
The last thing you
ever.
want to do is lose an ounce of cum. I mean, that is vital life right there.
Oh my God.
Wait.
You hate that you love me, Roger. You know it.
Wait, she said the last thing you want to do is lose an ounce of cum. Girl, you are hilarious.
Mojo, that sounds like a keeper right there.
You know, the cum guzzlers are a unique breed. You need to look. The problem with it is that it's insatiable.
First of all, I swallow babies. So before you try and talk shit, bro, I have my own Hillary age virginification.
Look,
And it's obviously not working out that well.
There is
so
no doubt in my mind that you swallow, but I would imagine that before you swallow, your whorish ass is probably gargled.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
You do realize the only women that ever gargle are in fucking pornos for sick piece of shit men. Like, no bitch is over here. We don't even like gargling when we brush our teeth.
Wait,
Okay, we're not over here like, oh my God, I get to gargle. You're fucking little babies. Like, do you think we're that far liberal that we're just killing children in our throats for fun and games? Like, is that what's going on?
Wait.
Nice, stay out of this. Nice.
I'm sorry.
This
I
isn't
went
for us.
sideways on.
Stay out of it.
Yeah, this isn't for us. This is not.
You're right. I'm gonna go fill up my drink because I had a question. But you're right. I'm gonna mind.
Damn, Liz straight up said, hey, look, let the white people fight this one out. Liz, I love you.
Right back at you, babe.
No, but I can't help it. I can't help it, Liz. I have to ask. Are you telling me, Carrie, that there are girls that want to walk around with dick on the breath? There's no gargling with Listerine?
I'm being a full-blown smartass, sweetie.
Oh, thank you. I needed some clarity.
Okay.
I'm a visual learner, so I was visualizing shit that I didn't want to visualize.
And I'm sorry I said it's so fucked up because I'm visual too, so it makes it funny, fucked up in my head. But legit, just being a total smartass. Just to fuck with Roger. That's all it is.
Gary, who'd you vote for this last election?
Oh, fucking no. I did vote for Joe Jorgensen last election. This election, there wasn't anyone worth voting for.
So you didn't vote?
No. That's kind of what I just said.
I'm just clarifying.
Roger, can you explain that joke? Because I'm sitting here and I don't get it.
What joke?
The only joke that you just told in the last 5 minutes.
I don't remember. Remind me.
Stretch marks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bless your heartbeat.
Why do gay men wear mustaches?
Yeah.
To hide the stretch mark?
Yeah.
I don't get that.
Have you ever given a blowjob?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Oh, okay. I guess Carrie wants to respond.
Yeah, hold on.
We're talking about blowjobs, so Carrie's like, hey, I got this. Go ahead.
No, actually, it's not about blowjobs. It's about an ex-boyfriend that was sexually assaulted.
Okay, can you pause that, Carrie? Can I just hear about the joke first?
Yeah.
Thank you. Can you explain the joke?
Yeah, so just imagine Carrie when she's sucking one of the mini cocks, right? Like, she would probably have to open her mouth in order to get around one, right? Yeah? No?
Okay.
Are you visualizing an open mouth?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you open and close that, right? You're gonna create some stretch marks because you're stretching your mouth to wrap around the penis.
Wait, so have you seen women with stretch marks around their mouth?
Yeah.
All the women that I have been with have these huge stretch marks.
Correct.
Around their mouth?
Correct.
Yes,
Upper
they
lip.
use Botox to fix it.
Jesus Christ.
Stretch marks? I have never seen a woman with stretch marks on the mouth.
Okay, so the point I was getting
How
to
can
is
your
I've
lips-
legit never seen anyone with stretch marks around the mouth that were not sexually assaulted.
Wait,
so y'all might want to re-fucking think.
So there's this
why
Jewish
you see
gene.
so many people with stretch marks around their mouth, because that is not normal from sucking dick. That is from a sexual
That's what I'm
assault.
saying.
Let me help
Okay,
you guys
thank you,
understand.
Dima.
So in the Jewish tribe, there's a gene.
Don't you dare.
So there's not Jewish tribe gene. You better
It's called
fuck
the
all the way off
X26.
with that shit.
It's called the X26 hypha gene.
That's
And
not
we
how
have-
any
and those
gene
of us who
works.
carry it and express it have girth that is like unprecedented, and this,
No.
so this causes stretch marks on the.
No.
Carrie, question for you. If you had to round to the nearest whole dick, how many dicks do you think you've sucked in your life?
More than you could probably count, and I don't have a single stretch mark. So fuck you.
You see what I'm
Like,
doing?
seriously.
Bima, you see what I'm doing with her?
I don't care.
Yeah, you
about
should leave
being
Carrie
called
alone.
Whatever.
I think your joke was retarded.
A ton. And there are no
I don't know what
marks.
type
That
of
is
people.
literally sexual assault.
Yeah, I don't think the driver Jay. If you women who have stretch marks around their mouth, I don't know. It's not a common occurrence.
Well, I mean, they get fixed immediately, right? They're not exactly going outside showing it off, right? They use makeup to cover it up.
Well, hold on. If you zoom in, if you click on Carrie's PTR, and you click on this picture, and you zoom it in, you can look in the corners of her mouth.
Really?
Hold on. If you zoom in real close, not only will you see the stretch marks,
God, it's so disgusting what you become, Roger. Like, you used to be a decent human being. Like, we joke around and
you will also see the hair in the corner of her lip.
We
not only she has
joked
stretch marks,
around
she has
and
hair.
flirted, and you were a decent human being at one point. And you were literally trying to zoom in on my pictures and attack me.
I'm just proving the point that Bima.
You're not proving any fucking point at all. If anything, I can back up fucking every guy that didn't go down on me. I'm not going to go down on them. I can back up the fucking bitch that I am if you want me to do that. But what you're doing is so fucking pathetic. Go ahead. Give me a reason why you're behaving this way. Give me a valid reason that makes you a valid man and human being, and I will shut my bitch ass up.
For him really quick. So
But right now, all you're doing, and I didn't ask you the.
She won't let you speak, Dr. Jordan. She doesn't.
Okay.
No, I'm asking Roger to fucking validate his behavior towards me, who he personally knows, to some half-ass fucking extent. You want to be the badass man you say you are to everybody. Tell me why you think it's acceptable to fucking talk to me this way, to characterize me this way.
You were the one that said, and I quote,
I love how you deflect.
Well, I'm referring to how many dicks you said that you sucked. So you've identified yourself.
I didn't say how many. I said it doesn't fucking matter.
You were bragging about sucking cock. You were bragging about swallowing
I was not. Stop lying. Stop lying.
You were bragging about swallowing cum.
Stop
you said
lying.
That you don't want to waste
Stop
this
I swear to God.
Hold on. Can any of the people on the stage back me up that she was bragging about sucking cock, guzzling cum, and also never waste a drop? Did she say that? Am I correct?
Well, you did say the losing an ounce of cum was detrimental and life-threatening, sis. And then you did mention something
I don't think
about
you're crazy. I think you're just stupid.
Wait, what? Who are you talking to?
Oh, Roger.
Don't listen to Tiger. Tiger's a rapist.
No disrespect, Carrie.
So, Roger, on a positive
note, honestly find this enjoyable.
Maybe we should host a room.
I want to know because I kind of sometimes I don't comprehend you.
So let me just.
Sure, I'm Chinaman. But go ahead. Talk to me, Dr. Jordan.
Yeah, so I think we should host a room. It will be considered misogynistic, but maybe we should host a room on how women, their different approaches to giving oral sex, I would totally show up to hear.
Well, the problem with that, Dr. Jordan, is you'll have women like Carrie that will brag about sucking dick, guzzling cum, swallowing, her words, not wasting an ounce of cum, and then when you say, hey, that sounds kind of whorish, then they'll say you're the bad guy.
Wait, really quickly, Roger, if you don't mind, I don't want to make this about me, but I just have to ask really quick. BB, do we have beef? Because I've been speaking to you in various rooms. No. And you have ignored me every time. Are we cool or what?
Are you? No. This is the first time I'm actually seeing you tonight.
All right.
Wait, where's the room?
It was in King's room earlier. It was in King's room earlier, but I don't want to hog the stage and deviate because we're talking about this.
We have no beef. I love you. You would know how to call you.
I love you too, boo. Okay, I was checking. Thanks.
Yeah, maybe it's a mic thing. Hey, everybody. And why is it bad to swallow? Maybe I'm late to the convo.
Nobody thought it was bad to swallow.
Oh, okay.
Just trying to characterize
it's good protein.
So, what I see as males are Roger, the Gildas. I don't want to sexualize Tiger.
You don't want to sexualize the rapist? Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I just
Well, fuck, he's not it didn't label him as a rapist. It just said Tiger. I'm just trying not to sexualize people.
So Tiger.
The point.
Hold on, Carrie. No, you're not. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Carrie, Tiger has said that he wants to rape women that are on this app.
Oh.
He said it multiple times, and so if you want to defend him, Carrie, that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting.
I wasn't trying to defend him. I had no idea who he was. I was just trying to make a comment towards the men of how do they see this situation and to get their perspective on it. My perspective doesn't mean everything.
I'll give you one perspective.
To other people.
Here's a perspective
and
I
you
see.
know this, Roger.
Here's a perspective. Hold on. You asked for a male perspective. I'm going to give you a male perspective. Listen.
I don't want your perspective. I got your perspective.
No. Hold on. I'm going to give you my perspective. Then we'll pass the mic around to people not named Carrie. You can just take a drinking break. Go have another shot. I would like to end the practice of women looking up. Are you looking for approval? If I've allowed you down there, then I approve of what you're doing. Just fucking do it. Look at the dick. Don't look at me. Just handle your business.
We don't want eye contact.
I get off on eye contact, I have to admit.
Now I'm confused. I don't like
the eye contact. I'll tell you why. Because it's a reminder that, I'm not going to call you tomorrow. And, I'd rather it just be, I'd rather be a more transactional and less intimate. So stop looking at me.
When you say transactional, are we talking about currency as well?
No. I stopped paying for it in my early 20s, yeah.
He just wants you to gargle the gravy and take her ass home. Is that safe?
Oh, yeah. I like that. Okay. That makes sense.
Look, as Charlie Sheen used to say, you don't pay for sex, you pay for them to leave.
But, what if we don't want to call you either, see you again either? We just want to say hi with our eyes.
Well, here, trust me, BB, listen.
Just get down there and do...
I'll just...
Good to have with your eyes, BB.
I'll be honest, we don't have to say goodbye. There doesn't have to be pleasantries. You could just suck it, gargle it.
No, guys, just suck it up and
grab your shit. You know what's great now about Uber? You don't even have to drive her home anymore. You could just fucking call for somebody else to drive her home. It's me.
So I have a question. Do the women generally know, Roger, before give you oral that you're not going to call them tomorrow?
I am very
transparent. That's why you don't suck dick.
I am very transparent about what I'm interested in with women. In fact, what I do typically when I meet a woman, if I know that the night's going somewhere, if she's laughing at the jokes and all that kind of shit, I just, like, I tell them, I go, we should just stop this right here because it's not going to get any better for either of us. We may go home, we may have sex, you may suck my cock, I may send you off. But here's the thing. Wouldn't it be better if we just left it at you thinking that I'm interesting and I think that you're somewhat interesting, and then we just go around life wondering what it might have been like? I think that's a better exchange. And until somebody comes along, this is what it would take for me to abandon my I don't know, my free love position that I've got here, because I'm not a whore. I'm really not. But I believe in monogamy deeply, which is why I don't lead anyone on. If I'm not interested in pursuing a relationship, I will be fucking so clear about that. Like, this is what this is. And I've never had a problem being very specific about what it is. And when I do want to pursue a relationship or enter into a relationship, then what ends up happening is the way that I treat them is so fucking amazing that I probably do damage to the relationship because they've never seen like a man that could act that kind or be that generous. And so, for me, I think I think that the women that I've been most interested in, I don't think because most people in general are broken, and when you show them a certain level of kindness, they don't know what to do with it. And so, like, for me, the transactional nature of just like, okay, this seems like it could be fun. We could talk about politics. You could suck my dick. You could leave, and I don't ever have to talk to you again. And then it just becomes like a fleeting memory. It's amazing. I prefer it that way.
So the adult way you're describing, like being an adult about it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Out of you.
Is that being an adult about it? I think so. The reason I say that is because going into it, we understand what the situation is, right? It's not I'm going to call you tomorrow and we're ghosting. It's, hey, I think you're cool. You think I'm somewhat cool from what you know. This is the arrangement, bada bing, bada boom, and we're out. No, I love you, no lingering on, no awkward, am I staying, am I not? No, it's adulting.
Yeah.
One-on-one.
And here's another thing, and this might make me one of the weirdest dudes in the world, but if I am in a relationship, I don't let her suck my dick. Because if I'm in a relationship, I'm probably going to be kissing her on the mouth. And so I don't want to confuse the two things. I want to make sure that the women that I kiss on the mouth have never had penis in their mouth.
Now that I disagree with, but whatever. Touche.
And actually, Mojo, I think that there are lots of men like you in the world. With that, I completely. They're all the women you're in relationships with are also virgins, though, correct? Well, you're their friend.
I prefer that not to be the case. At my age, and Liz, I'm not saying this to butter you up, but I actually prefer widows because they've gone through monogamous relationships, and then their ex is bound to be a pain in the ass in your life. So widows, I think, are the best.
Right, because you can hone in on to what that body count probably has been based on how long she's been locked.
That's a fringe benefit. Thank you, Liz.
I thought you'd enjoy that. Go ahead, Serendipity. Sorry, Serendipity.
It was an accident.
So, Bima, what is your policy on sucking dick?
I have to be in love with you. And if I'm in love with you, unlimited whenever you want.
So,
as many times as you.
That's what Yasmin said about me, and I was really touched, flattered, and moved.
I feel like you shouldn't be sharing that in rooms of this size.
In rooms with what?
I feel like you shouldn't share that in rooms of this size. Yeah.
You're right. I'm just kidding anyways, but
Listen, you know what? Throw out all the dick sucking jokes possible. Just names are probably a little bit problematic.
Right, I was just joking. I'll stop.
Wait, did you say Yasmin?
Oh no, Jim.
No.
Interesting. That's interesting. That's funny. I'll ping her in here.
Oh wow. Here we go.
Liz, are you an eye contact during oral type of person?
I've never had a dick in my mouth, Mojo.
Okay, well, what if a man's perform oral on you?
Eye contact would be that could work.
All right. See, I would have.
How does that work, though, Mojo? How does that work?
Well,
on a woman and the eye contact.
It's very easy. It's very easy. As long as she doesn't have a big belly, you could be down yodeling in the canyon, and you could look up, and she could look down.
Not the yodeling in the canyon. I've heard a lot.
But I have to tell you, when I yodel in the canyon, I prefer to bend her over and kiss it from the back. I feel like that's a better angle.
Yodel in the canyon is a new one for me, and I am highly enjoying it. But it just sounds extra funny the way you say it.
Yeah, I'm personally into just fingering to get things started. So,
do you like a guy to finger you and then get started?
Yeah, that's always the assumption, isn't it? With the guy who's a girl boy face like.
Mojo, I suspect that if I had ever had a dick in my mouth, and I'm saving that for somebody special, I imagine if I were to make eye contact, I might wink at him and snap a little bit, and then go back to what I was doing. But I mean, that sounds like that's too intimate for.
All right. Well, here's what I will promise you: should the stars align, where we're in a position where you would be winking at me, I will wink back.
Well, there you go. But here's the thing: if we were ever in that position, it would mean that you don't like it.
Oh
boy, yeah, that's interesting. Well, all right. I have to ponder my life.
So, BMI.
You guys are getting too intimate here.
Dr. Jordan's jacking off. It's hilarious.
No, I'm not yet. At least I'm working on a database right now.
So, BMI, I saw that you gave me a heart. Does that mean I meet your policy of you falling in love with me?
Bima's hilarious. Bima comes on here and tells you about how much she loves freedom and she's an anarchist, and then she's in a relationship with a guy that'll yell at her and then turn off her phone while she's on this app. Bima, can you explain this weird relationship you have with your abusive boy?
What can I help you with, sir?
Oh, Jesus Christ. He's there.
No, that's not my name.
Yeah, so why do you have so much control over your woman?
Control?
Yeah, remember the time that you yelled at her to get off, and then all of a sudden her PTR disappeared and she was missing for 3 days from the app? Do you remember that?
I don't live on this app, so I hear that you remember it. You want to tell us more?
Yeah, I'll tell you more. We were talking to Bima, and she had some angry guy in the background that was yelling at her for being on the app. And then she kept telling us she's going to have to go. And then all of a sudden, you yelled one final time, and then her PTR disappeared. She was gone for 3 days. We were genuinely concerned for her, and we still are. We don't understand why she's accepted an abusive relation.
It might have something to do with having a life outside of Clubhouse. Call me crazy.
So your life outside of Clubhouse drives you to beat your woman?
Beat my woman?
Yeah, correct.
He does.
When did I beat you?
He
When did I
doesn't
beat
sound
you?
like an abuser.
When did I beat you, Bima? Hey, what would happen if you actually knew what you were talking about? What's his name, Roger? What would that be
Roger,
like?
this is one of the most awkward moments in Clubhouse history.
You got the abusive fucking boyfriend on the fucking line. It's hilarious. Dude,
yeah.
I feel like I feel a responsibility that I have to be careful now so she doesn't get strangled after this.
Jesus Christ.
Wow, that is quite the conspiracy.
Actually, you sound like a really nice guy. I feel it feels a little awkward, but it's a funny moment. I hate to say in Clubhouse.
Hey, I'm enjoying it too. What else you got for us, Roger? The people are entertained.
So Bima told us that she has hairy armpits. Is that the kind of woman you're typically attracted?
She lets them grow out once in a while.
You're into that? Do you like to braid it?
I'm fine with it. We just,
Necro, look, there's a guy that likes hairy armpits.
Necro. What's that?
This speaking.
That's Necro. He's cool. He's a good guy.
Oh.
That's his name.
All right.
Wait, hold on. Bima, am I not a good guy?
Roger, I think I think Roger has a lot of potential.
There you go.
Okay.
I think he's working through some stuff right now.
This feels like a parent-teacher conference, and the kid said, "But no, that's not what happened, Mom."
It feels more to me like an intervention, but we'll see.
Oh, yeah?
So
what's being intervened?
So how did you guys meet? Did you guys meet at some like anarchist convention, some kind of cookout? What would have brought the two of you together?
A mutual best friend.
The non-aggression principle.
No, he's not. He does his own thing politically.
What is his politics?
What's his politics?
Whose politics?
Yours.
Oh.
What's your politics?
Politics.
We're
all.
You won't be able to open that up with him. He's
Oh.
He's
They won't be able to, or dare to.
No, they wouldn't have the wherewithal. It wouldn't be entertaining enough.
Yeah, it'd be very boring.
Here's a hint. Say free market capitalism and he'll like you.
Free market capitalism.
That's a lie. Roger's a statist. He likes to pretend he likes that stuff, but he's a bootlicking statist.
I have to give Mojo.
Roger's a statist?
Yeah.
I have to give Roger Mojo the props because for him to do this in all its awkwardness is just it makes for good television, to be frank.
Hey, what else are we gonna do on a Sunday morning?
On today's episode of Bima's Braids.
Sunday morning.
So Bima's an abusive boyfriend. Do you, what do you think's going on in Gaza? Do you think it's genocide like your girlfriend does?
Genocide. What is going on in Gaza? What is going on in Gaza?
Holy shit. Oh my god, we found a local. We found somebody who's actually one of the moderates. Someone who doesn't know anything about what's going on there. That's not like politically tainted yet. Holy shit.
Oh, I'm just asking a question.
Don't make assumptions. He's trust me.
I'm just asking a question.
It's the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Yeah, what's going on?
He's asking a question.
I'm aware of it.
Yeah.
You're just asking your stance on it.
But what's going on?
That's what I'm asking you.
Get anything out of him.
What?
Yeah.
What do you? What am I supposed to know about what's going on? What the news tells me, or what you guys are telling me?
What do you think's going on? That was the question.
I don't know. You asked me.
Correct, and you're not giving me an answer.
But I'm asking you. So if you're going to ask me about what's going on, and I ask you, well, what is going on?
Well, I could tell you.
Why can't we have a conversation based on that?
Well, okay. So basically, what's happened? If you view it like a tennis match, I've served, and you decided to not hit the ball back. So point, because you won't even volley and serve. You're deciding that you want me to do all the talking, which is fine. I'm happy to do that. I'll tell you, this is what's happening there. After these terrorists attacked, kidnapped, they still have hostages, by the way, killed women and children, the good people of Israel, they picked up their guns and they decided they were going to liberate the people in Gaza from a terrorist organization named Hamas. That's what's happening.
You're sure? That's what's going on? Is that everything that's going on, or?
That is clear, correct, and concise.
But that's everything that's going on. You got full context. You gave me full context.
I could go deeper if you'd like, but would you disagree with my some?
Why do I have to disagree? Why can't I just understand more what's you're aware of or looking at? Or
well, you could just acknowledge that you don't know what's happening. That's fine.
I think I've already admitted that I don't know what's happening. And I'm curious if you're willing to be honest and admit that you don't know either.
I think I clearly illustrated what's happening over there.
You've repeated some sound bites so you don't sound stupid, but pretending like you know what's going on isn't the same. Or am I wrong?
I clearly know what's going on. I'm on the side of the civil rights.
How do you? So have you been over there?
I have not been over there. No.
Okay, so you're repeating sound bites.
Have you ever been to the moon?
I don't know.
Hell yeah, this weed's awesome.
Not consciously, but.
So you've never been to the moon?
I can't say I have.
Dude.
But what does that have to do with
I'm answering the
Gaza?
question.
I'm not claiming to know what's going on the moon. You're claiming to know what's going on in Gaza.
I am because.
Hey, all right, but you haven't been there. You've listened to news stories. Have you ever been to a conflict? Have you served your country? I mean, where do you want to start?
I've fought.
You've served in the military?
I fought for my people. The A Street, B Street wars of the 1990s. I survived.
Okay. Have you ever been in a military conflict?
No.
Okay. And Gaza, we can agree, a big part of what's going on there is a military conflict.
It's a military destroying a terrorist group, correct?
Mm-hmm. Right. So...
Do you recognize Hamas as a terrorist group?
I don't know exactly what Hamas is. The narrative says that they're a terrorist group. Any of the evidence that's been presented about said Hamas would imply that they're a terrorist group. But I'm just checking again.
How about their own charter?
To see
how about their own charter?
I'm just seeing.
How about
I'm just
their
checking.
own charter? How about their own charter?
I'm just checking.
I'm asking.
To see
how about their own charter?
I don't know what their charter is, but
Amazing.
I'm just checking to see if you know what's going on because you've read some stories, listened to some people talk about it, and now we're talking about a charter. Like, you've heard a bunch of information, but what do you know is going on over there besides hearsay and evidence?
Well, I would imagine you're not going to accept anything as evidence, but how about Hamas?
Why would you say that before you respond?
Well,
why would you say something like
why
would you say what I'm going to do before?
You're not going to speak over me. Listen, that might work at home when you're speaking over a woman with hairy armpits, but you're not going to speak over me. That's not going to fucking happen. Here's the fucking fact.
The facts are that even if you take the fucking written word of the terrorist group itself, Hamas, with the Ministry of Health of Gaza, which is Hamas, they will tell you what the death tolls are. They will tell you that what is happening there. They will tell you that the enemy combatants are dying. They will tell you that they've been getting their dick kicked in the dirt. All of this stuff is well documented. Not to mention, we have footage of what had happened on October the 7th. We have footage of this. We actually, how about this? On Clubhouse, we have somebody that was a hostage that survived and was rescued. We've had firsthand testimony from somebody that was a hostage in this conflict. I don't know. Again, I accept the fact that you don't know shit about this, but maybe, just maybe, if you cared about the conflict, because Bima will come on here and pretend that she cares about this conflict, but she'll use words like genocide, which she can't even define. And by the way, Bima, who thinks that Israel is the bad guys in this conflict, she's also never been there, but more importantly and worse, she ignores what all of the evidence is pointing to, including the people that she defends in Hamas. The people that, because I don't know if you knew this, but your girlfriend with the hairy armpits is a supporter of a terrorist.
Oh, really? How do you know that?
Her own testimony.
So she's supporting a terrorist cell.
Correct.
In her ideal world, the terrorists don't do anything because of the invisible force that is the non-aggression principle. I'm sorry, Bima, but that conversation we had in the atheist room is still on my mind. I can't do it.
No, I don't know who that was. What did the last person say? I didn't hear you.
Oh, I said that, what's it called? That in your ideal world, that the way that the terrorist group wouldn't attack would be based off the invisible force of the non-aggression principle. And that I was sorry because that our conversation in the atheist room where we had the whole NAP debate is still in my mind.
Oh, no, the NAP isn't an invisible force. It's an agreement, right? It's a form of mutual reciprocation where we can objectively pinpoint to say, okay, like this is what we're going to agree to. Of course, it's not an invisible force, just like the Bill of Rights is an invisible force in that same way, right? Your right to self-defense, your right to freedom of speech, your right, blah, 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 right? They're all invisible forces. You don't have a right to life, liberty, and happiness or property when someone comes and breaks into your home, right? And goes to kill and tie you up and thieve from you, right? To steal from you. There's the invisible force of what? The doctrine of the United States is going to come and save you in that moment. You could throw a couple pieces of paper at them and say, hold on, I have rights, right? In that same way. So
isn't that kind of just like exactly the system you were advocating for, though? Like, what's the difference between the U.S. piece of paper and the NAP, especially if the NAP is more decentralized and doesn't have as much power?
The difference is it just has to be consent-based, explicit consent versus implicit consent, and it has to be mutually agreed to. You can't just assume it, right? You can't just say that somebody else is going to do it. You have to, make those agreements with people. And you have to make sure that you don't violate this too. You only have one responsibility in this life, and that's to not violate another peaceful person or their property. But statists like Roger, right? He has no problem harming a bunch of people for some collective ideology, some poor ideology, killing thousands and thousands of women and children for the sake of a couple terrorists who I've never...
Hamas has 40,000 soldiers. What are you talking about?
That's not what I said, though, is it?
You said there was a couple of them. There's 40,000 of them.
Right, I'm talking about the death toll and the amount of women and children that are killed for the sake of
every
terrorists.
drop of blood in Gaza is spilled because of Hamas. Every Israeli that dies and every person in Gaza that dies is a result of of Hamas initiating violence. They initiate violence in Israel, and you, someone that believes in the NAP, you give them a fucking pass. Why? Because you're a hypocrite.
Well, I think that that's what you like to believe, and that's the story you like to tell people to get people, drawn in to your bullshit. But we all know that it's bullshit. It's what you do most of the time. That's not. I've never said that. I've never supported Hamas. Never said anything of the sort. To the contrary, even when people ask me, how do I feel about the people of Israel? My answer is always that people are not a collective. Everybody is an individual first. And I don't believe that every single individual in this state of Israel wants to commit murder by killing innocent women and children in Gaza. And just the same, I don't believe that every person that is in Gaza supported October 7th or supports any type of terrorist activity, right? So that's all that I'm saying. And I think it's illogical.
Who elected Hamas?
I think it's
Who elected Hamas?
That's a great question. When was the last time there was an election?
Yeah, correct. They elected.
When was that?
They elected them, and then Hamas, who they elected, said no more elections. I mean.
Oh, really? They weren't denied elections a couple times in the recent 10 years. There was a denial of yeah.
Denied.
Because the West Bank and Gaza couldn't. Right. Yeah. You don't want to talk about that, right?
When is the last time there's been an Israeli in Gaza?
Nothing to do.
When is the last time there's been an Israeli in Gaza?
Hold on. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about elections.
That's what we're talking about.
Right?
You just
yeah. We're talking about elections. And I thought that's I said, yeah, that's great. And who was denied the ability to have fair elections? Because what state wouldn't allow them to be able to have a location where they can all vote? West Bank and Gaza. But irrespective of that, have you ever looked at the polls, Roger, pre-October 7th, of what the Palestinians, the Gaza people in Gaza, how they viewed Hamas? Have you ever checked those out? You should, because there was a lot of evidence that suggests that they did not support Hamas. They understood what was going on with Hamas, and they felt that they were a threat to themselves and their people. But I'm sure you wouldn't talk about that. That would be too much against
what do you believe happened on October 7th? What do you believe happened on October?
What do you believe happened on October 7th? Do you think I'm disputing?
Is this like a household sport that you guys play when you get asked? Don't shut the fuck up for a second. Shut the fuck up for a second. I asked you because I asked you.
If you're gonna talk to me like that, I'll go.
That's fine. Nobody fucking cares.
All right, bye.
You don't have value anywhere.
Bye. Have a good night.
But your mother, you should take it.
What was that English?
I said you should take it. Let her talk like that. Because every 2,000 Jews, they gotta kill 60,000 Palestinians.
Yeah, hold on. Let me explain something. She's a half-wit. And when she was asked a simple question, what do you think happened on October 7th? She couldn't answer the question. She wanted to fire back the question. I'm happy to answer these questions, but if we're not going to have an honest dialogue where when I ask a question, all you're going to do is avoid it, look, there's a reason why she's a half-wit. There's a reason why she's in an abusive relationship. There's a reason why she identifies with weird ideologies like anarchy. There's a reason for all of these things. Dim-witted. But Jason, what do you think happened on October?
Honestly, it happened. But I would say that you saw what happened. It happened, right?
What happened? I'm asking you what happened.
Okay, what happened? Those people, if it happened, they killed. This is what I'm trying to say.
I'm asking you what happened.
I think Israel is wrong because they said 2,000-3,000 people died, but Israel is so wrong because they said for every 3,000 we're gonna kill 50 of y'all. So they killed 50,000. How many people are dead now?
Can I ask you a question? What is the What is the goals and objectives for Israel? What is their stated goals to end the war?
They're gonna take Palestine. We all know that.
Wait, hold on. That was their stated goal, really?
It's not about the stated goal. It's the
No. So what were their stated goals? I'm asking you if you know.
I'm not gonna say. I'm just gonna say that we can see clearly.
No. Well, I'm asking you if you even know what the stated goals are. It sounds like you don't.
No, sir.
Okay, because this is very important when you declare a war on someone. What a civilized nation does is they declare their goals. And what they said was that they were going to destroy Hamas. They also said they were going to free the hostages. So there's a couple of problems here. Hamas still has 40,000 soldiers, and they are still holding 49 hostages. If Hamas was to lay down their guns and to leave Gaza, right? If they would just surrender and lay down their guns and free the 49 remaining hostages, the conflict would end. It'd be over. It's in their control to end.
But you know that's not true, right?
Which part is untrue? That's exactly what they're stating.
I'm saying, like, even if they did do that, you know Israel's still going to do it.
What do you think Israel would do if Hamas laid down their weapons, left Gaza, and freed the hostages? You think they would still just, because it sounds to me like you think that Israel just wants to kill people in Gaza, innocent people.
I think if Hamas lays down their weapons and release the hostages, they're just going to wipe them out.
Why don't they do that today? They have the technology to completely carpet bomb the shit out of them.
Exactly.
Well, no, hold on. Well, hold on.
You're right.
Before you say exactly, they have the technology. They at any time they could have wiped out every man, woman, and child, and they haven't done it. So my question is, why do you think that's their goal if they have the technology to do it and they have?
Not because it's not about wipe. It's not about wipe. They're not. You're right. I'm gonna give you. I hear you. You're good. You're good. Listen, they're going, bro. There's no more Palestine. Put it that way. That's the only thing. Like
Jason, there's never been a Palestine ever.
Yes, there has.
No, there's never been a nation state called Palestine. There's never in history been a nation state.
About the state. You're talking about the state of Palestine. There is no state of Palestine. I agree.
Correct.
I agree
in
with
history.
That. There's no government. There's nothing.
There's never been a state of Palestine, and there never will be. It's as imaginary as Narnia.
It's not about it. It never will be. Like, come on.
It never will be.
It's just about. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just saying it's just about the people there. You get what I'm trying to say? So, like, people are arguing. I get what you're saying, too. Israel has the right to defend itself. I understand that. October, that shit that happened.
So do you think it's a genocide? What's happening in Gaza?
I think that it's. I don't think it's a genocide. No, I don't. That's the question. I can answer that.
Smartest thing you said the whole time.
Straightforward. It's not a fucking genocide, but it's a fucking. It's not right. Do you agree that they should continue this? It's the same thing here in America, right?
Until they achieve their
right. When
until they achieve. Hold on.
It's
not
about genocide. It's about useless war.
Can you not hear? Look, we're gonna take turns speaking here. Okay, so just calm down. I just want to ask you this: do you think that? So you think it's not a genocide? You've acknowledged it's not a genocide, but you say it's not right. The objectives of the war is to destroy Hamas and free the hostages. Which of those two goals do you oppose? Okay. Looks like another one bites the dust. Thank you, guys. Thanks for playing. Dr. Jordan, what's going on tonight? Why is Clubhouse so weird?
I don't know. Fascinating conversation. I think this couples thing is kind of a new opportunity for us to bring some more couples in and have them defend each other. You did a fascinating job. Fabulous.
That's so weird. That guy is fucking like. First of all,
you didn't skip a beat. You just like went right at him. It was hilarious.
Well, why wouldn't I? Like the guy, like if you were in the room the night that he was yelling at her, get off the phone, get off that app, you gotta get off that. He's like just yelling at her, berating her, and then she's laughing. She's like, hey, I gotta go, and then he keeps yelling, and then all of a sudden, like, boom, PTR disappeared. She's off the app for like 3 days.
So maybe he is deeply abusive.
I don't think it's a secret. I think she likes the abuse. She also has. She's admitted she's got hairy armpits. So what kind of guy dates a chick with hairy armpit?
The best way.
I mean, if she's hot as hell, so this is a good topic. If she's hot as hell, I would do it.
Wait, what? Are you talking about me?
No.
I was gonna say, so you guys support Israel, right? I just wanted to ask that.
Till the wheels fall off.
Till the wheels fall off. Wow.
Correct. 10 toes down. Absolutely.
That's kind of insane.
Why? Most civilized nation on planet Earth.
Israel is the most civilized nation, you think?
Correct. That's what I said. You heard me.
Where do you live?
I live in the United States of America.
You live in America is the most civilized nation on earth. Not Israel. Not Israel. It's America.
I don't know about that. I think we're like in competition for second place. But since 1940,
Israel cannot even compete with us. Not even a little bit. They're like maybe 25% of America.
Yeah, that's not how I'm measuring it. I'm measuring it on the fact that if you think about a nation state that was born in 1948 and you look at where they're at today, I don't think there's any comparable example of a country.
There's a very comparable. What are you talking about? They're only there because of us. It's only because of America. Like, they wouldn't be where they are at if it wasn't for us.
No, I think 1948 till today. Hold on, let me ask you.
Because we gave them a country.
Who did? Who's we? You had turd in your pocket.
We.
What the fuck do you mean by we?
We. Look at the treaty.
What are you talking about?
How did Israel become a country?
Very simple. Yeah, it was a British mandate. It was a British mandate. It had nothing to do with the U.S. It had to do with Britain.
And who signed the mandate?
It had to do with Britain.
Who signed it?
Do you even know? Do you know that?
Who signed it?
Oh my God!
You're not
gonna. I am not gonna listen to ignorance at all.
Right, yeah.
Listen. You're gonna have to learn to calm down. I don't know if your fucking twisties are tied too tight, but you're coming in fucking like really. Listen. It's your right to be unintelligent, but don't be unintelligent with the volume up. At least just turn the volume down a little bit. Let's take turns speaking, and I'll deal with how ignorant you are. I know it's hard for you, but the mute button is in the lower right. Maybe it's too hard for you. And Chloe, I don't think I overstated my case. I think Israel is the most civilized nation in the history of planet Earth.
Yeah.
I think they're doing a pretty good job.
I would contend with that. Canada, I'd say, is the most civilized.
Canada's getting overtaken by the Chinese and the Indians.
I have to thank President Trump. I have to say that he definitely accomplished something. He managed to piss off the people who were the most peaceful people on Earth.
What are you talking about?
You know,
are you people insane?
What?
I feel like you people are literally crazy. I'm not
Why do you think? Wait, why do you think I'm crazy?
Because like y'all sound like y'all don't even know history or anything. You know who gave them? Wait, what the fuck are y'all saying? Like I thought I knew what y'all were talking about at first, but you people sound literally crazy.
That's a pretty broad accusation that we don't understand.
Nah, yeah, it is pretty broad. I'm not gonna lie. I actually agree with you guys at first. I was sitting and listening, and I'm like, you motherfuckers are literally insane.
Well, at least we're not uneducated like you.
You believe you guys. Whoa.
Spit it out. Spit it out.
So you believe in this shit, right?
Believe in what shit?
This shit.
Use your words, Jason.
I just heard you. I just sat here and listened to you.
Use your words.
I just heard.
Put a sentence together, please.
What the fuck are you saying? I just listened to you. I just listened to you put your sentence together, sir. You just said.
I was very clear on my position.
Yeah, and I know it was very clear. It was very clear. I'm not going against that. I'm just saying, like, I don't understand why you believe that's okay. I don't understand.
You don't understand why I stand with Israel?
No.
You want me to explain it?
Yeah, I'm willing to listen. I'll mute my mic.
Yeah, sure. Well, they have a dedication to protecting the civilians in their country. I think that's a pretty good hallmark of a good moral country. I think the way that they've handled the war with a terrorist group, with the care that they've taken to try to minimize civilian casualties, when you compare it with other urban conflicts, what they're doing is unprecedented. I'm just highly impressed by them. Highly impressed. I think if you were to take a snapshot from 1948 to 2025, I would argue there's not a greater country on all metrics that matter than the state of Israel. That's what
I'll tell you, honestly, I feel like you're brainwashed.
By who?
Who the fuck
by
do
who?
that? Like,
hold on, by who?
It seemed like
by
I can
who?
hear it in your voice. I can hear it in your voice too. Like you think you really know what the fuck you talking about. You sound like an idiot. I'm like who the fuck are you talking? You could tell these idiots that bullshit, bro. Listen, Israel is not even 100 years old. America is way better than Israel. Israel is nothing to America. America is the greatest country in the world. America is the greatest country in the fucking world. Okay. Israel is not even close to us.
You're doing the talking loud thing again. Listen.
Okay.
Untie the little twisties a little bit. Just relax a little bit.
Israel, I'll talk a little. Israel is not even.
Hold on, I'm gonna speak. You were done speaking. Now I'm.
Israel is nothing.
Where are you from? Atlanta? Where are you from? Atlanta? Baltimore?
Israel.
Like Jesus Christ. Listen, just having people like you that interrupt so much is why I question America's greatness. You're the reason why I would have to say that America has to be at least number 2. Can't be number 1. Not with people like you representing America. And so as long as people like you exist, there's no way we could be number 1. But I do think that we make a strong argument for number 2. We make a very strong argument. I love my country. I think we're great. But again, if we're just looking at this holistically, comparing all, what is it? There's a little less than 200 nations around the world. I would say, like, on all the metrics that matter, I would say Israel's the best. That's my contention. But I'd love to hear you. What is your reason for not liking Israel? Tell me why you don't like Israel, and please don't let it be something like you hate Jews. Give me some reasons why you don't like. The mute button's in the lower right. I know it's confusing. They don't hide it, though. It stays in the same place every time. You just lower right. All right, well,
Who the fuck supports Israel? You? You support Israel.
I do, yes.
So quit muting my mic, please.
Well, don't talk over me and it won't happen. But go ahead.
Yeah, or whatever. I don't support Israel, idiot.
Okay, that's fine.
You wanna mute my mic because you want the power. I get it. It's okay.
I just asked you.
I
just asked that we would take turns.
You can keep muting. All right, but
well, if you don't want to take turns speaking, that's fine. I could move on from you. I
know you're this.
I can do all those things.
Yeah, you feel this.
Or you could just take turns. Or you could just take turns. How about that? I'm gonna mute up. Hold on. Listen, I'm gonna mute up. Give me in 90 seconds. Hold on. No, you're talking over me. I'm telling you, I'm gonna mute myself for a full 90 seconds. But in those 90 seconds, I want you to tell me what. I want you to tell me.
This guy.
No, you're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. Listen. I'm offering to give you 90 seconds of uninterrupted time.
All right.
Hold on. Well, you have to stay muted.
I only need 30.
You have to.
I only need 20 seconds.
Well, you're doing it again. Jesus Christ. Okay, so I had to mute you again. I'm going to finish what I'm saying here. You're going to have 90 seconds uninterrupted. Don't do it. Don't unmute yourself because I'll just start the rant over again. I'm going to give you 90 seconds uninterrupted for you to tell me why you hate Israel. I'll go ahead and mute up.
I'll give you 5 seconds. I never said I hated Israel. First off, never said that. Why would I hate Israel? The only thing I said, I asked you a question and you muted me.
I muted you when you spoke over me. Try to bring you up, Jeff, if somebody else can
you're trying to build this little bullshit like you're doing. I see what you're doing, bro. Like, you're not fooling nobody. And anybody who believe in you, they're getting fooled, and they're gonna see what you're doing.
What did I say? What did I say that was wrong?
There's nobody like you. I said I needed 30 seconds. I thought I had 30 seconds. There's nobody that's gonna believe you and believe that you're gonna fucking sit here and say, I ain't never said I hated Israel. You hate Israel more than me.
Oh, contrary, my friend. Contrary.
No, it's not.
You said you don't like what they're doing. You said you don't like what they're doing.
It doesn't matter if I said I did what I'm doing. I live in America. I can say what the fuck I'm doing.
You live in Baltimore.
Okay, who gives a fuck where the fuck I live? I can say what I want. That's the great part of living in America. America is way better than Israel. You just said that Israel is better than America.
I agree.
You're fucking insane. You're literally insane. And anybody who listens to you, they should block you. And I'll leave at that.
So you don't believe in free speech? Did he leave? That was unfortunate. I was just getting good.
Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting. Like, he said that he thought Israel was horrible, and then he said Israel was that he loved Israel more than you.
Yeah, all that happened.
Yeah,
what's happening?
You know, Jeff, I don't know what it is, man. I'll tell you what. I'm almost starting to feel like an unofficial member of the tribe, because anytime you say anything positive of the state of Israel, like they come gunning for you. You're not allowed to say anything positive about Israel. It's amazing.
Yeah, you're still up.
I think you were in the Matrix, Jeff. I thought for a second it was only my phone, but I think others didn't hear that.
Yeah, Yeah, it's like you're underwater, Jeff. Sorry.
Mojo, Jason is trying to come back up, but I can't bring him.
Let's bring up Jason, the guy that loves America. I love America too. I just think, comparatively speaking, let's think about it. Like, what countries started after World War II that have advanced as quickly and as thoroughly and have a system intact that works so well? I just can't, like, honestly, I'm just being honest. Like, what country even begins to compare? I can't think of one anywhere in the world.
No country could ever do that without America.
So the answer is actually Singapore. But that's it.
Israel is of us.
No.
What are you talking about? I don't understand.
So Jason, in all your wisdom, what year did America start supporting Israel?
What, the war? Is that what you're gonna tell me?
No. What year did America start sending weapons to Israel? What year did America start funding Israel? No, I'm not going to tell you. You think you're wise. What year did America start supporting it?
Dude, you sound like a dude. Like, you keep coming with, y'all keep doing this. What year?
No, I just asked you a question because you are knowledgeable.
Okay, you're not gonna let me finish. That's fine. That's all right.
Yeah, you're a victim. Come on, bitch.
What the fuck is a victim? I'm not no fucking victim.
Yeah, no, I'm not interrupting you. It's not hard. It's not hard.
You're a victim.
I literally asked you what year, because your claim was that Israel is only what it is because of America. What year did America start supporting Israel? Knowledgeable man.
You tell me.
No, I'm not going to tell you.
You said that I thought you was being a fucking historian or something.
No, I'm trying to determine if you're a fucking idiot or just a moron.
Oh, so you don't know about the Armistice? None of that? Israel's not even 100 years old.
Okay, so Jason, are you an idiot or a moron? Which is?
Both. I'm gonna
okay,
go
good.
with your little.
So
educate me. No, wait. Because
I'm not gonna. I'm not.
Educate.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, little bitch.
No, wait,
I'm not gonna educate you.
Honestly, because you're going to your fucking words, idiot.
No. My goal was to expose you as a fucking idiot, not to educate you.
Okay, look, I don't know. So I'm not.
You don't know.
You're asking
I agree.
me.
We finally agree.
Me. No, I know. Do you know about the Armistice?
That's not even a word. Armistice?
You see what I'm saying? You're a fucking idiot. I don't even know why you're talking.
How do you spell that word?
That know what they talking about.
Jason, how do you spell that?
Flags up and put them up.
How do you spell that word?
When was Israel established? You tell me that.
Jason, I asked you a question. You avoided the answer. You said a made-up word.
No, because you
manufactured a word.
Same game as you.
No, except you're using made-up words.
When was Israel made?
1948.
1948. Oh my God, I can't even believe it.
Why can't you believe it? Let me ask you a question, Jason. What other countries were made since 1948? Name three.
What the fuck are you talking about? You were already. I literally just proved you wrong. You didn't. But you actually thought I really agreed with you. I didn't.
I think you're a fucking idiot.
1947, idiot. So shut the fuck up.
No, it was 1948.
It was 1947.
What was 1947?
It was 1947.
No, hold on, Jason. No, hold on. It was May 14th of 1948, Jason. Just listen. get your facts together. But we'd like to have this conversation. Jeff asked a good question. I'd love for you to answer it. Can you name 3 countries that were formed after 1948?
I don't think you can.
I mean,
you don't know the difference between 1947 and 1948. I mean, it's a problem.
You just Google it.
You made a good point about Singapore. That was in the mid '60s, right? Is that correct?
Something like that. Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah.
And then the Korean Peninsula was split at the same time that Israel got statehood.
No, that was later.
Are you sure? Isn't that what caused the Korean War?
No, you're thinking of Pakistan. Pakistan became independent in 1947.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me go look when Korea.
UAE 1971, and I guarantee you their economy blows Israel out of the water. Don't even know why I'm jumping in this debate, but I had to pump.
Hold on.
Which country?
The United Arab Emirates. Dubai.
That's a good question. I'm not actually sure you're right or wrong. Like,
Jeff, South Korea became its own country in 1948.
No, who's that old man right
it's
there?
another 48. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
So, that's the fucked up. So, hold on, Jason, shut up. We're talking right now. The men are talking. So that's interesting. So Korea. Hold on, Jason. Shh.
I'm mute myself only, not because you told me to shut up, bitch.
No, because you have nothing to contribute to the conversation. You're not smart. Korea.
Go to China-Japan War. Go to the China-Japan War in 1940. Go to their war before World.
What year? What year, Jason?
We'll bring him back up. Let's have this conversation with what we were having. We'll bring him back.
So it's interesting because I didn't realize the Koreas were also 48, 47. So that's the Koreas, Pakistan, India, Israel, whatever the other people are. 47, 48 was a big year. It's wild. It seems like all the countries were made that year, and the world only cares about Israel. Fascinating. Oh, Jason's about to leave. That's gonna be hard.
Yeah, I remember when you did that to me too, Jeff. You when I came on your stage and you gave me this question, you're like, you need to answer this question, or otherwise you're an idiot, and I'm gonna kick you out of my room.
No,
but you kicked me out of my room.
Barrow,
You remember the question though?
Yeah, Barrow, you're a terrible person.
But do you remember
I don't.
Exactly like what you did to Jason is what you did to me.
Wait, hold on.
Exactly.
Hold on.
Then you're probably also a fucking idiot. And I know you, Barrow. You're a bad person.
Yeah, hold on, guys. A couple things. So Jason is a victim of his own, he doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut. If he would have just simply muted up and exchanged, allowed people to speak and speak when it's his turn, he would have been fine. I mean, he would have lost the debate. But I want to now move on to this conversation of Israel and UAE. As I'm looking at this from numbers from 2024, it looks like the GDP is very similar. Israel, 525 billion. UAE 540 billion, population 9.8 million versus 9.5 million, and GDP per capita 53.5 and 56.8. These are very similar. I had no idea it was that similar.
Does the UAE have nukes?
Let's hope not.
I don't think so. I was only asking that because, Israel has nukes, in which case, that just, Israel have, better military all around.
So the country's built in 47 and 48. India, Pakistan, Israel, Korea, South Korea, and Sri Lanka. Oh, also Burma. That was just 2 years. Is Jason still here? Should we make the list of all the countries since 1948? It's like 70 countries.
Jason has a good point, though, when he said that Israel is doing that well because of its strong partnership with America. And I definitely think that's true. Like, there's a very close relationship, and that's why. That's part of the reason why Israel is doing it.
I mean, I would respond to that if that was a valid point that, and if you brought up any, facts to support it. But since you didn't, I'm not even going to respond to that.
Okay, well, I don't think anybody would disagree with that, to be honest. I'm surprised you do, but okay.
Well, I disagree with it because, you brought up no points to support that point. Israel has many of the smartest people in the world. Israel, is there a technology that exists that Israel isn't responsible for that, is, in your phone, Barl? Because, the world is actually really lucky to have Israel. And Israelis in particular.
Sure, but I think having access to the largest economy in the world, correct me if I'm wrong, is definitely beneficial. I mean, Canada, everybody always tells me how we benefit from having America as our allies, and I agree, we do. We obviously.
Here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing. Canada has America, has access to America and the economy of America, but Israel has far more intellectual capital. Israel is attracting far more venture capital. Just simply having access to America, guess what? 164 countries have access to American capital. But Israel's doing well because of what Israel is, not because of America. Because if it was just America, there's a whole lot of countries, including Canada, which I guess, Paul, you're a Canadian. I'm sorry to hear that. If it was just having access to America, Canada would be far better than it is. Jason, why am I going to jail? Come up here and tell me.
I tried inviting him up. I don't think he knows how to accept.
Yeah. It's like counting, only harder. Barl, I responded to you directly, and apparently you got not smart because I answered you in a way that made you feel insignificant and dumb. But if you want to respond...
No, right. So the point was you did the same thing that you did to Jason, right? Where you're like, oh, you're an idiot or you're dumb, and I had to answer your question, but I'm sure you found out afterwards the question you did that to me about turned out to be a lie. It turned out to be incorrect. So you kicked me out of your room, called me an idiot for not knowing something that turned out to be a lie.
No. I responded to the point you made here.
Okay, just now.
Where you asserted that Israel is only Israel because of its access to America. I pointed out that Canada, where you're from, also has access to America, and Canada sucks. And as a Canadian, you know Canada sucks, and Canadians also suck. Also, 164 other countries have big access to America, and they also suck. So, would you want to respond to that, or do you want to talk about something that maybe happened sometime a few months?
Well, you're entitled to your opinion, Jeff. I don't feel the need to attack Israelis. I think they're chill. I know Israelis, and Israeli Canadians too. I don't see, you're allowed your opinion. I think Canada's great.
No, I'm not asserting my opinion. I'm responding to your point that Israel, your point was Israel is only accomplishing what it has because of America.
Oh, you added the
You did.
No, I didn't say only.
You entirely said Israel is only accomplishing what it is because of its access to America. That was your entire point.
No, I think the point is just like Canada, Israel benefits from being allies with America, but I don't think that's the only reason.
Well, I mean, if that was your point, then it is a pointless point because Canada, France, England, Germany, all of them benefit from their relationship with America, just like. Right. All of them do. So, what was the point of opening your mouth if that was your point?
Well, because I think one of the reasons Israel is doing so well is because they have a very strong partnership with, America, but also all those other countries you mentioned.
Well, I mean, if that's what you said, I would have agreed with you. It's just not what you.
How about the fact that China benefits greatly from the largest consumer economy in the world, the U.S., but they're not an ally? We wouldn't make the argument that China is only what China is because of the U.S. We wouldn't make that argument.
Well, it wouldn't make a lot of sense, just like Barrel's argument wouldn't have made a lot of sense if he actually acknowledged what his argument actually was.
I mean, I feel like you're trying to force this argument on me. I was just saying, like, his point isn't crazy. That part of the reason why Israel is so successful is because they have strong relationships with good allies. That's all. I don't think.
Carl, do you really want to hitch your bag into Jason like his point was salient or smart?
Well, and to make this point, Jason just from the chat said China is our greatest ally. Our greatest ally, not our. Jason's hilarious. This guy. If he learns how to accept the invite, we could have a lot of fun with him.
Yes. I wish I could like English, not second language.
I think the U.S. from 1870 to 1900 is probably the best example of that's the apex of what a country can be. But if you were to ask me, like in 2025, what the potential can be, you take something as small geographically of Israel, it's pretty phenomenal. Like geographically, Jeff, like compare that to a city or a state in the U.S. just for context.
I mean, I am from New Jersey, and Israel is very similar in geography, though New Jersey has 2.5 times the people.
Right. So if you were to compare, like, the economy of New Jersey to Israel, right, and it's just, I don't know. To me, there's not a lot that's comparable. I will say that the UK, Great Britain, for a long period of time, they hit well above their weight. I would say they did some big things coming from a small place. I also small country. Japan's a relatively small country in the grand scheme of things, and what they've done historically, I think, is pretty impressive. But I take U.S. 1870 to 1900 for sure, and then that period of time after World War II up to about 1990, I would say that little 40-year slice was pretty.
Okay, do we want to list the countries that were created after Israel and therefore are less legitimate than Israel?
Let's list them. I think it's Vietnam, right? No, Vietnam came. Vietnam was at 45, 46?
I'm not sure, but I have a list, and it's not necessarily in the same order as the one in your head. But we can start with Jordan, Laos, Bhutan, Vietnam, you are correct. Germany. Actually, Germany had 2 countries created since 48.
East and West.
Let's see. Indonesia, 49. Cambodia, 53. South Vietnam, 55. Maldives in 65. Singapore in 65. Yemen, South Yemen, that was, 67. That's not related to the Yemen that's currently attacking American ships in the sea. Libya, Sudan, Morocco, Tunisia, Ghana, Guinea. Let's see. 17 African countries gained independence. Do we need the detail, or it's just Africa? So we just list it as like a whole, because like, does it matter?
I think that's
someone asked me.
I think that's a good list to work from. But what would you say would be comparable in terms of countries that have had similar success?
Similar, only UAE. Well, no, Singapore also is incredibly successful.
South Korea's got good internet.
South Korea does. I guess South Korea is the same year. Yeah, so South Korea is pretty good too. Malaysia, Ghana, Guinea. Hold on, did I miss some? No. Oh, look at this. Sierra Leone, Tanzania. Very relevant to me, 1962, Algeria, because I'm one of those people. Burundi, Rwanda, they've had a genocide since their independence. Hey, now. Jamaica, for those who like bobsled teams. Trinidad and Tobago, Uganda, Kenya, Zanzibar, Malawi, Malta, Zambia, Gambia, Maldives, Botswana, Lesotho, Barbados, Guyana, Yemen, Yemen again, folks, Yemen again, Equatorial Guinea, Mauritius, Swaziland, or Eswatini if you want to be correct, Fiji, Tonga, Bangladesh, Bahrain, Qatar. Okay, so people who want to argue that Israel's only been a state since 48, 2/3 of the countries in the world have only been a state since 48. Jason, where are you, dummy?
Yeah, if we could invite him up. If anyone with a mod badge, when you see Jason down there, if you could just invite him up.
I think he left. He's a very dumb guy.
I see him again. He's down there.
Oh,
no, he left.
Jason, come up.
Every time I refresh, he's either here. I think he's exiting and coming back. It's weird.
That's hot. So, Barl, I don't think you responded to, like, me responding to you. So, what's up? I'm happy to repeat myself.
Who are those countries recognized by? All the ones you just...
Most people?
Define most people.
No.
Okay, so whatever those people were that you don't want to define, it's only because most people decided that those were legitimate countries. Is that the metric we're using, most people?
I mean, are you...
I mean, I think
do you
the
have a problem? Do you have a problem with South Korea existing?
No, I don't. But I think Vietnam, the Vietnamese people certainly had a view of themselves before they were recognized by most people. That's
okay.
I mean, you know.
Go on. Are you questioning whether Vietnam exists?
No. I'm not sure.
Are you suggesting that
what the value of listing countries that were recognized since 1948 or 1940?
I'm glad you made that point.
Any relation to anything?
So the value was that it was in response to someone saying Israel's only been a state since 48. It's not legitimate because it's so new.
Yeah, and I don't think that that's necessarily a valid argument either.
Well, that was why we did that.
Oh, okay.
So I'm glad we're on the same page.
Oh, absolutely.
That's good. This is new. Yes, Barl, Jason, argued that Israel was only a state in 48. So what?
Well, I would agree with you then, and that's a silly reason. Yeah.
That's a dumb argument. He's a dumb person.
I did appreciate
appreciate his patriotism, though. The one thing that I did appreciate is that he came in strong about loving the U.S. That's cool.
It is cool. I mean, Mojo, I came in a little late. I don't think I misunderstood his argument, did I?
No, he started. His first comment was like, somebody else was speaking. His very first comment was like, "Oh, y'all up in here supporting Israel?" So that's where it started.
Yeah, I heard that. His second comment was like, it wasn't even a thing until 48. That's why I only got through like a third of this.
Were you here? Were you here when Bima was here and her boyfriend was getting on the phone?
No. I'm avoiding Bima because like she makes me stay up till 6 a.m. going, why are people so stupid?
Oh my God! So her boyfriend got on the phone. The boyfriend that sometimes is abusive and yells at her in the background, and then all of a sudden her connects. So we got him to talk to us tonight. And man, if you think she's stupid, dude, this was a shit show. It was hilarious.
Oh my God! Hey, guess what? The country Obama theoretically was from, not that I don't think he was, but like Kenya. When Obama was born, was Kenya even a country? Because it was only started in 1963. Zanzibar, Malawi, Malta, Zambia. Oh, I did some of these already. Let's go through. Keep going. Yemen, the second. I already did most of these. Oh, Fiji. We're up to 70. Fiji, Tonga, Bangladesh, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE. UAE really did very well. I'm very proud of them. The Bahamas only became a country in 1973. Wild. We're going to go up to my year of birth. Let's see. Grenada, Guinea-Bissau, Angola, Cape Verde, Comoros, Mozambique, Papua New Guinea, Sao Tome and Principe, Suriname. Okay, we're up to the precious year, Seychelles.
Jason's back. We got a Jason alert if anybody wants to invite him.
Vietnam was born the same year as me. Actually, Vietnam is 1 month younger than me. Jason, come on up. We missed you, sir. We're waiting on his wisdom.
Jeff, we got some good ammo for you next time you're in a conversation with Bima. She's acknowledged to us that she doesn't shave her armpits. She has hairy armpits, so just store that one away.
I mean, that's gross, but who cares?
Well, it's just fun to mention when you get into a conversation.
I mean, that's gross. She's also probably morbidly obese and lots of other things. I feel like Alan wants to argue, but he didn't want to argue based on the other argument. Also, Barl.
Alan's got more to say when the conversation is about white people and black people. I don't think he's got too much skin in the game here.
Oh, no. Alan's got... you don't know Alan?
Well,
Alan loves the topic of Israel.
Does he? Is Alan... Okay, does Alan hate the Jews as much as he hates the blacks?
I only can't answer that because I've never heard him talk about the blacks.
Oh boy, he really does not like the blacks.
Well, I can't say, but Alan is a frequent flyer in a space and fits very well.
I'll give you something to chew on. Can we rid ourselves of the idea that we have to be friends with all the United States has to be friends with all of the people they do business with? I mean, you can be trading partners with someone and still not be their friends. I mean, have you loved everyone that you've worked with? Or have you worked with...
What's weird, Alan, is like your question is on the basis. I mean, I'm responding to you because you made a point, and I'm saying to you, I don't think most rational people people think we're friends with everyone we do business with. I think that, so to be clear, I think the answer is yes. I think we can rid ourselves of that because I think most rational actors, smart people know that the presumption your question is based on isn't correct. Like, that's not the way it works.
Well, I hear a lot of rhetoric from the left talking about how we've alienated our allies. And I think there are a lot of countries we do business with, but in all relationships there are ups and downs, number one. Number two, and I don't think, and I think you and I agree, we don't always have to be best buds with everyone we partner with. So that was
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're saying is like most reasonable people would agree with.
Well, then you're saying that half the country, the liberals anyways, are not reasonable, which I have no problem if you mean that.
Well, I don't think all the liberals are unreasonable, but I think a lot of them are. I also think the liberals are not consistent with the claim that you're referring to, because in some cases they enforce it, and in some cases they don't. So there's that. Okay, can we start shitting on the conservatives now? Because I'm uncomfortable with just shitting on the liberals.
Sometimes being uncomfortable is a good thing.
I actually quite like the liberals. It's the progressives I have a problem with.
I don't like how we go back to old definitions just to make ourselves feel better. Because there's like literally 8 people who call themselves liberals who agree with us.
Liberalism in the classic sense, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's given the world the best chance.
Okay. All right, we're on the same page. What would a liberal say that Jason hasn't come back up to the stage?
Jason just doesn't know how to use Clubhouse. Otherwise, he would find the fact that he's been invited and he would accept the yes button.
Perhaps he doesn't have workable thumbs.
Jason, why don't you just tell people that you don't know how to do it, and we can give you a tutorial. All you have to do is click on the yes. Would you like to join? We've invited you. Well, you could say I'm lying, but you're new to the app. I've been on this app for fucking 4.5 years. So I'm telling you how it works. I want you on the stage.
It's true. I can tell. He's like literally, there's moisture around Mo's lips. He wants you so badly.
I'm a protagonist now.
Yeah, I don't think new people who join the app realize that like everyone on this app has known each other for like 3-4 years. A lot of times, so it's like he doesn't know what he's getting into, and I agree with him. I think on things, but he has no idea what he's getting into.
Barlow, you only agree with him on arguments you make on his behalf. Seriously, if you like actually paid attention more, you'd be like, I don't want to be associated with this guy.
I don't know. I think you guys are like being very picky about his usage of words. Like maybe he doesn't like Israelis. I'm sure we could let him correct that. He probably means like the IDF. He's not used to the Clubhouse way of like people are going to pick you apart for the policy.
He didn't say Israelis. He wasn't referring to the IDF. But again, like I said, my point to you was like you only agree with him on points you make on his behalf, not on any of the points he actually made.
I
I will give him credit for one thing. When I asked him if he thought that there was a genocide in Gaza, he said no, he didn't think it was a genocide. So he gets at least 1 point.
So that's one thing I actually didn't hear. Everything else I think I was here for.
But that's when he started down the road. But what they're doing ain't right. And then
but is it wrong?
Yeah,
but is it wrong?
When we asked for specifics, that's where he like crashed. He says he's literally exposing you Nazis. Jeff, what do you think when you hear somebody refer to you as a Nazi?
I mean, I think this is just another Irishman being mad that I'm the one true African on the stage. Jason, what percentage of your DNA is Irish? Tell me. You colonizer.
God, I wish he was so fucking... I wish he wasn't this stupid. If he could just figure out how to fucking accept the invite and come up with it.
Yeah, that's clearly the problem. He just can't technologically figure out how to come up. Because, like, he would totally explain how he's not an Irishman and I'm not an African if he came to the stage.
Yeah, you might need to leave the room, Jason, and come back.
I don't think he's struggling. I don't think he wants to come up. Come on up here. Jason Jr.
Dr. Jordan, can you try inviting him up, see if that works?
What was that?
Try inviting Jason up from the...
I invited him.
Yeah, maybe he lost the join button, but if somebody can invite him fresh, maybe Dr. Jordan, maybe he can...
Oh, Jason, if you're not Irish, then, like, yeah.
Well, look at that. Mel figured out how to get up here.
Oh, welcome, Mel. Why do I feel like that's is that chlorine? What am I looking at here?
You went towards the negative. Go towards the positive. Definitely not chlorine. Wow. That's one element, and so it wouldn't look like that.
Oh, well, you know what? You're very smart, and I can't keep up with that. I guess that's why she was able to come up, Mojo. She's very smart. Very bad at chemistry, personally. Very bad.
It just depends on, like, who you talk to about it, because people are really bad at teaching it, like, 20, 30 years ago, but it's not that hard now. There's a guy that does this crash course chemistry you might like. He does like these 10-minute crash course things, and it's like, I can't remember he's like I'll have to look it up. But anyways, it'll reteach you chemistry. It's pretty cool. And it's super, like, digestible. And relevant. And he's funny. Hank Green. He's Hank Green's brother. That's who it is.
Good to know.
Good to know.
Mojo Jason made it. He figured it out.
Amazing. Jason, go ahead. You've heard us speak. Go ahead and say what you have. The mute button's in the lower right. You can unmute yourself by tapping the button in the lower right.
And then open your mouth and let vibrations come from your throat. I think this is too hard for Mojo.
But Jason's in the room, but he's not in the, like, he's down.
On the stage.
Okay.
He is on the stage.
He's on the stage.
I'd love to see if he's figured out how to get the VCR to stop blinking the number 12.
I'm also puzzled. Alan, are you not going to argue about things we agree about? Because that was fun for a little bit.
Well, thank you. I mean, all this attention you're giving to Jason, you know, to come up on stage, I was starting to feel a little neglected there. Like, I understand you wanted to beat up on him, and I just, you know, I felt unloved.
Yeah, well, you are unloved, and to be clear, it's mostly Mojo really deserving for Jason to come up. But at the same time, I thought it was very strange that, like, we were arguing about points that we mostly agree about. When we have so many things we disagree about, we can argue about.
Oh, well.
Jason, have you found the mute button yet?
No, I just keep getting muted by somebody.
Really?
Somebody keeps muting me. I don't know who it is. Probably fucking Mojo. He keeps muting me.
Mojo, why are you muting him?
Because I got another. You know why? Because I got another video on him. I got a video on you, Mojo. Do you know that?
Let's play it.
I got a video on him too because he's a fucking pedo.
Oh, let's.
Mojo, why are you muting the Irish guy?
I don't know, Jason.
I don't know why he's moted. Why are you moted me? Why? Why you?
Moted? What is moted?
I'm talking about Mojo. Like, Mojo, stop muting me, please.
I mean, muted and moted are different words. Are you talking about Modi?
Mojo keeps muting me.
Incorrect.
I don't think so. He literally has spent the last, 20 minutes saying, please come up, we want to hear from you.
Jeff, I'm going to tell you this, Jeff. Please shut your fucking mouth. Don't ever talk to me again. Because you're just as bad as him. Because you talk to little girls. You talk to little girls online. And I know
do?
that. I got it. I got evidence on you. So shut your ass up.
You have no evidence.
Okay, all right. You want? All right.
Listen, you
bag. Shut your lame ass up. Don't ever talk to me like that. Don't ever talk to me like that, little boy. Don't ever talk to me like that, little boy. Oh, hey, you shut your mouth when I'm talking.
Mojo, why are these white colonizers gotta come up here and gaslight the stage?
Shut your motherfucking mouth.
Yeah, the white colonizers gotta refer to the African guy as a boy. What's up with that?
I got him. And then I got you on that racist shit. You don't understand that I already been listening to y'all this whole time.
No, that's good. Why the white colonizers gotta refer to us as boys? I don't understand.
Hey,
seems very racist.
Little boy, because if I ever seen you in my real life, I will beat the shit out you, little boy.
Oh, how tall are you,
never
Jason?
do nothing. You a little kid.
How tall are you? What do you weigh?
What little kid? What the fucking
come.
cares? You don't
Jason.
care who cares. Bro, you
Jason,
little kid.
You're literally some little bitch. You're literally some little bitch in your mother's basement.
Do you want me to really say your last name?
Yeah,
you really want me to do that? You really want me to expose you on your fucking little program?
Expose me, come on.
Yeah, I already know him too. That's why he shut the fuck up, because I got all his information.
Oh, Jason, no, I'm inviting you. Say my last name.
You stay here.
Jason, say my last name.
You're a fucking
Jason, apparently Jason does not. Jason is making lots of claims.
Video, watch this when it comes out. I literally.
Jason's got lots of claims. Jason, you got nothing. Jason, you're a eunuch. You are a eunuch. You don't even have a penis. Jason, were you born without a penis, or did it fall off?
You think you could talk over me and that you're gonna defend yourself is not.
Okay, you're a fucking eunuch. Like, shut up. Everybody knows. You say my last name when you unmute. Say my last name, or say nothing. Go ahead.
I think it's funny that the guy that can't figure out how to accept an invite to get on the stage, can't figure out how to unmute himself, has a video of anything. I couldn't imagine him working a video player on any platform. This might be the stupidest person that's ever been on Clubhouse. Jason, congratulations.
And he's in Mojo, but it makes sense because he's in your room.
This is true. This room is a fucking magnet for the retards, for sure.
What I like is both Alan and Bob are
I think you're in the Matrix, Jeff.
You're breaking up, Scotty.
Hey, Barl, so you still stand with this Jason?
Oh man, I want to, but it's getting tougher by the second. Jason, man, I was on your side, but you're crashing out a bit. I don't know. Sometimes I'm like you. I feel like if you're gonna call people pedos, it's got to be like in the relationship to the Epstein thing, or at least to like Elon calling people pedos. Like I'm just not seeing the link there. But yeah, I want to back him up. I want to be on his side here.
Yeah, Barl.
Like
I get it.
I gotta ask Jason, because I'm on his side here. But are you like some kind of computer hacker, Jason? Are you delusional? Are you trying to scare people? Like what is all that about you having people's names? I've never heard that on.
Yeah, the computer hacker that can't even unmute himself.
Issa.
Yeah, give him a few days on Clubhouse. He'll know that like he'll be used to it, and this won't happen anymore.
Issa, I want to introduce you to Jason. He's very stupid. He's an Irish guy. He doesn't like Israel, and he thinks both Mojo and I are pedophiles.
Well, actually, no. He has video evidence of this.
That sounds like every other Irishman.
Did you guys talk about Epstein and I missed it or something? Because if it wasn't a relationship...
No, Barl, again, you're trying to help Jason make arguments that maybe are salient, maybe a little bit, but like he didn't make that argument.
Oh, Jason, the faggot down there.
Just giving him some tips, you know?
The one with the hair, yeah.
No.
What I want to know is, are conservatives and progressives inferior
Jeff
to
is a
liberals?
pedophile. Fucking, I have proof. Jeff is a pedophile. And fucking, what's the other dude?
Jason, before you prove him a pedophile.
I got you. You lost.
Before you prove him a pedophile, what's my last name?
Here for a couple years. You keep.
What's my last name, Jason?
I already know
What's
what
my
you're
last
doing
name?
because this is your room. You idiot.
Hey, Jason, if Mojo's gonna mute you, just put my last name in the side chat.
First of all,
Put my last name in the side chat.
First of all, when somebody real is talking, you should shut the fuck up. You're a pedophile.
I mean, you're not real.
You're not real. Hey, listen, Jeff.
He's not real.
Listen, Jeff. When somebody real is talking, you should really shut the fuck up and learn your.
He sounds like he's 16 and a faggot.
I mean, he's from the suburbs of Philadelphia. He's never actually he's probably his mom's Irish. It is a thing.
Look at his friends list. He's friends with Matt Cole.
God. Oh my fucking God. Hey, listen here, Melly Mel.
What friends? He barely has any friends.
He has 7.
Oh no,
look at who they are.
Isla. Listen here, Isla. He's gonna rape your kid, and I'm gonna laugh when he does it.
Issa has no kids, and you're Irish.
Jeff rape your kids, I'm gonna laugh.
Okay, I'm not backing that up anymore.
Look up
Let's
his
read
criminal record. Look up his criminal record,
learning and
idiot.
seeing things
Dumb
different.
Yeah, Burrow.
Fuck up, don't talk to me like that, idiot. Look up his criminal record. He's a
He says, "Can I
Jason, can you help everybody out and pull my last name in the side chat?
Well, you keep muting me. Who the fuck keep
we can't mute you typing in the side chat.
Just put it in the chat. Look up Jeff's sex offender record. Look up Jeff's.
Yeah, go ahead. Put the link, Jason. Put the link.
Put it in the chat.
Nah, they could do it themselves. I don't wanna have that little.
That's a very, very serious. Like you better have some
I'm
proof of
just
it.
doing it by myself. I want them to do it by they. You keep saying that I'm making it up. Let them look it up.
Well, how do you look it up if we don't have his last name?
Jason, are you drunk?
Oh, Jeff, give him your last name, Jeff.
Jason, are you drunk?
No. You claimed you had it.
You know I have it. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Why won't you?
So put in the side chat.
But why won't you?
It takes one to know one, Jason.
Why would I?
Yeah.
Jason, you are embarrassing Ireland with your antics.
Oh my.
Jason, are you a top or a bottom?
Hey, listen, here, woman, don't talk over me.
Are you a bottom?
First of all,
You sound like a bottom.
I would normally agree with you that women should be making sandwiches for men, but like Jason's not a man. Not a man.
I make
Jason's not a man.
delicious sandwiches. I would just never do one for you. I would do one for
You better
Jazz,
make
one
a
for
sandwich
Mojo.
just
I
like
would
you
do
make
one
a sandwich like you.
I would do one for the driver. I wouldn't do one for you.
First of all, women, listen. When men are talking, you need to shut the fuck up.
What is a woman, Jason?
Like you, like shut the fuck
What
up.
is a
when
woman,
men are
Jason?
talking. When men are talking, shut up.
Oh, I don't hear any man talking right now.
Oh my God! Like, just be quiet. You be quiet.
I just hear a teenager
But
rambling.
anyway, Jeff.
I hear just a faggot. That's all I hear.
Jeff.
Oh, who is this one talking, Jeff? Can you tell me?
Because his Irish heritage compels him.
Yeah.
He doesn't look Irish either.
I don't even know. No, that's the AI, dumbass. Idiot. Like women don't even think. Like, can women shut up?
Yeah, I
for
got a
a
very
minute?
little brain, and even so,
Listen,
my brain is much
because
bigger
you're
than
girls.
yours.
Bro, just shut up. We don't want to hear you.
Everybody wants
God
to hear
damn.
me. It's just
Why
you
is a
don't
girl
want to hear me.
talking?
Joe, do you want to hear me?
Oh my God.
I
hate
I'd rather hear Issa.
Jeff, do you want to hear me?
Not generally, but in this context, yeah.
Yeah.
Roger, do you want to hear me?
Oh yeah.
Why don't you want to hear women?
I hear it's
I didn't say I don't want to hear women. I said generally I don't want to hear Issa, but
Jason, it sounds like a you problem, honey.
No.
Do you even get to speak to women? Do you have the opportunity? He sounds like one of these incels living in the basement of his mom, jerking off every day, and then coming on Clubhouse and pretending he's got 7 friends.
Keep in mind, one of his 7 friends is Matt Cool.
Is who?
Matt Cool.
Stop beefing with Matt.
I just came up to say hi to Issa.
Hello.
Hi.
I don't have beef with Matt. What are you talking about? What are you guys talking about?
He finally shut up.
What's that?
He finally shut up.
He doesn't know how to operate the mute button. He's retarded.
Well, are conservatives and progressives inferior?
Well, keep
I really want to know.
muting me. I don't even know what to talk because they keep muting me.
Oh, so that means nobody wants to listen to you.
But yet he still continues to talk, and we continue to hear him.
So he just wants to fight. It's helping raise his serotonin. Do you have anything to tell us, Jason? Educate us?
Look. Do you have anything to tell me, you fucking fat bitch?
Are you a bottom or a top?
Do you have any kids? I'm
You
a
sound
bottom.
like a bottom.
I'm a bottom.
Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah.
You sound like one.
I'm a bottom. And what are you? A slut? What do you do?
I mean,
And his life suck. This is like the excitement that he has.
Why are we slut shaming?
Hey, I'll beat the fuck out of... Bro, shut up.
You say it like there's something wrong with it.
First of all.
The fight is making him feel
Shut
good.
your bitch ass up. You throw your pussy for money, so what's different?
You say it like it's something wrong with it.
It's not a bad thing. So, but you said it's a bad thing if I'm a bottom.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking you if you're a bottom.
You
because
said
you sound like
you
one.
a top or a bottom. I said I'm a bottom.
Well, that's good.
What? What the fuck?
He sounds like one.
Yes, shut your dick suckers.
I mean, you claim to be a bottom as the first. No, hold on, Jason, hold on. I'm supporting you. I'm trying to support you. I'm trying to support you here. I'm trying to support you. You claiming to be a bottom is the first thing you've said that sounds accurate.
Hey, first of all, I'm gonna tell you the truth, bro. Like, hey, shut the fuck up. Don't talk. You hear me? I'm not sure who you're talking to. Hey, listen. Don't ever open your mouth.
Does he truly believe anyone is going to do what he
Hey, straight your bitch ass up too, bitch.
There's so many people to fight with. Like, the only reason you're in this room is to fight. Like, what's the point?
The only reason he's in this room is because...
fucking muting me. Quit fucking
The only
muting
reason
me.
he's in this room is because
the only reason you're in this... The only reason you're in this mother...
Because he would be already...
The only reason you're in the room is because you got a fucking dick. The only reason you're in the room because you got a mouth. The only reason you're in the room because you're a prostitute. The only reason you're in the room because you're in the...
Thanks for all
the window to the wall.
Because I could
feel
find
like
you
this
on
is
the
like
block.
this is like See and Say Farmer Says. Like she just pulled
Hey, wait a minute. Do you live in Belgium?
No.
You in Europe? You're in Europe?
No.
Like, Jeff, I'm gonna tell you one more time to shut the fuck up.
Well, I assumed you were talking to me. You're a bottom, and the bottoms tend to like me.
Jeff, do not open your mouth again because I'm like...
I mean, bottoms like me. What can I say? I can't pretend I don't know that.
Hey, Jeff, shut the fuck up. Don't do it. I don't want to fucking rape you. Jeff, shut your mouth.
Jeff, with all due respect,
I see gray hair. Like,
that is a threat, and a threat is against
we need to get him out of here.
The threat is against the terms of service.
And then I'm gonna say Isa, and the other bitch. I'm gonna tell y'all, I could fuck y'all easily. You sluts. Shut your lame ass up. You talk tough on this online shit.
You have never fucked anyone. If anything, you've taken it off the ass.
This is the problem with the problem with the Irish.
Hey, Melly, man.
Hey, Jason, we're all making fun of you. So why even here? Like, we're just all making fun of you. You know that, right? Nobody's really arguing with you. So, like, why are you arguing with everybody?
Oh, Mel, why are you telling them the secrets?
I don't have a penis, so I doubt that I would turn you on.
I mean, it's Issa. With all due respect, it's 2025. You can have, if you want to have a penis, you can have a penis.
All right. Anybody got anything interesting to say other than the fight with this little kid?
Well, I do think it's interesting that at the end he acknowledged being a rapist. That puts a very exclusive company on the top. Him and Tiger are both pro-rape. So for those of you that haven't heard, Tiger is declared he wants to rape certain women on this app.
Look,
Jason wants to
keep putting me, bro. You keep putting me on mute because you want to protect them.
Because you don't stop. You don't ever pause. Take a breath.
I don't have to protect you though. That's the thing. They want to protect.
Nobody needs to protect anyone. You just sound foolish.
So why did Jeff keep muting me?
Because you don't
No,
stop.
I just muted you for the first time just for fun.
Oh, it's for fun.
Yeah, I just muted you again for fun.
But you did.
So, Jason, why are you here? Like, why are you in this room?
Because they were talking shit to me, and then you joined in.
So what? Why are you still talking shit to them? Like, what do you want to get out of it?
All right. This is why why I joined. I just wanted to say, like, fuck you, fat ass bitch.
Whoa.
So you wanted to join to say that doesn't make sense. So why do you want to fight everybody?
That you're a fat fucking lame faggot ass bitch. You're disgusting. You look
Thank you.
ugly.
May I have another? Thank you. May I have another?
Yeah.
Why are you in this room? Like, why don't you just go, like, hang out and have fun? Why do you want to argue?
Lame ass up.
Thank you. Can I have another one? Then why are you here?
Where are you from?
Why are you in this room?
No, okay, I'll be real. I'm not even trying to do that. Where are you from?
For, like, 20 minutes, all you've been doing is, like, fuck you, oh, fuck you, whatever.
Anyway, can somebody else talk? Because the fat bitch over here, like, she was thinking about Twinkies.
Twinkies are pretty good. You know they almost got rid of them.
Hold on, I had a question for Jason. Jason, I got a question for you.
Think about McDonald's. Can I talk about somebody else? Can I talk to somebody?
Listen, I'm going to ask you a question, and you can answer it, or if you don't answer it, I'm just going to remove you from the room. Have you ever sucked a dick all that you wanted?
Whoa! Who just said that?
I said that. Have you ever sucked a dick all that you wanted?
Who said that?
Mojo said that. Have you ever
Mojo,
sucked
look
a
at
dick
your
all that you
profile
wanted?
picture. You suck dick every day.
Yeah,
You
I'm
don't
asking,
ever want nobody ever again. You suck dick. You suck dick like Seagal.
Yeah. I'm going to remove you.
No,
if
you
don't answer
literally
the question.
suck dick like Seagal. Don't ever talk shit.
I'm going to remove you from the room if you don't answer the question.
Listen here, little boy.
Have you ever sucked a dick all you wanted to?
You suck dick.
Okay, all right.
Never in my life.
Jason, the proper answer is no. Just say no, Jason.
Well, hold on. He did say no right before he got moved. The question was, have you ever sucked a dick all you wanted to? And he said no, and I'm just curious why he stopped.
Well, now what are we going to do? We don't have anyone to, make fun of.
Seriously, Mojo, what the...
We can make fun of each other. Well, somebody could ping Bima. That might be fun. That's about... Who do you think's worse? Bima or Jason?
Me, Jason has something to say. Invite him as a speaker. Should I invite him back in?
Sure.
Bima's first.
All right, let's bring him up. Okay. Let's ask him his opinion on some social issue.
What's the social issue? What's the social issue that
birthright citizenship, right? If you're born in this country, but your parents aren't
in what country, first of all?
U.S.
Okay. They were born in this country and what?
Well, they're people let's say their parents, right? Because that's what's going on right now. A lot of back and forth legality of parents came here illegally, child was born here, in our Constitution, you have birthright citizenship. But Trump is doing legislation to try to take that away. So what do people think about that?
Most people don't give a fuck, honestly.
I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying, like, most people don't care. That's the real truth.
That is the truth. Most people are just trying to, like,
they really have
place to live and.
Are you even
Wait a
in
minute.
America?
Wait a
Because
minute.
I'm
Wait a
hearing
minute.
accents.
Wait a minute.
I'm
Jason,
hearing
hold on,
accents and shit.
Jason, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I just got to ask you a question. Is truth anything similar to the word truth? I'm just curious. I just want to understand what your answer was. Because I've never heard the word truth before.
Hey, first off, the person who just said that, I'll spit in your mouth.
That's a very strange offer.
Yeah, like, don't talk to me.
Yeah, I think
every time I hear that voice, bro, like, tell that man to stop talking to me.
I think he asked you. I think they asked what you thought of it, not if anybody cared about it.
You're making me feel milky.
What is your opinion about that? We understand that a lot of people might not care about it, and whether they do or not is a good topic of discussion. But right now, I think they're curious about what you think about it.
Deportation. That's what you're talking about.
The birthright citizenship.
Birthright.
Can we just start with something a little more simple?
Birthright citizenship.
Hold on. Mute your goddamn mic. I'm going to ask you a different question because I think this is too complex for you. I want to ask you a different question. The Prophet Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old girl. Do you condone that behavior?
No, I'm not a fucking Muslim. You think, what do you, I'm here in America right now. Mm-hmm. People like me.
So what do you think about the Prophet Muhammad fucking 9-year-olds?
He could die.
Oh, okay, all right. We're building some common ground. Finally, we're building some common ground. He's already dead, though, by the way.
No, I'm not dead. I'm here.
I was referring
like
to
Jesus. Right. You could call me Jesus.
Why don't we just call you by your real name? Faggot retard.
Are you Latino?
Because you're a little boy. Like, don't talk to me, little boy. Shut your mouth.
Mojo's not little.
He is a little boy. He sound like a little boy. He sound like a little
I mean,
who is even saying that? I don't even know who.
He said a lot of things, but he doesn't.
Oh yeah, it's Jeff. Jeff, bro, tell that.
Yes,
tell your son.
Yes, we are.
Jeff,
yes,
tell your son to shut the fuck up.
I mean, you were gonna dox me a minute ago.
Hey, listen.
No. Cutie pie. You were gonna dox me. You told everybody that you knew my last name and you were gonna dox me. Go ahead.
No, because I already think. Oh, now you mad now because you were a sex offender. It doesn't matter.
I mean, you made the claim. You said you knew my name. I'm a sex offender. I'm a pedophile.
I don't care that you fucked a 13-year-old girl.
Jason, why do you make up lies? And why not just if you know his last name?
Why are you?
If you know his last name, say it.
Mojo.
If you know his last name, say it. If you know his name, say it. If you know his name, say it. Quit being a fag.
What the hell, Mojo? Why are you trying to get him to dox me?
I don't even think he could spell dox.
Yeah.
Jason, type in the word dox in the chat, just for shits and giggles.
He doesn't even know why I call him Irish. Funny.
When he figures out he's been on mute, he's going to be so upset.
What do you mean I'm going to be so upset? I'm just reading the chat.
Spell docs,
Like
Jason.
you're lame.
Spell docs.
Listen, Jeff, you're docs too, idiot.
Man, this guy's on some purple drink.
I think it's purple drink.
You're literally a pedophile, and you're over here in the chat room. I'm exposing you.
I mean, you're also in a chat room.
Dumbass idiot. Yeah, because
Man, you must have been like really messed up.
The only reason I'm in this chat room is because of Jeff.
Oh, that's so nice.
Are you acknowledging you're a child?
Yes. No, I just want to expose it, like, and the fact that you guys want to.
So, Jason, why
are you
seeking approval of pedophiles?
Jeff, listen here, Jeff. You're going to get caught. You're done. You're done.
I don't think so. You have to dox my last name.
Like, shut up, dumbass idiot.
No, I think I'll continue getting away with what I do.
Oh my God, you think so? Shut the fuck up, idiot. No, you don't.
No, I think I'm really safe.
You're
people
done.
Like
You're fucking done.
I mean, you can expose me. You like no one's stopping you. Go ahead.
The only reason I'm here is because of you, Jeff.
I mean, I know I'm very powerful. Like this is very common on the app. Like guys tell me all the time. Guys tell me all the time.
You're powerful to little girls. You're not powerful to me. I'll beat the shit out you.
How am I not powerful to you? You just said you literally just said
bro. What you mean? I could easily uppercut you and knock you the fuck out. Easy.
How do you know that? How tall are you? What do you weigh? What's your training?
I know it don't matter.
What's your training, bro?
It don't matter. You could worry about my knuckle.
I mean, come on, little boy. What's your training? What's your training?
I find it entertaining, although it's kind of sad.
Do y'all
playing with food is like
hey, listen. Like, I hate hearing women talk, bro. Like,
playing with food is
so why are you interrupting? Go make me a sandwich. Come on.
No, I already made you one.
It's true. It was delicious.
Playing with your
Thank you.
food.
Mm-hmm.
Where does Jason live?
Philadelphia.
Baltimore.
In what ghetto does he live?
Baltimore also tracks close enough to Philadelphia.
Oh, Kai wants me to answer what is a woman.
Go for it, Issa.
Where is Kai?
Jason, is your family on food stamps?
Do you think he has a family? He sounds like his dad abandoned him.
I'm pretty certain he doesn't know his father. Pretty certain.
I think so too.
I bet he's made those delicious government cheese sandwiches.
I'll tell you, I don't know whether or not he knows his father
But what I am sure of is that his father did not leave his mother for his therapist.
Yeah, he doesn't sound like his father loves him either.
What's fantastic, it's a special power, is no one in the room who normally would be arguing with each other has any interest in arguing with each other because Jason's here.
We've even let the rapist Tiger off the.
Exactly.
Wait, Tiger is also
Tiger's a rapist.
another Tiger?
Tiger has threatened to rape women on this app.
Nice try, you dumbass.
You notice he doesn't deny it. You know, we got a solid stage when Alan's the third most detestable person on the stage.
Maybe you're right.
I mean, that's kind of my point.
Maybe you're right.
Look, I'm giving you a compliment. There's people that are worse than you are.
I mean, I don't know if detestable is the right word, though. Like, I don't have a lot of reasons to hate Alan. Like, he doesn't matter that much.
That could be true. I might give you that one, Chip.
I wonder if Jason fell asleep or if he's just sitting there smashing buttons on his phone trying to unmute himself.
Jason's actually putting out like tweets saying he won the argument.
Why are you guys so dumb? This is my question. Why are you so dumb that you have nothing better to do?
No, it's only because they keep muting me. That's all it is. They know what it is. Jeff is going to jail. That's all y'all need to know.
Jeff, if you go to jail, I'll put money on your books, Jeff, if you go to jail.
Yeah, you gonna put money on the books of a pedophile?
Thanks, Roger. I appreciate it.
I got Jeff's back.
He really would appreciate it. You gonna put books on the pedophile?
Money on the books. That's the term.
You'll
learn it later.
Let me make
when you
sure
become an adult, you go to prison.
Mojo promotes pedophiles. I got you, Mojo.
Fascinating.
This is all recorded. Jeff is a fucking pedophile, and he tried to fuck a 14-year-old girl. This is the only reason I'm here. This is not coincidence. Jeff tried to fuck a 14-year-old girl.
You're here for the 14-year-old girl?
Jeff tried to fuck... No, Jeff tried to fuck a 14-year-old girl. Jeff, what do you have to say about that?
How do you know that? Can you give us some more information?
No, let Jeff tell you. Jeff, do you want to tell the truth? Or should we just expose the truth? The only reason I'm in this chat, honestly, is because Jeff here tried to fuck a 14-year-old girl.
Well, he said expose him and let's say his name, so just...
No. Look at my profile. You could... Jeff, tell them the truth.
Jason's a caregiver.
Jeff. No. Mojo, shut the fuck up. Yes, I am the character. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm an actor. And I'm here for Jeff.
You're an actor?
Yeah, I'm here for Jeff. Jeff,
Fascinating.
do you want to tell them about the 14-year-old girl you was trying to fuck?
It's just fascinating.
Yeah, Roger, what's your IQ?
God, it's got to be like low 60s.
Yo, Jeff. Jeff, why you Jeff?
And how many children do you have?
Jeff. No, like, you guys got to be quiet a little bit. Jeff, do you want to talk about the 14-year-old girl you were trying to fuck? He was just talking all that shit, right? They said I was being... Jeff, come on, don't disappear now. Jeff, I need you right now. Come on, my man. I need this. Jeff, come on, please don't do this to me. I only joined this for you. Jeff, please tell me. Why did you want to fuck that 14-year-old girl?
You've got some strange fantasies, Jason. Some strange fantasies.
Oh. Come on, Jeff, just tell us the truth. Jeff, just tell them about the 14-year-old girl. You don't have to keep muting me, Jeff.
Tell us.
No, well, why can't he tell you?
Like, obviously, he's not saying anything, so why don't you just tell us?
He should tell you. Jeff is gonna be worldwide. He wants to. Your fucking man.
Well, that was a fun room. You guys entertained me. Oh, Jeff's back. No, he's not.
Oh, that was weird.
That is weird. What else is going on in the world?
Crazy weather.
Where at?
It's really hot. in most of the country and really cold on the West Coast.
I'm on the West Coast. It wasn't super cold today.
Are you northern West Coast or southern West Coast?
Pacific Northwest.
The San Francisco Bay Area has been frigid for like a week. Like not San Francisco itself, because that's always cold in the summer, but all the areas around it are usually like 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
And it's 100. And it's been like
I grew up in the East Bay.
Oh, did you really?
I did.
Yeah, so this summer, no like 90s or 100s days all around in like, northern, eastern, southern. It's been like super cold.
Dang.
Yeah, it's weird. Like really weird. Like it definitely never been a summer like this in like 20 years. So that's weird. So like, what's that do?
It snowed one time in Hayward.
In the summer or in the winter?
No, it's in the winter time, but
yeah,
like it's the mildest climate ever. It doesn't never got too hot, never got too cold, but it snowed once.
Mount Tam? It's like a big mountain near Golden Gate, like Sausalito area. It snowed there like probably, yeah, like it snowed there like probably twice in the last 20 years, because in the winter it gets like 40, 38. Sometimes it'll drop on that mountain and it'll snow, but like summertime all around San Francisco is usually like a bunch of warm days,
You ever go up Mount Diablo?
Yeah.
Mount Diablo is a trip.
Yeah.
Nobody warned me, but one time I went up there in the fall and there was a bunch of fucking tarantulas.
Oh my god.
It was so crazy. They were like spawning. They were literally like a road. Like it was like, and I'm talking like horror movie style scene. It was like they were everywhere. It's fucking crazy.
That is crazy. I didn't know that. Is that like still a thing? Like did
yeah,
environment change?
Apparently they track and they put warning signs out. But we were up there one time and like they just came out and then as everybody's heading down off the mountain, like you're like telling people that are going up, like, hey, there's a bunch of spiders, and they're like, oh fuck, and then everybody just kind of went down. But I wasn't at the top of it. I could imagine the people that were at the very top like had a bad experience coming back down, because like when I saw them, I was like, oh shit, let's get in the car, let's go, because it's a lot.
Are they migrating to like one place to another or something?
Yes. There's a particular, it's like about a 3-day event where they just kind of go crazy.
That happened to me in Costa Rica, and the crabs go inland, and they and then the crabs come like out and they go towards the beach, and they're big crabs, like they're bigger than the size of your hand. And you literally like look down the ground and the whole entire, like you can't walk, is covered in crabs. It's like a horror movie. Again, nobody really tells you that because you're like a tourist, but.
Yeah, this was kind of wild. It was like when we're driving down the hill, like you're like crunching on these spiders. It's fucking nuts.
Dude, are you up in Oregon or Washington?
North of Seattle.
Oh wow, so you're like almost Canada.
Not that far, but yeah, somewhere.
Not that far.
Yeah, somewhere in between Seattle and Vancouver.
Cool. How long you been there for?
Since 2017.
Cool. You like it?
I like the state of Washington. I don't like the city, so remote work helps, so you don't have to be in the city. I don't know.
Seattle or another city?
Yeah. Seattle's really the only city. Spokane's not even really a city. Tacoma, Everett, they're not really that big of cities.
Mm-hmm.
But the difference between Seattle and San Francisco is Seattle smells better because the rain washes away the urine from the homeless people.
Well, that's the thing, like, 20 years ago, San Francisco wasn't as bad as it is now, which you would think it would have been. It was much more, first of all, it was affordable, and it was like much more lively. And then it went through a period of being unaffordable, and then now it's just desolate. Like you travel to all these other cities, and you're like, oh wow, they're like booming. Like, especially East Coast cities, like there's a lot going on. You know what? I was really like, went to Oregon. I had been there for a while. I went there recently, just a couple weeks ago. And I was like, I forget how like open it is, like everything's available, and there's like campsites everywhere, and you can just pull off on the side of the road and you can like camp for 2 weeks off the river without a permit. You're not allowed to stay for more than 14 days, but no one's really checking. And it just reminded me, I'm like, oh yeah, California, you can't do anything. You can't even get a campground for like, a year out in advance. Like, is Washington like that? Just like pretty open, free, and
Not really. Oregon's much more like that. Like, there's a stretch in Oregon. It's like it's about 10 miles of like lakefront property that has just become tent city. It's almost unfair. They got better property than what would cost you good money to pay for. But for whatever reason, they just let them chill out there.
Are you talking like Portland or like rural areas?
It's definitely south of Portland, but it's before you get to like Eugene.
Yeah, I'm talking like all throughout, like towards Mount Hood, south of Mount Hood. Like there's just like so much open land, and I kept seeing all these like vans down by the river, and I was like, in California you can do like camping for like Yosemite, whatever you can't do with your car. And I was like, oh, can you just like pull off? Like you have to get a permit. How much does it cost for certain areas? And they're like, no, you literally just pull your van off and, like hang out by the river. You don't have to like sign up for a permit. And this is like hot, like probably like 200 square miles around like south of Mount Hood,
Dude, that's crazy.
I was really like happy about that. Like that there was still like open land, I remember like 10 years ago I'd met people who like live there throughout the winter, and they have like mules, and they go through like the snow, and they make like little igloos, and they like sell crap and stuff. There's not very many places like in America that are still like open,
There's a lot of spots actually, like it.
Okay, sorry, open with water and availability to like get resources still. Because, like, yeah, there's a lot of places that are, like, 50 miles away from resources.
Well,
they don't have water.
Well, there's a lot of bodies of water, even, like, if you in Washington, like, even, like, on the eastern part, like, the border of, of Idaho, there's a lot of interesting little places that you can go to. It's just, you can't, there's no jobs there, so...
No jobs, but... Are you just allowed to like pull off and camp there and not pay anything?
People do. I don't, but I have a suspicion that in Washington they would crack down on it because Washington under Inslee, the governor, he basically any laws that California does, Washington just copies, and so Oregon's just kind of like. They're a little bit more rebellious and like not as quite as authoritarian as California or Washington.
Yeah, that's what I haven't spent any time in Washington, but I spend like random times in Oregon, and I don't know, I'm just impressed by it. I'm an East Coaster, so kind of reminds me of like Vermont, New Hampshire, and it just seems more like lawless. And yeah, there's not a lot of jobs availability, but like for people who just want to like live off grid and like hang out. It rains a lot during the year, but like the summers are great, right? Like May to September. So it seems like a pretty cool state. I know they don't have a lot of money.
There's a portion of southeast Washington and northeast Oregon that is making a push to become part of Idaho, and it's
really,
yeah.
what's interesting about that is like normally, like you hear about things like you probably heard like the Jefferson Project, like in Northern California to like break off this northern tip and meet up with the southern part of Oregon. But those things, there's no real alignment. It's just like a group of like wacky people. But I wouldn't even call it a city, but the powers that be, both in all three communities in Idaho, Oregon, and Washington, are like, yeah, hey, our values seem to align more. Why wouldn't we, just kind of change the border here and have better alignment? I don't know. I've never seen somebody pull something like that off. I've seen borders change when states like Oklahoma decide to vote to give land back to, let's say, natives or something like that, right? But I've never seen communities on a border change the border. And this is the only scenario where there's three entities involved and they're all interested in doing it. And so because it's not like, it's not like, there's a huge tax base there that somebody would protect. I could conceivably see it happen.
Is there like some traction moving like legislatively towards it?
No, but there's more and more talk about like a consensus about it. It's not like just a fringe couple of people talk about it. It's like this is what the communities all want. And so with that said, what it really would just take is cutting through the red tape. And I don't see why anybody would object to that because if you think about it, providing services to people that are in a rural community, it can be burdensome to both Oregon and Washington. And if they wanted to break off and Idaho's willing to take on that burden, I feel like it's just a win-win. Unless there's something that I'm not seeing, like, hey, there's this gold mine of like timber that they're about to cut down and there could be something.
That could be true.
Yeah, who knows?
Is it eastern or northeastern Oregon?
It's northeastern Oregon, southeastern Washington, and the border of Idaho. It's like.
Okay, so is there? I know, like in Oregon, there's nothing in that area,
and there's not much. There's not much in Washington either. We're talking.
So, like, why would Idaho?
We're talking literally like. We're talking literally like it would be like 5,000 residents.
But like, why would Idaho want to absorb that land?
I think it's just more of a flex of like, it basically
feel like they're Oregonians more. I mean, they're Idahoans
correct.
More than they are like the hippie Oregon vibe.
Yeah, correct. They're culturally more aligned with the norms of Idaho.
So like the people want it, they're pushing for it.
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, like that area is like fascinating to me because I drove through a bunch of like dirt roads there, and that's what I'm saying. There's just like nothing in that area, and it's open. So I mean, yeah, if Idaho could like argue the rights to some of that area, like you said, for like timber or whatever, and because it's like a whole different vibe than the eastern Portland hippie world of whatever. Yeah, I could see that happening. That is really interesting. Yeah, because like that doesn't happen very often. Marco has something to say. Should I invite them? Marco, why is he asking me? Hey, Marco, are you in Oregon? That didn't make any sense.
What was that even English? That sounded like fucking some like made up George Lucas language for a Star Wars film.
I know. I tried to like decipher. I was like, oh, he's got something to say about this.
That's crazy. I'm reading right now. So it's called the Greater Idaho Movement.
let's see. They're actively lobbying both state legislatures and seeking support from figures like Trump, legislative efforts, and this is just the Oregon piece. Oregon and Idaho have been initiated, but have not yet gained significant traction. Let's see. Some eastern Oregon counties have voted in favor and advisory. So the counties themselves have voted in support of this. So they've got the local support. Now they just have to, make it a thing.
Yeah, like how does that work? Because I know like California, right? It's wanted to like have Northern California and Southern. Like, is that even a possibility to how does I can look into it obviously, but do you know how that works?
I have no clue what what type of legislative battle you'd go through. I imagine it's probably not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, it's probably gonna get like a lot of votes, but it's like fascinating to think about like a restructuring like the lines of states.
Dude, this is much bigger than I thought, actually. So when I heard about it, I thought it was just these two counties, one in Oregon and one in Washington. But it looks like what they're fighting for now, as of July 2024, is that there's 13 counties in Oregon that want to be part of Idaho.
Wow.
It's essentially the eastern part that like votes like red. Like,
yeah, I could see that. Like that part is like the vibe there and everything. Like it's just so more like the Californian rural areas, like farming and like totally different. So that would make sense. I mean, the dichotomy of like the eastern versus western, like Oregon and probably Seattle versus like the eastern Washington state is so different. So they're like, yeah, screw it, Why fight it, Just let's become part of Idaho. I was like, sure, we'll take more money, more county, more land. I mean, Idaho is pretty desolate, but like definitely has different politics. Have you ever heard, this is really random, when I was driving through there, kept seeing all these people with these signs of Gambler 500. Have you ever heard of that?
Gambler 500? No.
Yeah. So I don't know. I was like, what is this? There's people like racing. So somebody decided they want to clean up the highways and like in Oregon. And so they started this whole thing where they do this whole thing where they go from like town to town and you pick up trash and you like put on your car and you try to take like an old school car or like you can tow an old school car and you just find trash like shopping carts and whatever and you like add it to your car and then after like a couple of days there's like spot to go to. They like have a big party and then they have big like trash like areas to put it. You don't have to like take the trash home with you and they'll like take the cars and everything. And it's like so Oregon, but it's like so Mad Max. I was driving by and there's like these cars and just like there's all this random shit on it. It sounded like a lot of fun. I was like, that's really cool. Just like, and they did look like down and out cars. I'm like, why is it like these cars when you look they're racing, they're like Subarus or something, Yeah, it's called like Gambler 500. I was like, I think that's like a great idea to like clean up the streets and have fun. It's like such an Oregon thing, Like,
I'm looking at it right now. They refer to the vehicles as shit boxes.
Yeah, they like you take one in your yard or when you find somewhere, and hopefully you can drive it to the place where you're gonna then like donate it or put it in the crap. But I saw people towing them too because they weren't even drivable. And then along the way, they're like, there's just like a lot of people in the cars, and they were like, there was like people that like stuff people. Like fake looking people in shopping carts and they were like stuck on top of the car. Just like crap. Like Mad Max meets like Burning Man. It was just like the funniest thing. I was like, that's such a good nobody wants to get out and clean the highways up, right? But that's like that gets people out and they have like bands, like they meet up a few nights and the last one's like big party and they have bands and stuff. I'm like, dude, I gotta do that next year. It's so fun. It's just like so silly, I was like, that's Oregon.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I was like, that's such a. I teach 5th through 12th graders, so I was like, and I do a lot of like programs that are like, if you're passionate about something, what are like small changes you could do and work towards them, like meet your challenges, your time and stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, it's like perfect example, right? You see trash, how can you make it fun? No, nobody's gonna like, maybe like a Boy Scout or Girl Scout come and clean a portion of the highway, right? But this is like something you look forward to, right? And you're like gather all the trash and hang out, and you get people that are like over 18 to be engaged, not just like young kids and their parents. Gambler 500, like, it's good stuff.
It's sad what's happened to Portland. Portland used to be a fun place to go, and now it's just fucking terrible.
Is it like overrun by like homeless?
Yeah, but it's also like the reluctance to do anything that even resembles like a solution. And what's crazy is like nearby towns like Beaverton and some of the other very, very close towns to it, they're pretty like they're thriving, and it's just weird how they let this big city go to shit. Part of it was like the pandemic where like businesses were forced to shut down, and then a lot of it's just never really come back. It's pretty sad.
But I feel like the key that I've got to a lot of it is a lot of it's about mental health availability.
I think if you have an area that has that big of a mental health crisis, like you got to investigate why. Like some of these western cities like that advertise like that they've got all these great resources for people, and then all of a sudden you've got this congregation of like homeless veterans and drug addicts and the mentally ill all in this one area, and it's like that's fine if you're going to lump them in one spot, but why lump them in a big city? Why lump them together somewhere else? Like somewhere like far away from storefronts and where like
I totally got on this, like I'm like involved in trying to help a little bit, like involved in another chat forum about it, and like we're like kind of logistics and history and all that. Like I agree, like there's so much land in America, right? And just so much availability. But the problem that I have learned just like in the last couple of weeks that I've been dealing with is, there's some people that could take that availability, but it's mostly people that are like on the streets, don't have any family to go to because they've burnt their bridges. So one, or they're not going to exist in a community, right? So they need a lot of like mental health therapy to get to a place where a lot of people could go back home to somebody, right? A sibling, a grandparent, parent, whatever. But they just like, they're not at the place they can do that at. So it's really about that mental health availability to those people is like 90% of it, right? They're on drugs because of that, or they have mental health problems. There are a small percentage of people that are not like having problems with mental health or drugs, or like a single mom or something. But there's so many programs available for like single moms with like domestic abuse. So that actually is not the bigger issue. And I did think that was really interesting. Like, a lot of people, there may be a few that like you could give to, like resources or where to live and what to do. But until you deal with the mental health issue, those people aren't going to be able to exist in a community or a space or a hotel or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that there's solutions that seem to me to be pretty obvious, but the hurdles to get it done, you battle through like there's a lot of money being spent, or a lot of money being made and given to organizations
that just treat a symptom of the problem. So like solving the problem would probably be something that wouldn't be advantageous for the people that are currently quote unquote helping. And that's the grievance that I have, is like all of the efforts seem to be just putting band-aids on these big open wounds. And like, I'll never understand that. I'll never understand why we can't look at these problems and say, let's do something bold and innovative and actually try to solve this thing. You know, walking around handing fucking socks to people or fucking clean needles, that's not the solution. We got to think bigger than.
Yeah, like I'm actually involved in like that middle stage and the next step, and there so like up towards Shasta, like north of there is these like really poor areas. They're like Wairika, Montague. It's like south of Ashland, but like north of Shasta. It's like really a lot of people that are suffering and having problems. And 18 months ago, Newsom made an order and changed that they can do encampment sweeps even if there isn't a shelter available. Where that used to be a thing of like, you can't, you know, people are allowed to sleep in public places, library, whatever, you know, different places if there's no shelter. So they changed that and they enforced it for about a year, but now we're at 18 months, so they're starting to enforce it. That they're just going to do sweeps, arrest people or move them to a different city but even though there's no shelter. So like, what do you do like with these people that need services, they need help? So like there's one place in Wairika that it's opening a shelter. It's like a low barrier. So there's like you can come in drunk, you can come in high, but like you can't bring anything in with you, you know, like they only allow you to bring yourself. And they're like starting to try to do pallet shelters, you know, that are transitional for 6 months to a year housing. But they only have like 12 of them. But that's kind of like what you need. But they also have services that are like psychologists and people to help you and get jobs. So I think that's the cost. It's like you need the land. People mostly will volunteer in the shelters, but then you got to pay 24 hours a day, full-time services. It gets expensive, right? That's 3 full-time salaries at least to like manage people that have it. So yeah, I'm like in the search for like, how do we do this? Because we have plenty of land and the land isn't the issue. It's anyone that's found themselves in that situation, most people need a lot of support, you know?
What about the tough love approach? What if the solution was to do nothing?
Yeah, and that's why we have a lot of people on the streets. Like I've watched a lot of people and helped a lot of people. They just stay on the streets. Like the tough love is that they're not getting the mental health. They were abused. They were in abusive like families or situations, or, you know what I mean? Like they just are their mental health. They're physically schizophrenic or like on the spectrum.
But here's what I'm saying, and this is going to sound cold, and I'm not saying it's the answer, but when I see people that are living like, let's say, in a goddamn doorway, and they're wrapped up in like, you know, like an old fucking blanket, or, you know, maybe they're lucky enough to have a sleeping bag, and then you have programs that will give them just enough medical necessity to keep them alive, and then they just kind of endure this shitty life. I'm just wondering, could it possibly be more humane to just let them die fast?
Totally. Like, I agree with that too, but, you know, the thing is, I feel like, yeah, you make your choice and whatever you believe, but there are a chunk of people, and honestly, it's a lot of, like, 30, 40, 50-year-old men that want a transition stage, and that's what I'm more concerned with, is, like, somebody that wants it, and being in a shelter is hard, because you gotta, like, check out at 8 o'clock in the morning, you can't come back to 6, if you're in a low barrier and you're trying not to drink or do drugs, like people are like just freaking crazy, right? And not a lot of the places have like dogs, like some do. This one does, which is really great. Like a dog with you that provides you protection and comfort. So yeah, I kind of do feel like, yeah, if this is your lot and you don't want to take that and you don't want to get medical help, but where's the like, I just feel like we should have more of that driving around the country, driving around Oregon and Idaho, Colorado, California, all over. There's just so much freaking land. I feel like, why could we not have more of these like tent cities that are transitional housing with more help? So like, that's my thing is like, as a humanity, why not offer that? You know, you have these circumstances that like, yeah, a lot of people don't need that. But like a lot of people just be happy to have like a little parking lot tiny home. They have these like, they're called like pallet shelters and they're super cheap. And there's like a space, you know, give yourself 6 months to a year to see if you can like go through the stages and get the help and get back on your feet. And if not, yeah, like I feel like survival of the fittest and screw it, you're not going to make it. But there are a ton of people that want it. Like we used to have these insane asylums or whatever, you know, that Reagan got rid of. So like, I don't know. The other one is to put them all in a big building, right? Like little tiny rooms. And they're like in a hospital setting. So, I don't know. Just interesting to think about.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. I don't know. One of the things is we have different ways of looking at these problems, and what we'll end up doing is spend a couple of years doing one thing, and then before we get through that whole J curve, that that anytime you institute any change, it's gonna the results are gonna follow the curve of a J, right? It starts where it does, it dips down below, and then it's supposed to come up the other side, and then you see progress. If you change what you're doing too frequently, what happens is you start like, you fail to that bottom of the J curve, and then you start change again, and then you fail again, and we just keep failing and failing and failing, and we never see something through. And that's the problem I'm identifying is like, political, decisions get made about people's health and welfare, and at the end of the day, I would just like them to say, if we don't have a solution for homelessness, can we at least say we're not going to allow homelessness here? And by here, I mean like a particular, let's say it's, certain, city blocks, or it can't be in this residential area. I think that if homelessness is going to be a thing and we don't have a solution, quote unquote, where we're going to find them a home, at least we could have zoned areas that like, well, if you are going to be without a home, then you have to be over, like we should be able to decide as taxpayers where that homeless zone is going to exist, unless we could, until the time comes and we could fix the.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think actually San Francisco is doing that, and it's based on Newsom's order, right? And so they didn't have the ability before because it used to be you can't sweep if there wasn't a shelter. So they are doing that, and I'm seeing more and more areas in cities and areas that like nobody else, like near a highway, whatever, and they're like fencing it in. They're putting like, those like 8x8 tent little things that you see normally at like festivals or farmers markets or whatever, and everybody gets one. So I am seeing more and more of that. San Francisco is very much like that. It's all like everybody lives in like the Tenderloin in certain areas, and like Pacific Heights, all these like fancier areas. There's nobody that's like sleeping on the corner. So they've already like done that, Like the Tenderloin used to be called the Tenderloin even a long time ago, because if cops like made arrests in those areas, they'd make more money, and they would could go home and buy like a Tenderloin. I feel like a lot of cities are doing that. I feel like Portland is maybe. Are you saying like Portland and Seattle are not doing that?
No, they've got fucking, like, in San Francisco, I stepped outside of a hotel that's like in a very I don't know, like, commerce friendly part of town. It's like right across the street from the ballpark. There's restaurants, there's shops. I walk out of the hotel and there's human shit right on the sidewalk, right outside the steps. And then it used to be in San Francisco. It's not like the problems like it had never existed, but it was very isolated. It would be like a particular alley or something like that. But now it's like, when you get directions to like a restaurant, it used to be, it's only a few blocks. I'll walk it because you're going to get a little exercise because there's hills.
Yeah.
And you walk. Dude, now even if it's like it's less than a mile, like you're like, I'm calling a fucking Uber because you don't want to even walk by all this shit.
Yeah, no, everybody's, as I'm saying, it's like desolate, or like San Francisco is having issues. But if you go to like the Marina and Pac Heights and there's no people that are sleeping on the streets. They pick them up and they drive them to the Tenderloin. So it's like, it is already that way. But they also have like, I don't know if you live in the East Bay, but like if you visit there, like they had Glide Memorial Church. Yeah. Like Glide serves like 1,500 meals like a day, and they help people get licensed and jobs and stuff. So like San Francisco actually does have services and availability. They don't have a lot of housing. They have some housing, like some apartment areas, but they definitely like that whole area, like the ballpark area and the Tenderloin and the Market Street, like a lot of like businesses have left, So now there's no downtown,
Here's the thing, man. Like, if you need to get a job, for example, there are ways that you could do this. And like the problem, first of all, you have to triage these situations in a way to figure out, okay, like who wants help, and
that's the problem. Who wants help? And what do you do with the people that don't want help?
Yeah, correct. And the people that want help, then you have to get very specific on what help do they need. Because they might say, this is what I need, but they might just need something else. Clearly, if they find themselves in that situation, the things that they were doing is not working out for them. But there's a subset of them that if you just gave them a fucking shower, gave them a fucking haircut, fucking pumped them up a little bit and then got them a fucking job. That's the other thing that I'll never understand. Like, let's say somebody is homeless and they're like, hey, I'm looking for a job. And let's say that the type of work that you would be hiring for is something that they might be capable of doing. You can't hire people if they don't have an address. And then it's like, so how do you solve that fucking problem? Like you have people that they're in a hole and then they lose their place and then they go to try to apply for a job and like the job will be like, well, without an address, I can't hire you. It's just fucking stupid.
Have you guys ever ate at the Italian homemade company, I guess it's called?
Where?
Where is this?
It's on 716 Columbus Avenue. Where that is?
I know where Columbus is at.
It's so fucking good. Oh my god. They get this big giant piece of fucking lasagna. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, I didn't know if you guys had ate there before. We were walking by and we seen like dozens of people going in and out of there, and I was like, that's a good sign. My dad's like, all right, let's go in there. What's that? What'd you say, Marco?
He muted himself. This is crazy.
I don't know. I thought he was going to say something about the place.
Marco, do you want to participate in this conversation? What do you got to contribute? No,
I think he's drunk.
He left. All right. You have no name and you're black, so I don't have to call you Rich.
Yeah.
Are you a West Coaster?
Oh, I live in Texas.
Oh, no way. Are you born and raised Texas?
No. Originally Northern Kentucky. but I grew up in Florida.
Northern Kentucky.
Near Cincinnati, yeah.
Oh, interesting.
In a town of 364 people.
That's fun. How many kids were in your class?
I mean, I did for... So I was like 12 when I left there, but I lived in there for like the first 7 years. I don't remember how many. And then I went to like Erlanger Elementary for like a couple years. Then we moved to Atlanta. But yeah, it's a really small town.
Like downtown Atlanta?
Dunwoody, Sandy Springs, Roswell Road, on the northwest side of Atlanta.
I lived in Chattanooga for a little bit, so I know a little bit about Atlanta.
You ever go to Stone Mountain?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the greatest place on earth.
It's a good place. It's a beautiful area. The country is beautiful. The whole area is like great, and
I used to go to a school called Sandy Springs. So I went I guess like the half of my fifth grade to the elementary there in Sandy Springs, Dunwoody. And it was fucking amazing. You pulled in there and there was like Ferraris and Lamborghinis dropping their kids off and Rolls Royces, and I mean it was just insane. And you had like fucking just super high end food. I mean it was absolutely insane. I mean you could get like fucking anything you want, like pizza and pasta, but it was like all made by chefs and shit. It was amazing. And then we started at Sandy Springs Middle School my 6th year. And they bust all the kids from the south side of Atlanta, and it was like I think like 90 or 95% black. So it was interesting. So my parents, after me getting the shit kicked out of me every day by black kids because I was like 12 or 13 years old, I'm sitting there in the cafeteria and some girl says the N-word, and I turn around and I go, "What does that mean?" And she's like, "You don't know what that means, white boy?" And I was like, "No." I went home and I asked my dad, I was like, "What does that word mean?" And he's like, "Well, you know how we have like white trash in Kentucky?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course." He's like, "That's black people's white trash." And I was like, "Oh, okay." He's like, "But not all black people are that." And I was like, "Okay, cool." Just like, it's like regular white people. And then, yes, they used to beat the shit out of me every day. So ended up pulling me out and homeschooling me. My dad did, because he used to go down to the dean of students and the principal, and he'd be like, "Hey, these kids were like jumping my fucking son, like 4 or 5 of them, just beating the living shit out of him every day." And the kids were like fucking, they were big fucking, I mean, most of them were held back.
When was this? Like, what year?
96 to 2000. So it's like
that's what I heard of. Like in the entire South, that integration time was actually like.
Well, it wasn't really integration. Crazy. It was busing. So it was like.
It was busing, but it was like.
Yeah, they would bring.
They were like rezoning, and to me, it reminds me of like the '60s, like integration. They rezoned everything.
Yeah, they bring kids to Decatur and Bankhead, and they would be like, "Yeah, let's bring these kids to Dunwoody, Sandy Springs, so they can be in the nice neighborhood." And so my parents.
But they had no programs to actually like have discussions and work it out, train the teachers and stuff,
Yeah, my dad goes to the principal and the dean of students, and he's like, "Hey, can you guys like make these kids stop like fucking gang jumping him every fucking day, And they're like, "Oh, well, you have to understand, these kids come from really impoverished households and blah blah. We can't do that." And then they would suspend me, and my dad's like, "This is bullshit." He's like, "Fuck this." So he's like, he started homeschooling us in Atlanta. But yeah, the reason I brought it up is we used to go to Stone Mountain like almost 2 to 3 times a week. Like we'd go camping there and all that kind of shit. And we would always hike up Stone Mountain. It was fucking awesome. But
how long were you homeschooled for?
Like 3.5 years in Atlanta until we moved to Florida.
What part of Florida?
Initially St. Augustine, and then once I like got out of high school and all that kind of stuff, then I moved out to Daytona.
But St. Augustine is probably pretty cool. No?
I honestly hate St. Augustine.
Really? Why?
I came from an area where we had black people in our community, and people would be like, "Yeah, that's the Utes family. They're really nice people, And like nobody gave a shit, because they were like farm boys and shit. And the black Utes family was originally owned by the white Utes family, but even prior to the abolition of slavery, because Kentucky was an independent state, they gave them land and they like became like family. Anybody fucks with the black Utes kid, all the white Utes kids are kicking the shit out of you. You know, like they were cousins, you know. And then we moved down to Atlanta, and my parents went to go look at a property, and they pulled up, and there was these 2-box Chevys sitting on the MLK in St. Augustine, and he went to the wrong neighborhood, and they wouldn't get out of the way. So my dad put his SUV in 4-wheel drive and went down through the ditch and came back up. And like the next day, he was at the varsity football game in St. Augustine, and they were doing the concession stand, and he was talking to one of the guys that owned one of the seafood restaurants there in St. Augustine, and he was telling the guy about how they wouldn't move out of the way. And my dad was like super nice. He like waved to the guys like, "Hey, you know, I'll just go around, no big deal." You know, to try to be respectful, not fucking screaming shit or anything. You know, he's a real calm dude. And but the white redneck guy's like, "Fuck that." He's like, "I'd put my truck in 4-wheel drive and I'd run their N-word asses over." And then my dad like turned around and looked at me, and he like gave me that look like, did they just fucking say that? And later on I was like, yeah, I think they fucking said that. And it was just like that all throughout St. Augustine. And it's a very fucking trashy city outside of the touristy areas and the like liberal progressive areas downtown. But the rest of the fucking city of St. Augustine's a bunch of fucking rednecks.
Yeah, Florida is interesting, definitely.
See, I never understood the word redneck until I moved to Florida. And when we got down there, and they're like, "Yeah, we're rednecks," and I was like, "Oh, these are just white trash." Okay, cool. I got it now. They just call themselves rednecks. They're just white trash. That was the only group growing up my parents told us to stay away from. There's Dustin and Chris and S. They're fucking white trash, little scumbags. Stay the fuck away from them. And you know, they were always robbing people, and I would still go and try to hang out with them because they were like the cool bad kids, you know, smoking cigarettes and drinking, and so they were kind of the cool kids on the block. And I remember going into their house when I was about 10 or 11 years old, and their sister's like 16, pregnant, smoking weed and a cigarette and shit. Smoking cigarettes, smoking weed, drinking while she's pregnant, sitting in the house. And there's like cockroaches and mice running around the house. It was fucking disgusting. But
So where are your parents from?
mom's from Cincy, born, and then dad's from Northern Kentucky. Like right around that area.
Where was the first place?
Cincy, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Oh, Cincinnati. Okay.
Yeah, we shorten everything. It's not Louisville, it's Louisville.
Louisville.
Yeah,
I know that one.
Kentucky.
Louisville.
Mm-hmm.
I went to school in Knoxville, so.
Yeah, I try to explain to everybody that. Yeah, not everybody from Kentucky is hillbillies, and, you know, mountain people. Marco, what language are you speaking? Marco, where are you from? It sounds like it has some French, and like I'm guessing it's Persian. Are you Persian? Merci.
No.
Salam Chatori.
Linguist.
Yeah, I said, are you Persian?
Yes.
Salam Chatori. Oh, okay, yeah.
Does this guy worship the pedophile?
Most Persian Iranians aren't.
Most Persians are Christian.
No, most Persians are atheists. Where do you get that from?
No, Persian. No.
Maybe from back in the day.
Io parlare English.
Where are you from, Marco? Which country?
Fuck your mother.
Oh, Sharmuta. Yeah.
He said, "Fuck your mother."
I know, and I said Sharmuta. His mother's a whore. Son of a whore.
Don't bring him back up.
No, I won't. It's just.
And you're awake. What's up?
I know. I just woke up. Thank you for letting me sleep up here.
Hey, we're hanging out. It's not.
We're having a sleepover.
It's not quite the same exciting room as it was when we had Victoria in here last night, but
You still sucking her clit, Roger?
Hey, don't talk to him like that.
hey, Victoria is Listen, you guys did such a terrible job of debating with her, but it is what it is.
Dude, I was just trying to control myself from crashing out. So I was really wanting to, but I knew it would get you screaming, and then I'd end up in the goo. And so I was like, yeah, okay, just like be reserved, go slow. That's not the way it works.
She's gonna be the worst, isn't she?
No, there's far worse. Have you met Tiger?
Oh, he's a communist.
Yeah, he's also a rapist.
Oh. Well, wait, was Victoria the one last night, or the conversation where she said that she worked
Yes, that's
for the government that night?
Yes, that's the Victoria.
She worked for 3 U.S. presidents.
3 different U.S. presidents.
Whilst they were in office, yeah.
Yeah, when they were in office, that she went to the Situation Room of all places.
Yeah.
To brief them on something that she has expertise in that she didn't like to share.
The only thing I can think is the medical field.
What?
You know what? I got to go back. I don't think. I think profile. I don't think it was on Twitter or something, but I had a conversation with her once. She doesn't live too far from me, and we were talking about something, and like, I just forget now, but I know she communicated to me like what she does. I don't know if it's medical. I think it might be like tech.
She sucks.
All right, rank the worst people in the history of Clubhouse, and
KK's number 1.
oh, stop it! You love her.
She's number 1.
Who else?
What's the other guy's Rabbit or something? What's his name was? The pedophile
what's his
guy.
name? Shuki is probably number 2.
No, Shuki's amazing.
No, he's not.
Now Shuki Express. I'm going. Look up, look up.
Who else?
Shuki.
All right, that's 2. I need one more.
Let me think. I don't know.
I got a message in the back channel that said poodle.
Poodle? Really?
Yeah.
What's wrong with Poodle?
Poodle sucks. He's such a fucking... Poodle sucks. Poodle's like a more annoying version of Necro.
Poor Necro.
What? Necro's less annoying than Poodle.
I hate how cuckish Necro is.
You know what? Necro's gotten better, though. He was, like, really bad. You gotta think, he had low confidence, he had a weird voice, and he just had a bunch of dumb ideas floating in his head. But he kind of hung in, got picked on a little bit, and, like, I feel like